Lunes, bola de cabrones, perdón, acabo de empezar a hablar ahorita, estaba leyendo, entonces tengo como todavía eso que está pasando en mi cabeza. Espero que estén muy bien, muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Venimos de un fin de semana largo, bueno, para poder implantarle a todo el mundo noticias muy interesantes. Bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo. Ahorita vamos a estar analizando los precios de todo, divirtiéndonos en lo que vemos exactamente dónde están las oportunidades para pues sacarle dinero al sistema y también a la gente que está dormida, que es demasiada. Entonces vamos a disfrutarlo con extra pasión el día de hoy. Ahora, quiero hacer un ejercicio con ustedes rápido. Les voy a enseñar qué tanto vale verga todo lo que crees. ¿Ok? Si quieren acompañarme y gustan acompañarme, venga, siéntense enfrente de su computadora, enfrente de donde estén. Espero que no estén tirando un palo. Cierren los ojos. Respiren y ahora lo que quiero que hagan es simplemente visualicen todos ustedes estando parados en una calle muy larga. Y al final de esa calle muy larga hay una casa gigantesca que parece castillo. ¿La pueden ver ya? ¿Puedes ver la casa? Quiero que empieces a caminar en este lugar hacia la casa, ¿ok? ¿Sabes qué? Apúrate un poquito más, camina más rápido. ¿Puedes ver la casa hacerse más grande? Ok. Voltea a todos lados. ¿Hay algo más? Puede que no, porque simplemente te dije solamente hay una casa y un camino, ¿no? Pero hay muchos de ustedes que tal vez le agregaron un poco más y están volteando a ver y pues, ahí está la casa. De la izquierda a la derecha, ¿no? Ok. Ponle pausa a este video en este momento y comenta de qué color es el castillo o la casa que parece castillo. Algo sencillo. Y ahora, déjame te pregunto. ¿Estabas viendo esto? ¿Estabas en tu imaginación, no? Viendo este camino, viendo esta casa. Y ahora, ¿sabes qué? Te voy a llevar un poco más lejos. Quiero llevarte. No, ¿sabes qué? Con este es suficiente. Con este es suficiente. Y ahora quiero preguntarte esto. ¿Cómo estabas viendo el castillo o la casa o el camino? ¿Lo estabas viendo con tus ojos? Porque es dentro de tu imaginación. Quiero que entiendas que todo lo que ves fuera de ti es tal cual, no es, ni siquiera necesitas tus ojos para poder ver cosas. Y esto es lo que muchas cosas en todo el sistema paranormal pueden explicar, que para ti no importa lo que hayas visto ahorita, hay mucha gente que en este momento dice, no, es que mi imaginación, y van a justificarlo. Pero para ti que lo entendiste en este momento, que te pegó rico, tienes que entender la mentira tan grande que es todo lo que estás viendo para afuera. Si entiendes eso, tendrás que entender que todavía más mentiras si estás viendo para afuera a pantallitas. Te la están poniendo, pero enfrente tuya. Todo eso, damas y caballeros, es una ilusión. Si han escuchado cuando te mueres, puedes ver a todos lados, ¿no? Esa gente que regresa cuando se muere, puedes ver a todos lados si no tienes ojos, no tienes cuerpo. En realidad eres una bola de energía, pero esta bola de energía puede ver como una cámara 360 a todos lados donde quiera. ¿A nadie le parece algo extraño eso? ¿Nadie? Y todavía no le suena como a, güey, si nos podemos hacer esta idea de que esto que estoy viendo con mis ojitos es real, lo que imaginé con mis ojitos es tal cual, ni siquiera funciona así. Imagínate todo lo que te están diciendo en la tele o en redes sociales. Y ahora esto es lo que quiero que ustedes hagan. Esto es lo que quiero que todos ustedes hagan en este momento. Pongamos atención a lo que está pasando. Y la razón por la que hago este tipo de ejercicios, quiero abrirles la mente, quiero despertarlos. Tal vez alguno de ustedes aquí fue donde entendió, ok, esto es interesante, hay más allá de esto. Tal vez no, tal vez ninguno de ustedes. Pero pienso que es un gran ejercicio para darte cuenta de la gran mentira y qué tan dormida está la sociedad. ¿Ok? Enfrente de todos nosotros, la persona encargada de Estados Unidos y todos sus secuaces, el gran presidente Donald Trump y ahora todo el mundo, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson. Déjenme los invito rápidamente a mi X en putiza por acá. Hola, alguien dijo que me sigue en TikTok. No tengo página de TikTok, entonces está siguiendo a alguien que te va a robar dinero probablemente. Ven nada más. Alex Jones a quien literalmente habían destruido para volver a traer y hacerlo ver como que ahora es independiente y es una fuerza por sí mismo. Él, el que dejó de estar en la televisión y ahora es su propio jefe y no tiene ningún tipo de influencia de terceros, está aquí para decirte que Trump acaba de perder la cabeza y es el final de Estados Unidos. Tucker Carlson está siendo testigo del fin del imperio estadounidense. Sus papás trabajan en todo lo que es inteligencia y él viene de todas las noticias, pero no, definitivamente no trabaja para ellos, sino está compartiendo un mensaje que quieres que veas, como Candace Owens y todos ellos. Definitivamente son independientes. Y esto nos lleva a un lugar muy interesante. ¿Por qué? Porque ¿por qué vergas el jefe de Disney, cuando estás en Disney, te va a decir, güey, Disney es súper peligroso, vamos a perder todo Disney, va a quebrar, la gente te va a violar cuando vengas a Disney? ¿Por qué haría eso el CEO de Disney? No, no tiene sentido, güey. ¿Por qué hace eso el CEO de Estados Unidos? ¿No? Ahora imagínate ser de la gente que cree que el dólar se va a morir y que esto es verdad. Y aún mejor. Tal cual como pensaste que estás viendo con tus ojos en ese mundo imaginario, y hasta en este, que luego tocaremos eso en otra ocasión. Pero en el mundo imaginario, todavía hay gente imaginándose más cosas aquí en vez de verlas, y su imaginación les está jugando un juego. Y eso es que los mercados y la bolsa necesitan noticias para ir en cierta dirección. Güey, es que no sé si están escuchando, pero ¿qué es lo que causa esto? ¿Qué es lo que causa el conflicto con Irán? ¿Qué es lo que causa que todo el mundo esté de, güey, es que Donald Trump se volvió loco y todos sus fans? No sé si han notado esto. La historia de Trump, a mí lo que me hizo despertarme de todo esto, ya al final, fue la historia de Trump. Cómo llegó al poder. Fue claramente una historia de libro, no, le dispararon y todo el mundo y pone la bandera atrás de él. ¡Uy, güey, qué patriota tan grande! Y eso fue suficiente para convencer a todos nosotros, bola de imbéciles, que wow, tenía que ser el presidente de Estados Unidos. Lo intentaron robar todo su dinero, le intentaron meter a la cárcel, instantáneamente, día uno antes de volverse presidente, levanta $2,000 millones con su mamada esa de su moneda meme, ¿no? O sea, felicidades, presidente Trump, bien. Luego Melania también se lleva tal vez solamente un par de cientos de millones de dólares y abiertamente, literalmente, Milei, todos sus cuates están robándose absolutamente todo de todo el mundo, ¿no? Bien, ok. Quiero llegar al siguiente punto con esto. Esto está orquestado. Y ahora, se supone, y la idea de esta historia, solamente piénsalo como una historia, porque es lo que es. Te lo dice alguien que viene del punto de vista de marketing, ¿no? Y aparte de los mejores en el mundo, a ello. Y te digo esto, esta es una gran historia que te están contando para confundirte. Y las mentes más pequeñas y más dormidas en este momento están repitiendo en todos lados que los mercados no tienen dirección, que hay incertidumbre en todos lados. Tíos, que hay incertidumbre en el mercado y por eso los inversores están. ¿Cuándo en la verga vida ha habido certidumbre que el mercado va a subir? Mi trabajo es adivinar para dónde, no adivinar, pero poder sacarle dinero al lado que vaya a ir el mercado. Ese es mi trabajo, no adivinar. El poder sacarle la mayor cantidad de dinero a esto en la dirección en la que vaya el mercado. Me da igual. Y les voy a decir algo. Nunca en mi vida me han mandado un plan que diga, güey, es que Donald Trump es un gran presidente y todo va a subir. Es que Biden fue un gran presidente y todo va a subir. ¿Cuál ha sido el plan de todos ustedes? ¿Cuál es el plan que toda la gente dice? Solamente es que quiero entender cuándo ha habido la certidumbre de que la bolsa va a subir o bajar. Imagínate vivir en un mundo donde te cuentan eso y tú racionalmente estás llegando y decirle a la gente, es que la gente no sabe qué hacer con la bolsa. Antes era tan fácil la bolsa. Qué cabrón, ¿no? ¿Cómo nos hacemos a ideas? ¿Cómo nos hacemos ideas? Quiero darles un ejemplo de esto, de esta realidad. Tienes a toda la gente que habla de güey, es que no sabemos para dónde va el mercado, la incertidumbre de la guerra. En el 2022 nos tiraron la misma guerra, idéntica. Petróleo subiendo. Bien, idéntico. Ese fue parte del ciclo de 4 años, ¿no? Lo que hablamos siempre. Bien, petróleo, idéntico. Bolsa, bajando. Bien. ¿Quién era el presidente en ese entonces? Porque me imagino que la incertidumbre en ese momento era un viejito que no sabía quién era. Joe Biden. ¿Alguien se acuerda de ese güey? ¿Lo han visto últimamente? ¿No? Ah, ok. Wow. Pues qué locura que con un presidente con certidumbre eso haya pasado y se folló a todo el mundo. Y luego de eso, cuando nos advirtieron en octubre la incertidumbre de una guerra nuclear con Rusia, directamente con Estados Unidos. Y luego en marzo se iban a quebrar todos los bancos, la incertidumbre. ¿Qué hizo qué hizo la bolsa? ¿Eh? Tienes que amar esto. Tienes que amar lo obvio que está enfrente de ti, lo sencillo que es esto. Si el mismísimo Donald Trump te está lavando la cabeza para que no sepas qué vaya a pasar y sientas que es el fin del mundo, y eres el encargado de la bolsa, ¿qué es lo único que tienes que hacer para que la gente más dormida de todos los dormiditos que están a gustísimo aquí, hablándote de todas las noticias, todos ellos que están súper dormidos, ¿qué es lo que tienes que hacer para follártelos? Güey, si están pensando ya, porque ahorita la noticia del siglo es que va a haber una gran recesión que va a durar años y todo eso, y hay gente ya diciendo, yo no sé qué voy a hacer, pero voy a comprar en octubre, es lo que pasa todo el tiempo. Ya todo el mundo se volvió muy inteligente después de que se tragaron todo el tope y están aquí comiendo mierda, pero ya todo el mundo se la sabe. Con esta incertidumbre, déjame hago la matemática. Estados Unidos, de acuerdo al presidente Trump, va a perder la hegemonía del mundo. Y todos los periodistas que son independientes, definitivamente fuera de él, están de acuerdo con él. Los de Estados Unidos que siempre nos han mentido, pero ahora tienen una página de redes sociales, entonces no nos están mintiendo. Ya no son parte de Fox ni de CNN, entonces ya no nos están mintiendo. Ok, ya puedo estar tranquilo con esa noticia. Bien. Uf, qué rico. Ya entiendo. Ok. Entonces, Trump dice que vamos a ser la capital de cripto porque Estados Unidos y el dólar se van a ir a la verga. Ok, sí, vamos a tirar nuestra impresora de dinero que nos deja y permite gastar en la militar más grande de todo el mundo y robarnos billones de billones de billones de dólares diarios. Vamos a dejar eso porque queremos un sistema más transparente y el dólar está colapsando. Nuestra guerra, la incertidumbre, Donald Trump se volvió loco. Uf. Güey, a mí me gusta cuando me dicen exactamente a dónde va la bolsa. Yo solamente puedo invertir cuando me dicen a dónde va la bolsa, porque si hay incertidumbre en la bolsa, ¿cómo voy a invertir? El inversor no puede hacer nada. Es que esa certidumbre que existía antes era lo que me hacía invertir, ¿no? Esa gente es la que estás viendo diciéndote noticias, güey. Hablando de noticias, aparte. Ok. Bien, tienes la gran incertidumbre, ¿qué es lo que va a pasar? ¿Qué más sabemos? ¿Qué más sabemos? La inflación, por supuesto, la inflación es que no para la inflación y esto va a hacer que todo se vuelva más caro y está todo subiendo. Digo, los coches están en descuento, las casas están en descuento. Vengo de Palm Springs donde las casas valen 70% menos. Los hoteles en descuento. Me ofrecieron un cuarto de $5,500 por 1,500. ¿Qué más? Puta madre. Es que esta inflación me está matando la ropa que me he comprado en descuento, los muebles que me he comprado en descuento. Qué horror esta inflación. Es la peor que he sufrido en toda mi vida. Wow. Pues tengo inflación, tengo incertidumbre, van a destruir el dólar. Bueno, ya todo esto ya pasó. Verga. Si esto es todo lo que estoy viendo y estoy en medio de una guerra, con un presidente que con un tuit cambia el mercado, definitivamente. No es que el mercado vuele para arriba y para abajo y luego lo justifiquen con un tuit. No, eso es de conspiranoicos locos. El mercado, todos nosotros, todo el mundo sabe, todos los inversores estamos pegados en la computadora y cuando Trump tuitea, porque todos lo seguimos, instantáneamente compramos y vendemos. Ese es mi modus operandi, me imagino que el tuyo también y por eso la bolsa sube y baja con un tuit. ¡Despierta! ¡Despierta, cabrón! No, es impresionante. Ok, después de toda esta grandes malas noticias, la incertidumbre, Donald Trump, la guerra, el tweet, no se ve mal la cosa, se ve pésima la cosa. Y el petróleo está subiendo por culpa de la guerra. Definitivamente estamos en medio de una crisis energética porque literalmente hemos cambiado todo lo que usamos en casa y requiere 30,000 millones de veces más energía que hace 10 años y nunca hicimos un update de todo el grid energético en todo el mundo. Eso no es el problema. Y tampoco que hayamos cerrado plantas nucleares, porque recuerden, nos convencieron de que eran las peores del mundo y ahora los tienen de vuelta con ¿por qué no abrimos plantas nucleares? Cuando me estaban mentando la madre en el 2016, cuando dije, güey, la energía nuclear es la mejor y la más limpia de todas. No, que no sabes nada, Alejandro. Yo he visto un segmento en CNN de 5 minutos. Déjame te explico. Bien, con todas estas cosas, esa inflación, la crisis, si la bolsa baja 5% en un putazo, ¿cuántos de tus pacos favoritos están instantáneamente esperando a que caiga 50%, un ajuste de 30%, 50%? O sea, un ajuste cabrón. Todos los dormidos están esperando eso. Ahora, ¿la economía está en la mierda? Por supuesto, pero quiero que entiendas algo. La subida de la bolsa, ¿no? Recuerda, incertidumbre. ¡Qué horror! Me espanta mucho la incertidumbre. Pero la bolsa en el 2023 subió cuando la guerra con Rusia se iba a ir, armas nucleares, la quiebra de los bancos y empezaron a quitarle todos los beneficios a la gente. Güey, no pagas renta, ¿qué crees? Ahora la vas a tener que pagar. No pagas tu hipoteca, no te preocupes, ahora la tienes que pagar. Güey, debes dinero de tu coche, te lo vamos a quitar ahora sí. Eso lo empezaron a hacer en lo que toda la bolsa subió. En lo que toda la bolsa subió, la economía americana se fue a la mierda. ¿Cómo me estás diciendo que la bolsa va en contra de lo que todo el mundo nos dice que son buenas y malas noticias? No sé. Es difícil analizar tal cosa, ¿no? Pero bueno, por ejemplo, cuando te dicen en el 2024, ya viene Donald Trump. Es al presidente que más le importa a la bolsa. Es al presidente que definitivamente todo lo que va a hacer, todo, va a ser alcista para la bolsa. ¿Y saben qué dije yo? Güey, no puedo con la incertidumbre de la certidumbre, entonces me voy a salir de la bolsa. Y tu Paco favorito dijo, no, ¿cómo? Si ahora tenemos la certeza de que la bolsa va a subir. ¿Y qué pasó en enero del 2025? Una corrección brutal. Pero es que fueron los aranceles, es la volatilidad de Trump. Gracias por explicarme eso. Es la volatilidad de Trump, ya veo los aranceles. Y luego ya que pusieron todos estos aranceles, pues güey, la bolsa ya lo puso en precio, entonces ya podemos seguir subiendo. Claro, regresamos, hacemos otro altito histórico, la bolsa ya no puede caer y adivinen qué. Adivinen qué pasó, porque viene la inflación. Si la inflación sube, la bolsa tiene que seguir subiendo. Y adivinen qué está pasando. Está corrigiendo. Uy, qué locura. A veces siento que esto es la cosa más fácil del mundo y honestamente, no sé por qué por tanto tiempo estuve confundido de esto. Es la cosa más sencilla del mundo de leer. No, por eso vamos como vamos. Por eso están aquí ustedes aprendiendo con nosotros para poder ver el fin del dólar, el fin de Estados Unidos, el comienzo de una nueva putazo de inflación a la alza. ¿No? Y ahora la mejor de todas. Ya que tu Paco favorito, recuerda, ya se tragó el tope, se comió todo para arriba. El 2023 se salió, dijo, yo no quiero nada que ver con la crisis bancaria cayendo. Uy, güey, luego nos tiraron la guerra de Hamás, ¿te acuerdas? En octubre del 2023. Y eso aceleró cabrón la subida. Pero Alejandro, es porque imprimieron dinero y la inflación. Claro, sí, por supuesto que sí. Por supuesto, sí, la inflación que literalmente tocó tope en el 2023, por supuesto. En Estados Unidos, ¿eh? No sé, si vives en pinche Moronguru y estás de, güey, aquí sí todo vale más, me vale verga. Yo estoy hablando de Estados Unidos. Aquí compramos empresas gringas, cosas gringas, la historia gringa que nos venden, el Bitcoin gringo porque es gringo, todas esas cosas. Digo, perdón, lo hizo Jesucristo, su persona. Por cierto, un saludo al jefe de jefes que fue su reerección, güey, fue resurrección el día de ayer, así que nada mal. Hoy mucha gente se pregunta, es una cosa chida para la gente espiritual. Se supone que el fin de este mundo, de esta realidad como la conocemos, y ahora no les voy a decir cuándo viene y ni cuándo la podemos esperar, ¿no? Pues miles de años, tal vez. En el fin de este mundo se supone que aquellos que hayan tenido una gran vida y hayan cuidado muy bien su cuerpo y hayan conectado con todo, se van a poder llevar su cuerpo allá. ¿Qué creen que fue lo primero que hizo Jesús? Fue el primer cabrón que logró hacer eso. Y es por eso que lo queremos imitar y queremos aprender de él para no traerlo de vuelta como persona, pero dentro de nosotros, solamente para que sepan. Vientos, entendido. Ok. Pero te dijeron, ¿no? 2023, güey, la bolsa iba a caer, pero la guerra de Hamas simplemente lo hizo más fuerte. Y ahí se los dije. Ese fue el momento donde para mí cambió todo. Donde entendí que todo era un gran show. A un nivel que literalmente, diría, no lo puedo explicar, pero lo estoy explicando todos los días. Y funciona perfecto. Ahora tienen a tu Paco entrenadito, güey, la inflación, el precio del petróleo. Definitivamente, el que no habla en el estrecho que nunca habías escuchado de hasta hace una semana es la cosa más importante del mundo. La más. Y definitivamente Estados Unidos no puede pelear con una bola de bandoleros. No, 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 no. Y Estados Unidos, pues, es muy ético. Todos sabemos eso. Estados Unidos jamás envenenaría su población. No les darían agua de mierda también llena de cosas para que hagan que tu pito y tus huevos se hagan más chicos y no te vuelvas fértil. Tampoco nunca se meterían con el sistema médico. Lo único que quieren es sanarte, no hacerte un suscriptor a pastillas por el resto de tu vida. Estados Unidos es un gran país que ama al prójimo. Y Estados Unidos en este momento es de, güey, la economía mundial está en peligro porque hay 25 pendejos con escopetitas en un lugar que nadie había escuchado hasta hace 2 semanas y no dejan pasar a los barcos. Buah. Yo sé, Estados Unidos es el productor de petróleo más grande del puto mundo y también de gas natural, pero es que el petróleo va a subir un chingo de precio, güey. Uf, está subiendo de precio, pero no es por eso, lo habíamos platicado antes. Lo que va a pasar ahora es claramente, si hay un bajón, vamos a caer. Y ahí es, recuerden, yo soy un Paco, yo estoy dormido. Entonces lo que vamos a hacer, tenemos un plan. Cuando Bitcoin llegue a 20,000, ¿no? Es la marca de Andrew Tate. Ahí es donde vamos a comprar. Ya tengo mi objetivo, el SP500, en 50% de recorte, 25. Y cuando todo el mundo pone sus órdenes de compra aquí abajo, definitivamente eso es lo que va a pasar. Definitivamente, ¿eh? Definitivamente. Una vez más, lo que yo les había dicho es, tenemos un bajón y después subimos probablemente algo que sería como altos históricos o un buen pump, y ahí lo vamos a monitorear con el pulso en el ano de esta chingadera, y de ahí nos tenemos que ir a la desgracia de desgracias, a menos de que algo muy grande pase y cambien. Una vez más, imprimir dinero no importa. Te han contado esta mentira gigantesca. La razón por la que tuvimos inflación en Estados Unidos fue, les regalaron dinero. Y no solamente los cheques de 1,200. A empresarios les dieron millones de dólares gratis. Millones de dólares. Y a sus pinches achichincles les dejaron no pagar renta, no pagar hipoteca, no pagar por sus coches, no pagar por sus tarjetas de crédito, no pagar por nada. Eso causó inflación. Eso ya no existe. Les están quitando todo esto, ya se los han quitado todos. Y ahora están yendo a quitarles los coches, las casas, el todo. Y esto toma tiempo. Esto toma tiempo. Esta caída que vamos a ver de mercado va a ser una... Sí, porque estás viviendo deflación. Estás viviendo un shock deflacionario. Y el hecho de que nadie hable de él, ¿no? Ahorita ya sale en una que otra página. Nadie está hablando de que el petróleo hace que todo el mundo necesite dólares y que los dólares van a subir de precio porque no hay dólares en el mundo. ¡Wow! Se dieron cuenta 7 años después. ¡Wow! ¡Wow! Felicidades. Esa caída es la de después. Cuando tu Paco diga, no, ¿saben qué? Se nos fue la bolsa. Ese fue el fondo, lo sabía. Lo que pasa es que estaba preparado para la incertidumbre. Compra tu Paco favorito en estos precios y ahí ya te dan el bajón deflacionario. ¿Cómo sé que esto va a pasar? Porque pasa literalmente una y otra vez. Y está pasando igualito. Pero si ves las noticias, pues claro, estás distraído con todas las pendejadas que te están diciendo. Si ni siquiera ves con tus ojos, hijo de tu puta madre, ¿no? Estás bajo la ilusión, sí. Funciona perfecto, de acuerdo a las reglas de esto. Pero te mueres, no lo ves, en tu imaginación también lo ves, ¿no? Para que entiendan un poco el fragmento de la realidad y lo que le hace tan sencillo de leer. Si algo te están intentando decir en las noticias, ahora, algo que de lo que estoy muy agradecido, ya no tengo que ver videos de Pacos para saber lo que les están diciendo. Ya en X, algo cambiaron en el algoritmo que lo hacen tan obvio que solamente con meterme, literalmente me metió en la mañana 2 minutos a X a darle un scroll, tengo el título del video, sé perfectamente qué tengo que hablar, ya sé cómo les engañaron a todos y me puse a leer mi libro de American Cosmic, bastante bueno. Si alguien está buscando un libro que tiene que ver con extraterrestres, cosas supernaturales en nuestra cabeza, etcétera, muy, muy, muy bueno. Voy en página 100 casi. Me está gustando muchísimo. American Cosmic, si tienen chance. Ahora puede que se ponga de la verga, ¿no? Les digo cuando acabe mejor. Pero es lo que hice toda la mañana. Leer a gustísimo. Y una cosa para todos ustedes que nos mantiene un poco locos es nuestro ego todo el tiempo. ¿Sabes cómo puedes apagar el ego, la mente, haciendo cosas creativas? Cómprate un libro para dibujar, si no quieres leer, ¿no? Porque hay mucha gente, yo era de esos güeyes que no quiero leer. Cómprate un libro para dibujar y píntalo, de colores, para colorear. Y escoge diferentes colores. En vez de que el pasto sea verde, vete morado y piensa en otros colores. Cuando estás ocupado haciendo algo creativo, se apaga tu lado de tu mente, que es el ego, y tu mente. Y eso te deja ser tú. Tienes pedos de depresión, estoy deprimido, no sé qué hacer. Apaga la puta televisión y dibuja. Copia un Goku, ¿no? Que es lo que yo hacía de chiquito. Ponte a dibujar, escribe cosas que no tengan sentido. El problema que más tenemos todos nosotros como seres humanos es que buscamos hacer sentido de todo y lo mejor de todo. Y a veces no tiene eso sentido para nada. ¿Ya los confundí o no? Lo que pasa es que la incertidumbre de Alejandro y de la bolsa. Pero esto es literalmente lo que estamos viendo. Ahora, para todos ustedes, estas fechas van a ser muy diferentes para invertir. Esto es algo divertido para mí, algo que no va a ser divertido para muchos. ¿Por qué? Porque es fácil navegar el mercado con esto, entendiendo noticias, entendiendo qué es lo que están haciéndolos pensar y viendo dónde están las tablas. Esa combinación nos hace literalmente letales en este mercado, donde todo el mundo está pendiente de lo que dice Tucker Carlson, que ahora es independiente. ¿No? Eso es lo que nos está dando el edge más grande en este momento en la bolsa, en todo lo que en cripto, en todo lo que quieras, ¿no? Y es importante entender que este mercado no va a ser lo que yo pensaba que íbamos a tener. Que les dije, güey, vamos a hacer un plan para comprar y holdear con cojones por 10 años y vender cuando tengamos un chingo de dinero. No va a funcionar así. Y ahora, lo más bonito de todo esto, aquí estoy paso a paso contándoselos uno por uno. Y yo sé que muchos de ustedes ya están agarrando el ritmo y ustedes ya lo saben también. Este no va a ser un mercado este mercado va a ser ahorita uno para abajo, para arriba, donde todo el mundo diga, güey, como en Circle, que todo el mundo, ya se me fue Circle, lo debí de haber comprado y pito, se vas a comprar en 90, 120, va a caer y caer y caer y te va a desesperar mamadas. Eso es lo que les van a hacer ahorita. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que vamos a hacer nosotros? Primero, vamos a comprar, o ya estamos comprando este lado del fondo. Nos vamos para arriba un rato, vamos a vender lo más cerca del tope como siempre posible. Véanme, ¿quién me viera, no? Ay, güey, cálmate, gracias. Vamos a vender lo más cerca del tope posible, ya que convenzan a tu Paco que la bolsa no puede bajar, que esto fue el mercado bajista más rápido de todos. No sé qué vayan a usar como narrativa, no tengo ni puta idea. Probablemente te digan, no es que ya se acabó la guerra o negociaron 45 días de descanso, o todas estas estupideces que le están diciendo a todos ustedes. Me encanta, güey, me encanta también que la gente crea que a las 11 de la noche en domingo los políticos no trabajan cuando tienen que trabajar. Pero aparentemente este es un asunto tan urgente Específicamente, nada más. Pero este es un asunto tan urgente que literalmente todos nuestros políticos en el mundo, incluyendo al presidente, no están dormidos, están reportándote en X, en tiempo real, cómo están haciendo un tratado de paz en este momento y lo están leyendo. Es más, Trump está en su computadora. Pinches bola de cabrones jóvenes no van a saber ni qué es eso. Es una máquina de escribir viejita, ¿ok? Pero no está pasando nada de eso. Así que relájense, salgan a tomar el sol delicioso, coman bien, hagan ejercicio, sal a caminar, ¿no? ¿Quieren mucho a tu novia? ¿Quieren mucho a tu novio? ¿Quieren mucho a tus perros? ¿Quieren mucho a tu familia? A la gente que te quiere, que te aprecia. Y sobre todo, quiérete mucho a ti, que es lo más importante de todo. Eres el único que existe dentro de ti. Si no te quieres, si no te cuidas tú mismo, nadie lo va a hacer por ti. No dejes que la ilusión del mundo te haga pensar que alguien más tiene que hacer eso por ti. Es tu trabajo y es literalmente lo que vienes a disfrutar. Con eso dicho, vamos a ir paso a paso en este mercado. Vamos a navegar este pedo como Cristóbal Colón. Y ahora no, es que no, vamos a navegar este pedo como Cristóbal Colón, damas y caballeros. Los quiero invitar a nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Acá les quería decir, ¿no? Esto fue el viernes. El mercado está cerrado, ¿no? ¿Sí lo pueden ver bien? Sí. El mercado está cerrado y no va a abrir. Pero recuerda, lo que te tienen que vender es la idea que no van a bajar los intereses. Para todo el mundo que está viendo esto, lo que quieres pensar es, güey, el bono a 10 años va a subir. Van a empezar a escuchar más que la Reserva Federal tiene que comprar toda su deuda, que el desempleo no está cayendo. Todas estas cosas que te van a hacer pensar, güey, ya no van a bajar los tipos. Cuando hagan eso, ¿qué creen que va a pasar? ¿No? Completamente lo contrario. Aquí los tengo, cabrones. Y además de eso, pues ya lo habían visto antes, les había dejado el famoso petróleo con el dólar en los 112 por acá. Y, güey, la tabla que les había puesto de las X, en la X de arriba pudimos haber hecho un short y me lo tragué entero. Así que por eso tienen que aprender esto, para que no dependan solamente de mis estupideces y de mi hueva. También tienes acá los análisis de Alex, por cierto, muy buenos. Alex acaba de hacer una puta feria. Delicioso. Farhan también anda por acá compartiendo con nosotros. Y pues todo lo que necesitas, todas las alertas de acá, del Discord, que son completamente gratis, todos ustedes pueden entrar acá. Por cierto, en nuestro Discord no puedes hablar con nadie. Entonces, si alguien te escribe, si alguien te dice que somos nosotros, que es Alex, que es Farhan escribiéndote, no es cierto. Lo menos que hacemos es eso. No escribimos a nadie, no le contestamos a nadie. No nos importa nada. Entonces, si alguien te escribe para follarte, es porque te van a robar tu dinero. Por favor, no les contestes. O, no lo voy a sugerir, pero estaría muy cagado. Luego lo platico. También tienes acá nuestros enlaces oficiales. Para mucha gente, estaba viendo, es muy importante que se metan a esto de Criptolingo. Acá muchas de las abreviaciones que usa Alex en lo que está usando están aquí, en inglés y en español. Esto me lo preguntan en todos los en vivos que hacemos en las clases que tenemos los jueves. Bueno, cada 2 jueves, este jueves no hay clase. Y se me hace muy importante que sepan entenderlo. Mucha gente no sabe qué significa X, Y o Z. Y esto les va a ayudar, sobre todo porque Alex lleva literalmente todo el puto día trades, todo el día. Ese güey sí anda ahí. Tío Salo deja su trade automatizado, se va a comer mierda y después se va a casa, ¿no? Pero Alex sí lo sigue y es importante. Entonces, si no entiendes esto, la mejor manera de aprender a invertir, a leer tablas y a poder usar todo esto es literalmente empezar con nuestro cursito de pinches $29. Hago esto porque esto es lo que me va a hacer la persona más rica del mundo, ¿no? Pero no, en serio, lo que le pones acá en pricing, perdón, tengo mi sitio en inglés, lo voy a poner en español. Ahí estamos. La manera más fácil de aprender esto es esto. Compras el cursito, cuesta $29.99. Nuestro propósito no es hacernos millonarios, aunque no lo creas. Nuestro propósito es que sepas que hay valor en esto. Y esto empieza de cero a trader. Esto fue lo que yo quería y cómo me hubiera gustado aprender, porque, güey, yo no entendía nada cuando empecé a hacer trading y me metí a cursos, compré uno que otro y costaban 500, el bien más barato costaba $500, que es una mamada. Y desde el principio el güey está hablando en su curso como si yo supiera todo. No sabía nada, era, güey, ¿qué puto software estás usando? ¿Es gratis? ¿Cuánto me cuesta? Todo eso viene aquí. es para que empieces, entiendas los básicos y de ahí puedes simplemente ver los videos que son gratis acá, escuchar y empezar a entender ya que sabes los conceptos base. Y ahora vas a tener preguntas, güey. Todo güey que está aprendiendo algo, toda mujer o güeya que está aprendiendo algo, tiene preguntas. Lo que recomiendo es métete en estas sesiones en vivo. Acá también tenemos el curso desglosado. Y aquí es donde vienes preguntas en nuestro sitio en vivo para que chequemos un precio, etcétera. Pero esto también te da acceso a 2 clases, que también tienes la librería de todas las clases, todas las privadas, en esto también. Y esto te da acceso los jueves que tenemos clase, como el jueves pasado. Entras y nos preguntas, ¿sabes qué, güey? He estado viendo esto, aprendí del curso, no entiendo exactamente a qué te refieres con esto, no entiendo cómo procesar esto, cómo poner una línea. Hay muchas cosas de esas. Y nosotros nos encargamos ese jueves de poder cerrar todos esos gaps para que tu entendimiento sea perfecto. Y de aquí, gastándote nada, puedes largarte a ver puedes aprender de cualquier güey, ya cualquier cosa, honestamente, una vez que entiendas esto, puedes aprender lo que sea. Y te puedes ir a otro lugar con güeyes más vergas si es lo que consideras, etcétera. Solamente queremos darte una base sólida para que aprendas lo que nosotros estamos aprendiendo y para que lo veas. Y combinado un poco con las noticias, que eso es más un poco mi pedo, porque yo estoy loco, ¿no? Estos güeyes se dedican simplemente tablas, información. Yo sí le tiro un poco de salsa a mis tacos y me gusta esto de combinar las noticias en contra de la tabla, etcétera. Y ese análisis es aparte, ¿no? No tiene nada que ver con esto. Pero esto es simplemente todas tus bases de trading, te las van a dar aquí para cubrirte y para que puedas hacer esto, navegar estos mercados como se debe, en vez de literalmente lo que te digan las noticias, ¿no? Así que bienvenidos a Elite Trading Academy, damas y caballeros, a todos ustedes que vayan a ser miembros, a los miembros de Elite Trading Academy. Vamos a darle para adelante. Tengo aquí a Alex y a Farhan y a ver si vamos a imprimir dinero. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Yo.
Buenos dias, cabrones, coming at you from the terrible timing of Merida. It's like 8 in the morning over here. Can you believe how early that is? I had to wake up at 7:45, 6:45.
What? You had to wake up at 6:45?
Yeah, right? It's insane.
That's fucking disgusting. I hate myself for this. I'm sorry, Farhan. I hope I never have to do this to you again.
F's in the chat to pay respects.
What's going on, Alex? By the way, I'm sorry, just real quick. How's the food in Merida?
It's fucking amazing. It's amazing. Some of the best, like every single restaurant has been amazing.
That's what I wanted to hear. Now, how are you, Alex? I'm sorry.
Doing good. Just watching the Bitcoins going up. Nice little Sunday, Monday trap, in my opinion, before we start the new week, going into the bi-weekly candle closure. So I'm very excited, actually, for this week. I think it's going to be
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, it's just going to be a good one. Like when I see a bi-weekly closing in 6 days, and we're also putting in a move like this on a Sunday, Monday, with markets where extently close over the weekend, and we're basically pumping on headlines again. This can make an easy opportunity zone. Going to Bitcoin here, let's see kind of where we're at actually, and we can really see if we're so back or not, and we'll just I guess do the thing we've done throughout here, and even over here, mentioning, are we so back? Should we get bullish? And is this the time really to start buying Bitcoin? In my opinion, this is actually a bearish move. And even when you're gauging the bi-weekly candle closure that did close, a little over a week ago, essentially, you were always looking for maybe a move back up to that 69K as your extremity, pending if 65,000 continue to hold. Interesting. It's almost as if just for the last few months, this has just been in a range. 65,000 support, 69K resistance, slightly getting back above 69,200. Is this a metric that we're so back? No, we need to really be seeing candle closures above 69,200, not wicks. And so before I go into the lower time frame, I just want this perspective. I'll even take off my meme line, really to just be kind of itched. This is still bearish consolidation until proven otherwise. Now going into the new week in 6 days, well, I guess this is the new week, but going into the new week in 6 days, this could actually give us a lot of data and really tell us if we're still potentially getting a setup here back down to 41,200 on Bitcoin, or potentially that's actually invalidating, and we'll be looking for a move back into the 70s, potentially even getting a bi-weekly EMA9 retest. Something the last time we saw get retested resulted in a massive dump. So we're in the spot on Bitcoin. I mean, bulls are again very horny and happy here, but I'm just still not convinced on one day on a Sunday leading to maybe a Monday of decisions, in my opinion. And I'll show that on the daily now. Now we can really start looking. I'll go lower time frame and higher time frame. Bi-weekly, though, just paints a good picture here, which is we are in a chop zone. Similar to what I said, we're basically in this market here, along with this market here. So we are in a chop zone. And we even see over here, this was nasty chop. I mean, this was giving you wicks to 73,600, leading to wicks down to 56,500. So you absolutely can chop on like a wick basis here before either getting the move up or down. In this case, it was up because, well, we were in a bull market. So in this case, chop here, you have to be looking for the move down because, well, we're in a bear market. So let's go back to the daily now. Like I said, lower time frames. And let's actually see if we're so back. Because if you go to CR, crypto, we call it CR here, but crypto Twitter, you would be convinced the bottom is in and we're about to massively go up on Bitcoin. Now, remember, again, this is a range. 65,000 got hit perfectly, leading to a move back up. This is actually where we started to, again, TP our shorts. And remember, every time we've gone to this region, we've always said, every single time, as long as you're above 65,000 going to start on dailies, you're really not going to get that breakdown Glock 3000 move to 62.2 and lower. This will just start forming a massive but also tight range. Massive meaning just long period of time where you're just doing nothing in a very tight range. Now, this is, in my opinion, good for bears. Because really, I mean, as long as you stay under the 2021 market cycle high, sitting at 69,200, you are still going to be bearish. And you are going to notice here, the daily EMA 34 got reclaimed, got lost, got reclaimed, got lost. So here you're actually playing right into that daily EMA 34. You're not really looking at, that this is the major bullish sign yet. Now, an easy sign for us will be, okay, do we get 1, 2, 3 daily candle closures above 69,200 while also holding the daily EMA 34? That'll be a good criteria for upside. You do notice above the 2021 cycle high, plus also getting back above the daily EMA 34 did result into a move on this, well, I guess moved up to 76,000. Granted, it was dependent on the daily EMA 34 getting reclaimed. So have we gotten that yet? No, and even yesterday's close, you rallied right up to resistance, but you still are unable to reclaim it. Now, we did draw this diagonal here, breakdown. So you do see you even got a retest, maybe solidifying the idea that all this is a bi-weekly bearish retest in the midst of a daily bull trap. What do I mean by that? Well, bi-weekly looks bearish to me still. Looks like a lower high, lower low pending, rally up, freshly losing bi-weekly EMA 100, still gives you the target to the SMA 200. Oh, while the daily looks to me like it's bull trapping. Bulls are calling this a trend shift, higher low in the making. While this has just rallied straight up to resistance. And once you actually get back under 69,200, this will be the start of the move back to 65K. And again, this could just be range bound. So far, it's been working beautifully. I mean, look at this move up. We'll just measure to the range. 65,000 did give you, and not even to the spot, actually, in 3-4 days, essentially, this gave you that, move up back to the range highs. So want to be watching the zone carefully tonight. Yes, you're getting back above it, but is this potentially just a massive short opportunity? Something we talked about here and even here, getting back above just for a moment, the extremity resistance, while not really changing much, could act as an opportunity for shorts. The issue is, and if you've been shorting this weekend with me, well, the issue is you're just getting a lot of chop, right? You're really getting lots of chop here. Either in this side, dumping, getting bought up, dumping, getting bought up, right? This is just choppy. Like if it goes dumping again, it's just going to get bought up and move up. Not fun. And that's why for us, let's really watch the daily closures. That'll at least help us kind of eliminate the chop zone. Really, though, you should be watching this daily EMA 34 in confluence with the 2021 cycle high. Once you actually get under this again, that will be your trigger. You are going to move down. And if today actually closes red, this will just form a massive top candle kind of at your extremity high spot. So as a bull, should you be longing this move up? No, I would not be. And even if we're going to make a bullish breakout out of here, there will be things telling us that's going to occur, like this. One green candle doesn't change anything. A few green candles doesn't change anything. It didn't change anything here. You ended up moving down. No, it doesn't seem like much, but from wick high to wick low, you did move down 10%. And then here, you could not hold the breakout zone. From the meme line zone, you went down another 10%. So I hope we're not getting majorly bullish here in a bear market on not a lot of data, because it's still more in favor of bears. Now, interesting that we're right back to this spot. And remember, when we were making this mean reversion bounce up, we were talking about 12-hour EMI 100 can help us give us a lower time frame gauge. Now notice how the 12-hour EMI 100 still has yet to be hit. This perspective says, today if you do start holding above 69.2, you may make a move to 70,500. That may be the last spot we reject here. Ties into retesting this diagonal before breaking down. Because the 12-hour EMI 100 has just been an easy spot for us. Under it, on the lower time frames, does just give you moves down. So again, could we easily reclaim it? Yeah, absolutely. But as long as you're under it, are you massively in a bull market? And should you be feeling stupid that you're not longing Bitcoin here with your favorite influencers? No. Still very much bearish. And all it looks like is you're just playing, getting back above the 12-hour 34 equals a move to the 100. No changes here. You were in a massive 12-hour deviation in the middle of March. You've been breaking down. You've rallied up to it. You get the point. So no, that really hasn't changed either. And if we were about to break out to the 70s, you would actually start seeing this 12-hour EMI 100 break out, get reclaimed, and hold. Yet to happen. So we'll keep going. We'll keep going here. Look at this 3-day easy downtrend. While apparently the daily's in an uptrend and we're so back, the higher time frames are all saying this is potentially shifted back into a downtrend. All you need now to take out is this low at 60,200, which is important. I mean, if you're getting a move back to 60,200, you're pressing the range lows here, pressing a breakdown of this range. And if you've been watching us for a while, I mean, it's feeling as if we're just going to move up. Shorting here isn't like the logical trade anymore, but it's similar to this zone here. Shorting didn't seem like the logical trade until for the next few weeks, it was absolutely, and Bitcoin didn't stop. We even talked about this kind of consolidation up. Still can make an argument that is what's occurring here. You're just getting consolidation up, potentially now in the midst of that breakdown. Consolidation up, breakdown, retest here. Now, Tradea as well on HPDR is saying we are in a breakdown. If we do move up a little higher, maybe up to 71.5, but still, regardless, still in a breakdown, which does tell you this is still in a more probable area to short. Now, the 6 days closing, and again, you're just retesting the breakdown zone. On the 6 day, which is closing today, which could mean that into this new 6 day, you're just going to get follow through down. You broke down, gave out in the bounce, retest. Remember, 6 day isn't silver cross here, and you're just retesting the silver cross. Look at the last few occurrences that the silver cross retest has worked out. I mean, every retest here has just worked out and resulted down. Here's this, 7%, 1.66%, 9%. So over 1% on every move. Why is that important? Because again, solidifying that maybe it's just a retest. While everyone's getting extremely bullish again. While oil closed massively bullish, I'm seeing a lot of people get bearish on oil randomly. Does this look very bearish to anyone on a quick glance? No. This just looks like it's doing the thing oil does, putting in a pullback and getting everyone thinking, well, we're topped. Like what super bullish assets do before they break out, they consistently make you think they've topped, and then they use you as liquidity to move up. But no, oil doesn't look top to me. And apparently if you go and talk to your favorite influencer on Twitter, they're all global economic, global war. Man, I'm just brain farting. Bad. They're all just war experts. There it is. That was a bad brain fart. They're all war experts. Everyone's convinced the war is just ending. Oil's about to top, and Bitcoin and risk is about to move up. If only it was that simple. Maybe it's not even, price action isn't even dictated by the war, honestly, because things were telling us we were weak before even all this happened. Interesting, right? There always has to be some narrative, though, to explain something. This move has been because the war's over. Ceasefire. All while we're still bombing Iran, and Iran's still bombing Israel. So that doesn't make any sense if you're maybe longing on that idea. Oil also looks like just a massive bullish reclaim. So I'm only saying that not because I'm a war expert. I don't know anything. I just click buttons. But if you're longing on headlines, I would not be doing that, because if you've been watching the headlines, if you've been probably trading them, you have been. They've been very loose. It's been up and down. It's been gray and black, raining and then sunny. It's very loose, honestly. No point. So really, I mean, nothing's looking too bullish on Bitcoin quite yet. We've really dictated here that you will determine bullishness on a daily close, but in all honesty, now bears are just looking to flex here. Flip this red and start nuking us down. How funny would it be if this just massively engulfs and you just move to 65K again in one day? We again have to keep the same energy that we just saw the last few days ago. Look at this one daily candle closure. Lost 69K. And then in that one day, you dumped $3,600 on Bitcoin, 5%, took you from 69,000 all the way down to 65.4. So we got to keep this kind of energy in a bear market. We're now in that zone. And until the daily actually gives you closures back above the cycle high, getting back above the 34, which again, you're yet to even do, then yeah, we'll actually be looking for maybe some setups here, maybe even looking at 76K to get hit again. But until then, No, I'm not really looking at this as anything's changed. Bi-weekly just retesting, and I have to look at the bi-weekly closing in 6 days to just line up with the idea that, well, maybe this 3-day is just putting in a retest, and the next 3 days is going to lead to the follow through down, something like this, and then done, and it'll just be a hindsight trade again. Something in the bear market we like to do, which is like you just put in like a very obvious top, but in the moment it's not obvious because, well, there's just massive FOMO and emotions. But then you're just like, oh yeah, this was obvious. This was an obvious rejection of the silver cross, rejection of the 21, even here at the top. Trend shift, lower high, dump. Lower low, lower high, dump. It's like, oh, okay. Okay, so we'll keep going now. We talked mainly about higher time frames. Again, lower time frames aren't really giving me much. We've just been in a chop, chop, chop zone. It's not very fun. But what I can say is, at least we know on the 12-hour, if you do end up, let's say, moving up a little bit higher, the 12-hour is still saying that you should be looking at 70,400 as your big spot to reject. This should just be the spot that you move up, you take out all the shorts now, and then you move down. At ETA, I'll be updating our trading alerts and or maybe posting another short. We've been just massively shorting this regions all throughout here, and specifically here. Have to be looking at these as opportunity zones. And why, again, I'm saying that is because, well, that is still the target, and you're not back above the 12-hour EMA 100. And you do notice that this massively capitulated from the 12-hour EMA 100, and even this rally up never retested it, something we actually wanted to occur here, but it just never did. So is that going to occur now? So be fully aware, and once you actually will start reclaiming that, that will open up the move to where the 12-hour SMA 200, that is sitting at $76,000. There's your daily trade confluence. You get back above the 2021 cycle high. You continue to hold above the daily 34. There's your daily confluence of a move to the daily EMI 100. Where is that at? 76,000 basically. But again, that's not on the tables yet. And even the 12-hour is saying not on the tables yet. Looking good, but still not on the table. Check the 2-hour. Nothing really, just trying to consolidate, do a little bit of chop here. You can see this 2-hour is in an uptrend. So if you start taking out 69K, this will be your indication that this is trend shifting on the lower time frames while also deviating. More reason on why this will be a good short. And let's check the quarterly now before I go on to Tether dominance. So we did get a quarterly close. I think it's important. Anything here? Interesting. From a 61.8% all the way up to the 50% is at 106K. You also see if you lose the 61.8%, you get to move down to the 78.6%, which is right in that quarterly 34. You're just slightly range bound on the quarterly. Interesting. You did lose the quarterly 9 now that I see that. And that is sitting at where? 76,700. That's interesting. So maybe if Bitcoin does start, let's say, reclaiming the cycle high, moving up, well, perhaps 76,000 may be just a spot. And that is interesting to see, actually, because when you go to the weekly here, what was massively holding in that bearish consolidation? Well, that was the weekly EMA 100 still grinding down now at 82,800. I thought it would be closer to 76K, but no. So we'd have to be watching this to see if it keeps moving down. But now what you're seeing is maybe that daily, right, as long as you're under the cycle high, will start giving you shorts. And if you start reclaiming the daily cycle high, while also the daily EMA 34, maybe that'll just be your trade up to the quarterly EMA 34, EMA 9, which is simply a retest here, which would be very interesting to see. That would also retest the daily EMA 100. This is my aggressive short roll spot. As long as you're under a daily EMA 100, you can aggressively short Bitcoin. We've literally talked about this here in October, and then also here in January. And look at the retest of the daily EMI 100 in this bear market. A leg down, a leg down. So if you did end up turning bullish, perfectly good. Easily can get a trade here. But again, this will just flip back in favor of bears, retesting 76K. A spot already proven to all of us is massive resistance. Is this on the table? Am I looking at this move? No, not at all. And this is why the triggers are going to be important here. We don't want to get too excited about these moves when literally there's not a trigger. This is just an idea. And what I'm showing you is if you do start breaking out from here, still we have many bear arguments on why 76,000 most likely rejects. And this just plays into the quarterly bearish retest. But until you actually get these daily candle closures, I'm looking for shorts up in the zone. Bitcoin seems very likely to reject here. At minimum, even the most bullish bulls would want a daily close here and a retest of 69K. That's where you either hold it and move up, or you do deviate it and start moving down. So watch today very carefully. If you're not positioned, simply wait for 69K to get lost in the lower time frames to scale shorts. And if you're more degenerate, look for the 12-hour EMI 100 to be the short zone, the top zone, the rejection zone, very similar to what we said here. Watch the 12-hour EMI 100 to be the rejection zone, the top zone. It just never reached it. So something to just note here as we almost hit it, but still yet to reach it. And it makes sense. If like the 12-hour EMI 100 gets reclaimed, that's like half the battle for the daily EMI 100 to actually move and actually get a retest. There you move up to the 12-hour SMA 200, correlates to a daily EMI 100 retest. So pretty nice confluence in these setups, actually. Very logical, in my opinion. Like, you know where you get the trigger, and still you're getting the trigger for shorts at this current moment. Now we'll go to Tether dominance here. Let's really see what's occurring. Let's go back to the bi-weekly, because even the bi-weekly is telling you a story here. And you can see the story starts with, well, this meme line here, 7.82%. This is an important spot because, well, you do notice your major moves down on Tether dominance, which correlates to moves up on Bitcoin, have occurred once you actually lose this 7.829%. Now, look at this. Big move occurred, and then massive move occurred here off of the loss of that 7.829%. Here we have the higher high. We formed a higher low, tested perfectly the bi-weekly 9. We moved up, and now it looks like we're doing a throwback. This is why we need to be watching the zone carefully, because this very easily can turn into a bullish move, which is simply, this was a bullish candle. This is giving you your throwback, which is leading to possibly just a weekly higher low. Right, you can see here, possibly leading to a weekly higher low in the midst of higher lows on the weekly. Take this low, measure it out. You can see that we are starting to try to hold bullish posturing here, while also holding the weekly 9, which again is interesting because you are in a weekly silver cross still. So this is just retesting the weekly silver cross, something that last retest gave you a 10% move. And then the other retest gave you a 17% move. And the, oh no, that wasn't the retest, the 17%, 10%. And I promise you, every time we reached here or here, people were massively bullish on Bitcoin. But this is still saying, well, no, we just retested a weekly silver cross. We're getting a weekly higher low in the making, and we're potentially getting a bi-weekly throwback. Now you can see where the picture starts painting pretty nicely for bulls here. And even here you do see, is this just potentially a bull flag forming? You have your flagpole. Is this just a bull flag before continuation up? Flagpole, bull flag before continuation up. Often what you see in trending markets. So then if this is a bull flag potentially, is this bearish consolidation on Bitcoin? So that's the biweekly. That's what I'm watching really. Nothing's really even a concern. It's crazy because so many people are getting bullish on Bitcoin. Have we even lost like a biweekly EMA 5? No. Have we even retested it? No. And are we very close to a biweekly breakout? Yes, on Tether dominance, absolutely, very close. Which this breakout will lead us to new highs per the HVDR. You hit the 61.8%. You've just made new macro highs on Tether dominance. So this is why, in my opinion, you should still be very, very like foaming at the mouth, bricked up, absolutely just needing to short Bitcoin, because this is still more likely to break out to the upside, form new highs, give us the next leg down on Bitcoin. So when we start putting in these real funny moves, I think they're stupid, but we start putting in these moves here, just massively moving up right up to resistance. You as a bear have to really be watching for this as an opportunity. I mean, from 65K, you've already moved up right up to resistance 8%. If you haven't taken shorts yet, you should be looking at this zone as an opportunity. Because again, as I just showed you, are we massively topped on Tether dominance? No, nothing's really changed here. This is just putting in a retest, higher low. Let's see what we're forming here. Oh, I'll make this red. Like, is this just putting in an inverse head and shoulders here? And what you're doing currently is you're just grinding out the right shoulder. Fires to the upside, you'll move all the way back up to your range highs, around 8.56%. To the downside, you will take out the low of March and move right up to the weekly 21. So, depends how much weight you put on those, but I don't put a lot of weight on those. I don't even trade off those. I just have visual aspect. Really, that's what I use them for. And you can see this is still looking very bullish, still looking bullish. So want to be watching the zones carefully on Tether dominance. Still, I mean, nothing's looking bad here, actually. It's looking quite nice. Let's keep going here. Quarterly reclaim, quarterly retest. Quarterly loss, bull market. Quarterly reclaim is the quarterly just going to hold. This is why your weeklies and bi-weeklies and 5 days are going to be important, because these will all eventually lead to a quarterly. Still, this is looking very bullish. Yeah, very close to a monthly breakout. And volatility is still firing off. See, bears simply want this. This will get everyone convinced we're in a bull market again on Bitcoin. Oh, while bears just simply want the weekly to get bounced, and you just start breaking out from here, getting that new high on Tether dominance, new macro high, right into 10%. Okay, we'll go to daily now. Daily still not in breakdown, very close to one though, and you can see daily volatility is contracting, giving you a setup potentially. But again, plays into the idea you're bullish here. You will just need to see a move sooner rather than later. This needs to just be a spring. This was the retest. I'll make this white again. This was your retest or your reclaim. Here is your retest. It's a better way to put it. So then if this is a retest, this needs to be a spring. You just have to break out. Next target should be 8.2%. Once you take 8.2% out on Tether dominant, you will start moving up to 8.58% and possibly making that new macro high right into 9.49 to 10%. Still looking very good and plays into my idea that really you should see Bitcoin aggressively reject today. I mean, in all honesty, today or tomorrow, it could either trap you, you reclaim it, and then you aggressively move down and deviate it, or today it just rejects here. And you do just end up moving back down. Both result in moves back down for me, though. Because again, if this is truly going to be a bullish reclaim, and this is the bullish retest, this will be a spring. If this candle's a trap, and we're actually going to take these highs out. And then it's almost as if, well, maybe oil then is going to go up again. And we're just opening up a massive range. Obviously, things won't go up only, so you have to put some kind of bullish structure on the lower time frames. But I mean, if you're betting on the war is over, oil's topped, and Bitcoin's about to go up, this is telling you that's not the case. So just something to note there. Now, for me today on Tether dominant, watch simply 7 point, where is my zone? 7.829%. And you simply need to get back above the daily EMA9 on Tether dominance to really start feeling good about a move back to 8.2 and possibly that 8.56%. Remember, if this is a bullish reclaim, this is a bullish retest, we should see this flip green. And this should correlate to a red daily on Bitcoin today. Now, if it doesn't today, maybe tomorrow. It's where you get 2 to 3. If we go into Wednesday stream and we're still here, yeah, this is where I'll start looking for longs. So now we have a time frame, Wednesday. We have an objective, get back under 69K, ideally by today. And we have a spot to be watching. Tether dominance here is looking like a bullish retest. While everyone is literally talking about we're so back on Bitcoin and we're in a bull market, this is literally telling you it's not the case. And even the higher time frames are saying, yeah, this is still looking very bullish, potentially putting in a bull flag. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This took 4 candle closures of consolidation before breaking. We now are on the 4th, so take that however you want. Pull 1, 2, 3, 4, breakout. Get your pull 1, 2, 3, 4. However you want. And now let's look at the D of Bitcoin. Because who knows? Maybe this is massively bullish. Maybe I'm wrong. And well, it's not me wrong, but maybe just markets are about to flip bullish. And we should be looking for longs. Bitcoin dominance should then be looking massively bullish. So let's take a look here. Okay, so we did deviate the weekly EMA 100. Good. But wouldn't you ultimately want to see this retested, bullish price structure, and then a move up? Wouldn't that be more on par with crypto? Absolutely. So that also means that you could potentially just see a whole dump of this whole entire green candle, which could mean markets are going to dump still regardless, even if it's still a bullish outcome. Because the thing has been, you've been seeing Bitcoin dominance move down with a bearish Bitcoin, which is very interesting to see because, well, you'll know that Bitcoin's putting in a massive bearish setup here. You have the biggest weekly volatility you've ever had in the history of this chart, with weekly volatility showing signs of life here, starting to itch here, not breaking out. But once this does break out, you will get well, in my opinion, the biggest move on Bitcoin dominance ever recorded in history. And that has to be correlated to some kind of move on Bitcoin. Something I didn't note on Bitcoin, something we should talk about, is you're still in a massive volatility setup on the monthly. you're still firing off and potentially confirming that already confirmed on CME. Where is it? Here. Right here. Already confirmed now. This would be the second month of confirmation. All while, again, everyone's massively bullish on Bitcoin. Still putting in a setup down, giving you a $39,000 Bitcoin. While monthly, and I hope we are all understanding this, while monthly volatility is firing off for the first time ever on CME to the downside. Like, this is like an insane setup no one is talking about. Every time you scale a short, anytime you're looking for a bearish move, this should always be in the back of your head. Like, this is your nuke, essentially. Maybe bad timing for that. Hashtag war. No, bad stuff. But this is like your, like, as a bear, this is just your confidence. Like, you're good no matter what, because you have volatility on the monthly. First time ever firing off 60 days. It's already confirmed. So, even when you're moving up, like what we're doing, these weekly, dailies, 5 days are important because whatever occurs here is still going to lead to a bearish outcome. And that still is giving you a target at minimum down to 49K. So let me go back to Bitcoin dominance because, again, it's important. Bitcoin dominance has been starting to move down since October with Bitcoin. Weekly is giving you the biggest volatility setup in the history of Bitcoin dominance. Very similar to like the CME's monthly volatility setup that is starting to already fire off in favor of bears. So once this weekly starts to really break down, and again, same criteria here. Once you lose weekly EMA 100, but Alex, we reclaimed it. Absolutely, we did. But this is where trend is always your friend. Couldn't you make the argument this is just solidifying the next major lower high in a series of lower highs? Yes, we didn't get the breakdown last week, 2 weeks ago. Okay, fine. Playing into the predatory nature of Bitcoin. A week, 2 weeks ago, no breakdown. But maybe this week into next week, it will give us the breakdown. And this was just a lower high in the making. But you can't see I'm not getting any bullish ideas. Give me this, and I will be a bull on Bitcoin dominance. But you're just not getting that. You're just potentially lower high. Yes, you got a predictable bounce. You didn't break down. This tells me you're trapping shorts. And now it's time to trap longs. Weekly is still in a silver cross to the downside. And you're just still potentially flirting with the 9 and the 21. Weekly silver cross retest. So yes, good move. You, as a bull, delayed the inevitable, in my opinion. Glad I was able to say that on a Monday. It's a hard word, inevitable. You delayed it, but is this a back metric trend shift retest consolidation before going up? Or is just this a lower high in the midst of lower highs, still testing a silver cross, brewing a breakdown here on Bitcoin dominance? The reason I'm mentioning this so much is because this still correlates to maybe Bitcoin just about to break down. And what we're seeing right now today is just an opportunity. God. So we won't know until we know. This week will be very pivotal for crypto. And you should be looking for, at minimum, a retest of the EMI 100. This gave you a bullish setup, very similar to here, actually, in the beginning of September. Bullish reclaim, and then it gave you a retest. That retest broke you out. So here's your bullish, here's your reclaim. Does it give you your retest? I think I called this a reclaim. Here's your reclaim. You got your bullish retest. So here's your reclaim, but notice you still need your retest, which still means that more likely in this zone, crypto is still going to move down. That's how I'm interpreting it. Only way I become bullish on Bitcoin dominance again is the same criteria we've had since October, get back above the weekly EMI 34, and luckily for us, sitting right into 59.69%. Yeah. Ooh. and she just rallies right up to the weekly median. And this tells you that next objective is under the weekly EMI 100, which instantly tells you that this is bearish and still more likely to take the lows out. Maybe this was just a trap. Lower high, weekly median, leading to a breakdown. Yeah, I'm very, just seeing some nice shorts here, honestly. Maybe on our Discord, I'll post a Bitcoin short here very soon. My balls are tingling here. Now, the last weekend Bitcoin shorts didn't work too well. They work, you get some green, but you're not getting the dump you're chopping. But with everything I showed on stream right now, getting a little more confident in this idea that you are very close to a rejection zone on Bitcoin. Even Bitcoin dominance here. And even if this moves down 1%, still this will correlate to a massive move down on Bitcoin. Maybe it's a 65K retest again. Maybe. We'll keep going. Now, look at the quarterly median on Bitcoin dominance. I mean, you have never really tested this quarterly median. Opened above it, no retest, moved up. Came down, no retest. Lost it, broke down. Got back above, moved up. Interesting. I guess you've gotten one retest, bearish. And it was here. 2018. This is the only time you ever tested a quarter. Let me just double check that. Yeah, this is the only retest of the quarterly median. That's interesting to see here. Why am I saying that? Because while you are above it, if you end up coming down testing this, you want to be watching this zone carefully. Why I'm saying that is because A, it's in our extremity low spot, and B, if you start losing this quarterly median, which you've been above since 2022, you'll start getting that move or confluence down towards 42%. Now, where did we actually start seeing 42%? Let's go to the monthly and check that out. Am I tripping? No, I could have sworn we had a move. Maybe it was bi-weekly. No, huh? No, I guess not. I thought I could have sworn maybe it's on the weekly. No. Oh, I'm mistaking it. I was thinking the weekly SMA 200 was at 46%, but no. You see that's at 53.5%. You lose this weekly SMA 200, that'll be your move down to 45%. So still, big move is happening here on Bitcoin dominance. Massive consolidations occurring here. You're getting the biggest setup ever recorded, and you're getting signs of life, volatility starting to move up. Bitcoin is literally sitting at 69,000, maybe has a move up to 70,500. But in all honesty, you have to be looking at this as a lineup for markets going into a pretty bad April close. Now, I know that seems a little crazy, but if, let's say, the first week we moved up on Bitcoin, and then the next 2 weeks we move down on Bitcoin, that's just going to lead to a bad April close. And the bi-weekly closing in the next 6 days, along with a brand new 3-day closing today, tells me that, well, markets could be lined up for a move down this week. This, I guess, next 3-day close going into the new bi-weekly candle closure. Now we have some easy areas to be watching. All of us, we can be watching to see if, well, what's more likely here. For us, firstly, it's going to just be off the daily, getting back above the cycle high, firstly. Secondly, the daily EMA 34 yet has happened. You've not done either or. So therefore, you can't be bullish here. Secondly, as a short, you're looking simply for 69K to come back down for a move down to 65K. Range question mark. Is this just a range? So far it is. Now, you have made a wick high today. If you're betting on this high being your risk, stop loss up here, understand the trap could be just that. You basically take traders out like you actually take out the high of today, and you ever so slightly move up and retest the 12-hour EMA 100 before going down. Cannot tell me that's not a Bitcoin move. Shorts here are scaling in because they see the opportunity. This just ends up short squeezing up. You finally retest the 12-hour EMA 100. Shorts that have been getting blown out this entire move up are done. Here's the final spot, similar to what we were looking at here. And you just massively break down at this current point. Regardless, not bullish. At minimum, you need more daily closures if you're going to be bullish, and you should be looking for short setups here. 69,200, your big spot. If you stay above it, you may move up to 70,500. As long as you're not closing dailies back above the cycle high, anything can happen in this region. You need to be watching very carefully this spot. I mean, look, you were at 70,000 here, ended up closing at 67,900. Here was another one. You're at 70,100, ended up closing at 68,700. Here's another one. You're at 70,100. You ended up closing at 68,800. I can keep going. Like, here was the most recent one, 69,200. Ended up closing at 68,700 before breaking down. So if you're, happy on this price action, this is still in a danger zone. And you've seen some pretty big moves to the downside occur if we end up breaking back down under 69K. So use that as kind of your criteria. Start looking for shorts at the 12-hour EMA 100. And in my opinion, you should be looking for weakness here only until maybe on Wednesday, you're still back above the cycle high, the daily 34, where then, we'll become bullish here at ETA, looking for that move to 76,000, where that will reject most likely. Because we know if you get back above the daily EMA 100 in a bear market, that most likely is the start of a bottom. So we know that that will be just kind of like your last big spot here for Bitcoin. Nice. That's just like a monthly 34 retest again. And we know if the monthly gets back above the 34, we're not in breakdown anymore. We're now looking for a move back to the monthly 9. This monthly EMA 100 setups canceled. Weekly SMA 200 canceled. But still not likely yet. Still more in favor of bears. So just keep that in the back of your mind as you go on today and this week. I understand markets, everyone's a war expert, and everyone's a headline trader. So this is looking like headline price action to me. Really won't take much, for this just to start dumping, in my opinion, like this. So watch for a setup like this. In confluence with Bitcoin dominance, still at resistance, daily resistance, put in the bearish retest here, along with a weekly volatility contraction of the biggest setup here in a series of lower highs. And Tether dominance just looks like higher lows and a weekly 9 retest. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. Watch very carefully. And if you're not on our Discord, I suggest you get in the Discord because I am going to be looking for more trades. And this week, I'm really thinking, actually this quarter, this month, Forex, commodities, energy are going to do well. Stocks are also going to give us opportunities. So that just means you want to be paying attention here. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. Watch the Discord, watch 69,200. And if into Wednesday's stream, we're still in this spot, perfect. That's when I'll flip-flop and look for a move to 76K. Until then, I have to be looking at this as a just massive opportunity for sure.
Well, let me ask you something, Alex, before Farhan goes. Have you even seen a 5-minute segment on the war on Fox or CNN?
No.
Then how do you know? Because now I'm an expert. I watched at least 2 segments that were more than 4 minutes each. So now I know about the Strait of the hummus and pita bread. That strait that I didn't know about 2 weeks ago, it's very important. We need to get it back. So it's our priority to open it. Yes, we are the biggest producer of oil in the world. Yes, we're the biggest producer of LNG in the world. Yes, we have nuclear bombs. Yes, we poison our population. Yes, we put shit in the water so that their genitals get smaller and can't have babies. Yes, the medical system kills them, but we will never bomb the 25 idiots closing the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, we will never do that because we're America. All right. So I watched the 5-minute segment. They told me that Michael Saylor bought Bitcoin again today and that Donald Trump's going to have a 45-day treaty with them. And let me tell you something, buddy. Why would the news lie to me? All right. So that's what I'm going for. Long. We're long, everyone.
Fuck. I should just.
And has anyone considered the fact that maybe Trump doesn't want the strait opened? Maybe the implication of the strait being closed is that other countries are going to be more reliant on American oil?
There's no way. We would never do that. Dude, we had the opportunity to do that, to completely fuck Russia over and make all of Europe our bitch. We would well, we might have done that. But listen, this time around, people are going to know because they're so smart and they watch the news, the 4-minute segments. So they're ready. And by the way, this is the embarrassing truth of anyone that's discussing these things on a fucking live stream about finance. How stupid are they? Like, it's legitimately unreal. These are adults that have written books. Like, it's so embarrassing. Either way, I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, I thought it was just funny as fuck because I love it that the team does not give a fuck.
Hey guys, we're gonna look at the charts. No BS. The Strait of Hormuz is the one most important thing that needs to be open and verify investment. And I have a little information from insiders. Get the fuck out of here, morons. Get the fuck out of here. Thank God we're trading against you all. Thank God.
Thank God.
Mazel tov. It was a prime example when they could have ended the Ukraine war in like 2 weeks, and then they sent the British Prime Minister to be like, no, we don't want to end this war.
Well, the thing is, they told us about it too. But can I tell you something? What was the beautiful thing about it? All the headlines right now that the war is going to be quick, that this are identical to the Russia ones. If you look up all the headlines from right now and just substitute the word Iran for Russia, you'll see the clicks from 2022. They're identical. Fucking identical. It's crazy. They don't even work. Like, they don't even care because people won't look anything up and because people watch TikTok and they don't remember what happened yesterday in their life. They're geniuses, obviously. So yeah, we'll enjoy trading against these people. And sadly, I won't be watching the news to learn more as these guys.
Hundreds of millions of dollars of military equipment lost over the weekend in a war that's I was told was over.
Not only that, didn't we give Iran like a fuck ton of weapons when Biden was on? Like, we literally were like, hey, here you go, $100 billion worth of weapons. Hopefully you won't go to war against us. Ta-da! Incredible. Like, come on.
And Trump just admitted that he gave weapons to the terrorists in that region. So in the future, when they start using those weapons on other people, who gave it to them?
Which is honestly, he'd always talk about Obama doing that. He literally just...
It's all of them. It's our plan. We arm them. And then he's like, oh, no, these crazy people that have billions of dollars worth of weapons that I don't know how they got it, but they're terrorists. So we got to destroy them and steal everything in that country.
Reagan armed Osama bin Laden, and then George Bush fought him.
The Mexican cartels are American cartels, and the Mexicans are just the people that work for them. How about that? And then the other thing is, it's genius about having the cartels. You sell weapons to yourself, to the cartels in Mexico, and you train yourself in the cartels in Mexico. So that way, the countries that don't have a budget for armies and cannot be justified as terrorism, you can just do it through the cartels. Dude, these guys are G's, all right? Like I said, Donald Trump, anyone, Peter Thiel, who is probably the devil or the closest thing to the devil, call me, dude. I can be a piece of shit, too. Give me a call. I'll show you how to be a piece of shit. Call me.
I'll be the next Dick Cheney.
Fuck yeah. I'll be as evil as you want. Just give me that delicious $3 billion a year.
Even Dick Cheney will be surprised.
That Dick Cheney, dude. That dude, fucking beast. Either way, I'm sorry. Go on, sir. I apologize.
We'll start with the daily on here. So we got momentum currently pointed up, entering into the bullish control zone. We are taking out this previous high on momentum, with price still making a lower high, giving the possibility of hitting bearish divergence here. This will be a little difficult as of the moment to confirm. You are going to need to close below 66,233 to confirm. But if you do confirm, it gives you a target somewhere between $62,000 and $61,000 on confirmation. As of now, with that close of 38.2%, back test of this 38.2%, should be looking for slightly higher towards somewhere around $70,000. This is 55 EMA. Just below $71,000, and as long as you are below this 55 EMA, it should be seen as resistance. This has been a pretty important area where once we've deviated it, we have gotten some pretty major moves to the downside. Let's see another example of this 55 EMA. This is also basically right whenever we lost that 55, right over here, back around $93,000. This is where the dump ski really started. So this should be seen as pretty important level of resistance, right around $70,000 to $71,000. And going on this, the jewel is still giving you a buy signal out of the bearish control zone, but in the background you do have a bearish cross, the pink crossing below the yellow. Although this is happening a little bit low, so it's not going to be as powerful as if it happened up here. But let's see how much of a move we've gotten so far from this cross. From up here, that would be from open to low of about 3.76%. And the bullish, the light blue oscillator, we'll mark that. We'll take this one. We won't take this one because this is a God mode signal. And we'll call it here. This one went down about 1.5% and then up 7.5%. Up 5.12. 3.2, 7.8, 7.9, I mean, and 11.5. About 12%, similar to the 11-ish number, and then 14, 15%. So yeah, our buddy Grant Cardone's constantly appreciating his blessings. $92,000 average price on $184 million.
This is why you got to listen to people that are clearly publicly that famous for literally being thieves and very respected in the community, because this is what we do, right? They put the stupidest fucking people in front of you and they're like, look, these are the geniuses because they have a private plane. Yeah, he stole the money from everyone and fucking completely scammed all of his investors and they'll never recover. But hey, listen to him. Be blessed. Buy the Bitcoin. Be 50-something million in losses. You're good to go.
Bro's about to be $90 million in losses.
That's pretty good. That's great, man. It's Grant Cardone, man. He's good vibes. He's fit. You know, he's fit. He's fit. That's cool. No, he goes on podcasts. That's pretty cool. Fucking society of morons.
He says, it doesn't bother me one bit. Well, why would it when it's not your money?
Exactly, buddy. Thank you. Same with Michael Saylor, right? What do you have to lose? You're managing the money that you raise. You can literally bankrupt the company and you're going to keep the billions of dollars.
And then the people who footed the bill for those Bitcoin are fucked.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. That's not his money. You see what I mean?
Nope.
Fucking genius.
It'd be hilarious if the whole reason why MicroStrategy always pays like a premium for Bitcoin is if MicroStrategy is buying Michael Saylor's personal Bitcoin. That'd be hilarious.
By the way, would you doubt that some shit like that is happening or in some weird other way?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Absolutely not. There's got to be some reason why they always buy the lower high.
Well,
the local top.
I think they do this, and it's kind of like, for example, Grant Cardone, his scam, You know what? Do you know how his scam works with real estate?
That people find properties or something?
No. So I'll give you an example. I sold my company, my first commercial building, to a government, to a foreign government of a country by where you are from. And they came with a blank check. They literally told me blank check. But the people in the middle of the deal, because I didn't talk to them directly, there was people in the middle of the deal. And the people in the middle of the deal were like, listen, I'll get you a blank check. Tell me how much you want. And I'm like, dude, it doesn't make any sense. Like, no one's going to want to pay me 4 times what I paid for my building when I just bought it 2 years ago. And the guy goes, try me. So I sent them, this is what I want. Next day, they came in, they signed the offer, and the guy told me, listen, we are keeping $1.2 million on top of what you sold it for. You can't say that. That is ours. You're going to give it to us because we brought you the deal and that's what we agreed on. It was like a handshake deal. And I said, you know what? I said, that's fine, dude. You're buying my building. I don't give a fuck. And it's government money. That's cool. What Grant Cardone does is, hey, guys, we're going to buy $100 million worth of real estate. He goes, buys $50 million worth of real estate and tells everyone, I spent $100 million and keeps 50. That's why his investors are never going to get out. That's the American model that gets rewarded.
Straight up scamming.
It's a straight, dude, scamming. Listen to the guy talk. He's a moron. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't take me, David Lee, to know that David Lee was a fucking idiot. I talked to him for 2 seconds. I was like, how is this possible? Like, it's not a coincidence. Like, they're retarded. And then you meet the people that really have made the money and are like really, really up there. They're the biggest assholes in the universe. So there's none of these people that you're seeing the way that they act. Well, it's what it is. It's all fucking either a bunch of scammers or some other fucking deal. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And they're in front of everyone, by the way. And everyone just admires them because you flex your money and people will just do anything for your money. It's so pathetic. But that's how everyone's been trained.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone around Grant Cardone can't stand the dude, but
no, of course not. But it's like Tai Lopez. Tai Lopez is one of the, in a way, he's very smart, but in a way, he's also very stupid because he scammed everyone out of money. All he had to do was pretend to care. And I have a friend of mine that invested also in a business that I invested. And dude has to his name more than $2 billion liquid. All right, this guy has more, not Tai Lopez, this guy. And they're on a conference call. My friend is in his office. Everyone is in their office. And Tai Lopez is at the gym, working out on a Stairmaster, having the call and acting like a total fucking idiot. And the guy, my friend, got so pissed. He goes, I'm going to fucking sue him out of this world. And that's why Tai Lopez is going to jail or whatever's going on with him because of him.
Oh, yeah,
they won't say why or how, but I know how and why, but they won't say it. But Tai Lopez is the biggest scammer in the fucking universe. And people still listen to him.
His idea to bring back Radio Shack was also a scam.
It was not an idea. It was just a scam. You get a lot of people that are completely mentally retarded, the same people that are probably buying Nike right now. And you're like, hey, guys, I'm going to buy a bunch of companies that are obsolete and we're going to bring them back. But how, sir? You don't know anything about engineering, electronics, or anything like that. How are you going to bring them back? Listen, that's not the point. We're going to bring them back. Yeah! Like idiots. Like total fucking idiots.
It seems like he was trying to pull a GameStop.
They all do. Carter's dad sent me you know who Carter is. Carter's dad sent me a PDF, an Excel sheet where he was explaining to me like these companies out of Hong Kong that he's got, how they're going to be worth $1 trillion if they do this and that. And if I wanted to invest at the bottom, I looked at the spreadsheet. This is me 10 years ago, dude. A retard 10 years ago. I look at the spreadsheet. I look at Carter and I'm like, this is a Ponzi scheme. And Carter goes, no way. He goes to his dad. And I go, what did your dad say? And he never talked about it again. He tried to fuck me out of money, that fucking China piece of shit. How about that?
Jeez,
the billionaire. How about that?
They'll scam everybody.
And by the way, rich people scam each other and they never tell anyone because they're embarrassed that they fell for it. So it's like a circle that never stops. The fucking scummy shit that it all goes down. It's the craziest shit in the universe, dude. Like this reality is so wild. Like the CEO club from this Chinese idiot too. It's all a bunch of older guys that invite young 18-year-old girls, if that, so they can like touch their legs and shit while they eat sushi in the little plaza with the cars. How about that? Well, they're all married. But it's a CEO meeting, so you can't go in if you're not a CEO. A CEO of what, you may wonder? Nothing, but just the CEO in their fucking business card, buddy.
Probably have to sign an NDA to attend also.
The idiot invited me. This is why when I said, do you want me to tell people, like, are you going to continue fucking with me? And do you want me to tell people who you are? Instantly deleted everything and fucking went his own merry way. Because this is the thing. The real thing, when they say they blackmail these rich people and the politicians and all that stuff, they all do it to each other. And the reason why they despise me is that they have nothing. Like the guy that sold me my Porsche, the auto gallery owner, the old owner, after I fucked him over, after he tried to fuck me over out of my cars and like out of the money and get a commission out of my own car and all that stuff, that dude, after that was done, he came up with a brilliant idea to tell me, hey, come to the party. I'm going to invite you over. There's a lot of celebrities. I'm going to introduce you to the hottest girls. I don't give a fuck about the hottest girls. And they just don't know what to do with me. That's why they fucking can't stand me. They can't, because there's nothing you can do. Like Manny Cushman's gay. He's murdered people, drunk driving, all this shit. And I want him to hear this, because sue me if I'm lying. Sue me if I'm lying. Can't.
I literally swear on my life that for the last like 8 years I could have sworn Manny was gay.
He's gay, straight up.
I said it so many times, and people said I was just a hater.
No, he's gay. And I've said it out loud. Why is he not doing anything? Because I also know who owns his cars and all of the life that he pretends to have, and who's his baby daddy out of Canada. So get the fuck out of here, bunch of morons. You see, this is all an illusion, Farin. It's all like pieces of shit that do this to each other all day long. Say that again.
So he's not going to make it legal, because then it all becomes public.
It becomes public information once you can depose him and do your, what's it called when you do the research? Wow, I can't believe I'm forgetting that. Whatever it's called, that you do the digging. Discovery. Thank you. When you do discovery, pretty much everything is off limits that relates to that, and then it would come out. So yeah, I mean, this is why these people all stopped and got real quiet real quick. Fat ass out of Miami, daddy gave him $300 million and then sued his dad because daddy didn't want to pay the taxes on the trust. He wanted daddy to pay the taxes on the trust. So I'm going to sue my dad for giving me $300 million and not paying the taxes on the trust, but I'm self-made. Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
Shit, I would pay 75% of that in tax happily. Me
too. Dude, give me 10 million out of the 300. You know what I mean? Like, get the fuck out of here. It's so pathetic. But that's the people on Instagram, the super wealthy guys, the very smart guys that have all these cars and everyone's sucking their dick. These retards. Or Roger, the king, right? That smells like a fucking foot, and his dad gave him all of those apartments, and all he had to do was just like basically pay the manager for all the properties to keep managing the properties. You like that? None of those guys. It's rare sitting down with someone that's smart that did it, because those guys are complete fucking assholes and don't want to waste their time.
Yeah, basically Elon is a
like that. Steve Jobs. Yeah. Like those guys are like Sam Altman. Go try to sit with Sam Altman. He's a fucking scumbag, but he's very smart. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't have the mental, what do you call it? The energy to waste on people that they see.
No, exactly. Because most people are just middlemen, dude. Like these people just work. Like I said, when I was in Mexico with the guy that showed me that you could see through Wi-Fi all the stuff in 2018, 2019, when everybody said that I was crazy that you could see through Wi-Fi, that dude offered me to be a middleman for an arms deal between Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Israel. They needed a middleman that had a Mexican passport, that wasn't Saudi, and that wasn't a Jew, because my guy was a Jew. So they were willing to give me millions of dollars just to sign a piece of paper that said, I am the one brokering the deal. I said no.
Is there anything that could like come back on you like that?
Of course, they'll kill you. They killed Johannes. Remember Blugatti?
Oh, yeah.
Johannes was an arms dealer.
That's what he died for?
Johannes was an arms dealer, like a legit arms dealer. For, I can't remember if it's Malaysia or whatever country. They did a $700 million arms deal for, let's say, Malaysia and the United States. Malaysia paid through Johannes the $700 million to the United States. Johannes paid the United States. The United States stole the money and didn't give him the weapons. And when Johannes came back to Malaysia, he recorded everyone in the military in the United States to show that he really paid them and everything. And when his own country was like, dude, where's the weapons? Johannes is like, these guys don't want to give them to me. They stole your money and everything. His government didn't believe him. Johannes sent them all the tape, and that's when they killed him.
Yeah, that's crazy. I remember seeing on Instagram when this dude died, but I didn't know any of that.
Yeah, the cops went to his house in the Palisades with his wife and everything, and they shot him like in front of his family. And then they said, oh, the reason why we did it was because he was holding a gun and he was acting like a crazy bastard to his wife. And I know the lady, and that's not true.
That's crazy. They had the police do it.
That's how it works, dude. The United States, the army, the police, like the military forces, work for the fucking devil, believe it or I know it sounds crazy, but I promise you that's the real thing. And they will reward those people that will become a part of that. This is why they're looking to live forever here on Earth, because they can control hell. Because if they go to the other side, they're going to go back to being nothing and going to get punished.
Yeah, I remember that one retard who crashes every single car that he drives would post about it all the time.
What?
The Nike dude in New York, the Asian.
Oh, Ben.
Crashes every car.
But Ben, like, Ben is unbearable. They've offered me a job and they were paying me like $1 million a year to manage a company that, quote, he has. And I said, no, if I'm going to have to deal with Ben and talk to him once a year, I don't want to do it. And they were like, dude, he's just like nope, don't want to do it. Don't want to do it. Dude, he's unbearable. He thinks he's so funny because everyone is like, oh, look, Benny's an asshole. How funny. He is the biggest fucking scumbag in the world. Period. No time in the world for that. I don't care how much money you have, you're going to give me. I'd rather be on the street than have to deal with any of this shit, dude. People are nuts.
Yeah, whenever people pretend like, oh, it's just funny, it's because they don't want the money to stop.
That's it. Like, how can the biggest asshole in the fucking world be so funny when he's being a total fucking asswipe? Like, I remember he had nowhere to go for 4th of July. I invited him to my party. And he goes, I don't think I'm going to go there because I don't want to eat poor people's food. And he was dead serious about it.
What?
Yeah. I was like, all right, I'm never in my fucking life inviting these fucking piece of shit again.
Yeah. Elon Musk eats McDonald's and he's worth almost $1 trillion.
You don't understand. You don't fucking understand. If I told you all the stories of everything that I've seen, known, gone through, it's impossible to believe them. But at the same time, you've seen it. Maybe not the full story, but you've seen the outcomes.
Crazy world.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry for interrupting you. That was fun.
It was indeed, and I do enjoy the part that I got every reference, even if the names were dropped.
That's right. Fuck yeah.
So we'll go back to the daily. We have on the low end about a 3% move, and then on the higher end somewhere around 11% move to 12% move. So far we have done that roughly 3%. That is about from here to here. Let's go back for a second. It was right over. Where do we get the buy signal? Right there. All right. From this open, we went up about 2.95%. So if we were to take it roughly 5%, that would take us to around $71,000. And the higher end number, just for funsies, brings us to about $76,000. Both are important numbers. Although I'm slightly leaning against the prospect of going to 76,000. I'm thinking somewhere around the low 70s, maybe 70,000 flat, 71, somewhere in that zone, or maybe 72. But 12 hours also currently flipped up. 12 hours no longer putting in hidden bearish divergence. It was previously putting in a possible drive. Now you've taken out this high on a closing basis, so there's no longer possibility for hidden bearish divergence. And the jewel is also giving you a buy signal, and you're getting a bullish cross here with the pink crossing above the yellow. It is happening slightly above the bearish control zone, but it is still happening quite low. So this should still be a pretty powerful setup, especially on the 12-hour. And we have gotten a close over the 38.2%, and we're still holding the 61.8%. If we were to lose this area at around $69,500, we're likely going to get a little bit of a pullback, tag somewhere around 68.8 to possibly 68.3. And in that zone, as long as you're holding that 68.3 zone, then you should see an extension into the 78.6. If you continue to hold the 61.8%, then probably not going to see that pullback and probably going to see a direct movement to the 78.6, somewhere around $70,500 to $71,000, somewhere in that region. And if you notice, this 100 EMA is also a pretty important area. We deviated it, dropped down pretty heavily. Let's find some more tests of that. Been below it since right about $92,000, $93,000. So probably going to be pretty significant resistance. Go to the 8-hour. 8 hours also flipped up, entering into the bullish control zone with volatility currently expanding, and the 8 hours giving you a buy signal on the jewel, very close to entering into the bullish control zone here. With currently getting a little bit of rejection, not really much from the 200 SMA because you are still over it, and if you do close over this area, then you should see extension into somewhere around 78.6 to the 88.3. That gives you a range between 70,000 and 71,000. Let's see what the reaction has been. This last major lower high of 76,000 was around 200 SMA. Our major lower high at about $90,600 was a rejection of this 200 SMA. Major lower high at 91.2, rejection of this 200 SMA. And basically, since we've lost it at around $90,000, we have just been rejecting this 200 SMA. And as of now, we are getting above it, which is a very significant change or significant shift, where if we can't close above that area, should see a nice little pop, probably a little short squeeze, and that's probably going to be it. That's probably going to be the move you're looking for, which is going to put in your lower high, and then you can break these lows. Four-hour also flipped up with volatility still expanding. 4-hour has closed over the 200 SMA with the fresh super cross at the upside, and you've already tagged the 88.3% and the 78.6, which would have been your target from closing over the 38.2. So now, as long as you're holding over the 78.6 and this 200 SMA, I would expect extension into somewhere around 71,000, which is the 95%. Anything here? No. 2 hours also very close to flipping back up, getting or deviating the bullish control zone with volatility about to start expanding, and we're very close to getting back over the moving average. And you've taken out all of these lows on momentum with price putting in higher lows, giving you possibility for hidden bullish divergence. This will require a close over 69,607 to confirm, and that gives you a move back to around 70,000 to 70,700. 2 days also flipping back up with volatility approaching extreme lows. 2 days reclaiming this bottom 38.2%. That is at about $68,700. When do we close? With timer in about 8.5 hours. We can close over this area. Probably going to retest this zone somewhere around 68.7, and then should be extension into 71. Somewhere around this area, I do think is going to be your top. Somewhere between 71 and 74, which is going to be this top 38.2%. Let's go over to the index. I don't think I need this this exchange's chart, so I'll just remove this because I don't use this exchange anymore. I won't say their name.
I hate them.
It's actually because they're not paying. So no free advertisement here.
That's right. Ain't no freebies in this channel. Let me tell you that much, boy.
Spits tobacco. Ding!
It's one of my favorite sound effects.
I've never understood why it makes the thing, but I just go with it.
It's a well, it like all sound effects on movies and anything. You know that a door opening and all that stuff. It's never a door opening that they're recording, right? Like they're using other shit to make the sound that you think, like how it should sound. So all the sounds from, and I'm telling you, this is not from one movie or like a couple movies. If you look up how they do sound design, that's the way you can look it up on YouTube. Opening a door, steps. It's never really what you think. It's someone else doing something else that sounds like that. So it's suggesting you sounds.
So
It's not really sounds.
more exaggerated.
Say that again?
So it sounds like more exaggerated.
Exactly. That's what it is. So that's why you hear the ding when you throw it instead of.
I thought they had metallic spit or something.
They wish. They wish.
So on the 5-day, we had previously been flipped up for a good amount of time. This 5-day had been flipped up for about since February 25th, around that zone, and we did see a decent sized move up from that when momentum did flip up on the 5-day from opening to wick high basis. We saw a move up of around 18.6%, almost 20%. But now momentum has started to flip back down right at this neutral zone. And remember, the rules were that you shouldn't see momentum as positive as or negative as long as it's within the 20s. So as long as it's below positive 20, you should not see that as positive, and as long as it's above negative 20, you should not see that as negative. It's more so neutral. And we came exactly to the neutral area, failed to go back above the 20, and we flipped back down on momentum here. And we haven't gotten the close yet, but this is going to close in about 4 days, and that will confirm momentum to the downside as long as we are closing below this median and $71,200. As long and that is the area where it's right around the area we're looking to see on a little bit of a rally right into that 70,000, 71,000 area. High probability you will reject that because this is a 5-day median, high area of resistance. And then if you do, assuming you reject this median at 71,000, your next stop is going to be somewhere around 664 for a little bit of a bounce. You're going to sweep this low, and then that bounce is likely going to fail, and that brings you around to somewhere around like $61,000 to $58,000. The 38.2% target would be 53. Weekly is also currently flipped up, getting out of the bearish control zone. Weekly is very close to putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence. Let me see here. Yeah, so it's just a slight move higher right into that $71,000 region, which is right around your median on the weekly. Also, weekly median's at 72,000. Likely gives you that rejection, and that'll put in the hidden bearish divergence, taking out this high when price was around $98,000. Wow. Still significantly lower high. You're like $30,000 below that area, so high probability that hidden bearish divergence will confirm, and then that gives you a move down to about $59,000. 2-week is also currently flipped up on momentum with volatility still contracting, telling you you're likely going to find a lower high off of this move. And your next area of resistance is going to be this 5 EMA and the 61.8%, right around 71 to 72,000. Monthly is also monthly is currently flipped down, but it's very close to retesting the moving average. Very likely this is going to reject with momentum in the bearish control zone, and volatility is still expanding. That gives you a move up, maybe that 72,000 area. I don't really see it touching this 5, which is around 75,000. Like, sure, you can see that moving to 76 on like an explosive, very bullish bearish retest, and see 76 somewhere. So let's give you a range somewhere between 72 and 76 on a very bullish event. High probability, if you even can get to 76, that you will reject that area pretty heavily, and from there you're probably going to make it into your next lower high. And then we're going to get to that on the moon phase chart also, because it's kind of lined up with the next bear move. And quarterly is also currently flipped down, about to retest the edge of the bearish control zone. Quarterly is Jules giving you a fresh sell signal here. Every single time the quarterly Jewel has flipped into a neutral, it has been a bear market, let alone the sell signal, which we have to sell now. And if we do see a little bit of a move up, this would be the only scenario where I can see getting that retest of 76K is if you come back to retest this quarterly 9 EMA at around $76,000. And this is the first time that we've lost this quarterly 9 EMA in this entire bull market. So maybe you can get that bearish retest of it after losing it for the first time. That would bring you up to 76,000. Let's check out that. Daily untethered dominance currently has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 8.073%. You've hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone. The next level is going to be the bearish control zone at 7.22%, with volatility back at extreme lows. 12-hour has multiple drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 8.067%, and now you're in the bearish control zone, with volatility now freshly expanding from extreme lows with bearish divergence. And you're also getting a bearish cross here with the pink crossing below the yellow, happening below the bullish control zone, but still not still a good amount above the bearish control zone. Let's mark this off. This is in the bullish control zone, so I'm not going to take that. Here's one. The other one. Not these dates. So it's slightly, basically right at the bullish control zone. We'll take it. Fuck it. And this will be our last one. All right. These are all pretty nice moves. 6.79%. 8.36%. You know, even on an uptrend, still got these moves down, which is basically what we're looking for now. 4.39%. So similar to that 5% number we just saw. These are not much. About 1.8%. And that's well. About 4% to the downside, which is right around that low to middle move. We will see about 5%, about 7.6% on Tether, and then we see somewhere around 8%. 8% bring us to about 7.4%. This 200 SMA is around 7.28%. Yes, I did.
What? Fuck them then. Okay. Thank you.
Is it not in the coupon area?
Nope.
Dude, we got a message. What's his face? This is like the third time they've done this.
Yeah.
Fourth.
I mean, not surprising. Everything gets fucked up here and there all the time. So that's why I'm asking.
And 4-hour untethered dominance also has a silver cross to the downside currently. First silver cross. We have yet to retest the 9 EMA, but this is kind of looking like one of those moves where price just dumps and has the 9 pulled into price action, because we are getting a massive rejection from this 5, and now we've turned a pretty massive shooting star dildo here. Shooting dildo after a pretty nasty dump to the downside just shows like severe weakness. Maybe we can get a retest of this 200 SMA, but I'm eventually looking for it to come down somewhere around 7.7, like 7.6%, which is not really that much lower. Two-day currently has active bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as closing over 8.146%. And your next easy target, which is a simple moving average, and the next target is the bearish control zone. That's at about 7.2%. Volatility is still expanding also. Five days about to put in a fresh drive bearish divergence. This closes in about 4 days and 9 hours. This is going to confirm with any close below 7.837%. So if we do confirm this 5-day bearish divergence, this is the scenario that takes Bitcoin up to $76,000, because volatility is now at extreme lows on the 5-day, almost at 0%, with 3 drives of bearish divergence forming, and that would give us a minimum target towards somewhere around 7.5%, but likely the neutral zone, which is going to update. Right now it's at 6.6%. And that would be Bitcoin's move up to somewhere around 76, maybe $78,000. If it actually does go to 6.59%, that would be a move down of $6.59. That's a hell of a move down. That's about 15%. So if we actually do see that 15% move down, which I slightly against it, I'm leaning more towards this updating. That's like a 15% move down. That probably takes Bitcoin up to $80,000. But we have to see if this updates or not. 6 days still has active bearish divergence. This is going to remain active as long as you're closing below 8.330%. And now you're putting in a shooting star dildo here. We just want to see a loss at the 9, and that brings us down to the 21, right around 7.2. Lines up with your bullish control zone, kind of, which is 7.4. Weekly is now putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. Very interesting. And this will confirm with any close below 8.146%. Actually 7.954%. And that's going to give you a move down towards the edge of the bullish control zone at a minimum, which is at 7.17. Lines up at 7.2. 2-week local top. That's going to target the simple moving average at 7.3%. Lines up at 7.2. Monthly is also looking a short-term toppy here, not necessarily toppy like in a toppy sense, but more toppy in a pullback sense. We're probably going to come back and test this 5 around 7.3s. With volatility now expanding on the monthly. Quarterly Jules giving you a buy signal here on Tether dominance. Wow, that's amazing. First time ever. It's just a steady uptrend. If you like Bitcoin at $126,000, you're gonna love it at $50,000.
Grant Cardone's going to be so blessed. So blessed. But that's fine.
He's gonna be $90 million down.
Not him.
Not him though. Yeah.
What a fucking G.
I wish I could lose $100 million and not take a penny of my own loss.
What I just can't is right now I wanted to do like a tokenized fund. I have a tokenized investment fund where we got we invested in 4 companies. That shit's going great. And then I wanted to continue that, bring it into real estate and some other stuff. And the more I thought about it, I was like, I don't want to deal with people's money. People are irrational. They don't want to wait. No one's on a good plan. And I'm doing the right thing, right? Like I'm not charging them like these fees and like charging double for the property and all that stuff. Like I'm not doing any of that. It's just not worth it, dude. Imagine to deal with it. Like if I had a public fund and let's say that I made the mistake that Grant Cardone made, I'd be dying. The stress level that I would be going through right now for being underwater like that, I would be dying, and it's not worth it.
You get people crying and breaking down over a 3% loss or unrealized gains, and you're under, like if you're underwater 50%, like Grant Cardone, then
Imagine
you're going through some shit.
Dude, I made NFTs. I gave away a Tesla. I put both the fucking NFTs in the biggest carnivals in all of Mexico where millions of people saw them, celebrities. I got celebrities in it, all that stuff. The cost of the NFT was $180. People still write to me as if I stole everything from them because the project failed. Like they're
Yeah,
like, this guy's a scammer and a blah. I'm never again. I can make people a lot of money. I'll never fucking do it. I just make money for me. Period. Never again. Not worth it. Especially fucking ungrateful cunts because they don't know how to sell. Nope.
This is literally why every single person who asks me, "Can I give you some money and you can trade for me?" I tell all of them no.
No, yeah, not worth it, dude. Because then they cry, they don't understand, they think it's like completely risk-free. Nope. No. I don't think
You're
so.
supposed to, you're expected to refund the losses if it doesn't work out, and they can't be patient and sit through a little drawdown, but you don't get any of the wins.
Yeah, and to me is no one wants to pay me. I am the guy that I was telling I went to dinner last night because it was Belen's birthday, so we went to dinner to Mastro's with the father-in-law and whatnot. And one of the waiters knew who I was, so he came over and he goes, "Dude, you got to tell me, when is the housing market going to come down?" And my father-in-law, Belen's dad, sitting next to me. So I started telling him, like, this is what I think, this is what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, "Fuck, man, they come and consult from you for free?" And I was like, "It's a waiter. I don't care." And he goes, "No, I'm just kidding." And I go, "You would be surprised at how many people fucking call me, consult, ask me for anything. From what car should I buy to make more money to when should I buy this? Should I invest in this?" They all do. And the second I call them and I'm like, "Hey, I have a question for you about business insights on your end," they tell me to fuck off. This is why I don't help. I refuse to help anyone now. Refuse. Aside from people like that guy that's the waiter. I don't fucking give a shit. It's a pleasure. But yeah, no. I don't think so. I'm always like, my opinion's worth whatever because they need it. But then afterwards, basically, I am like a leper. I don't know what the fuck I am because I'm this, like, clearly I've never done anything for anyone, apparently. So it's fucking crazy.
99.9% of people, second that you become or stop becoming useful, you've never done anything.
Even when you are. I got that dude that has this crazy garage and a very inspiring podcast that yells at everyone to be rich and do it and don't sleep and work out all the time, who got rich by selling fucking supplements. Dude, man, called me on every decision that he had to make to buy a car that would appreciate over time. And right now he's ripping the benefits. The day I called him about, like, asking him, I want to put together a little contest about fitness and blah, blah, blah. Can you give me some tips? Dude replied to me as if I would have been a homeless person asking him to give him $1 million just because I wanted some insights. After he called me nonstop for years about the cars. And I was still, by the way, back then I was still famous and whatever you want to call that. So yeah, never again helping anyone. Fuck that.
Yeah, I saw that first-hand example with the whole Bitcoin and crypto shit, and then a certain person who is a lawyer and I was getting sued didn't even get a discount. Not even
Isn't that
friends and
incredible?
family discount.
Isn't that incredible? Fucking assholes.
Get charged $150 a minute for phone calls.
Of course. They always get their shit. Same.
Well,
so many stories.
It's an hour, but they'll charge you for an hour and you'll talk for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I have so many stories. We'll share afterwards. Finish. I'm sorry.
Daily currently has active drive of hidden bullish divergence on Bitcoin, whereas Tether has bearish divergence. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing over $66,900, and you've hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone. Next level is if you continue from here, it's going to be the neutral zone again, and that level is at about 78,900, right in that zone. And the bullish control zone is what becomes actionable if that 5-day bullish divergence confirms, and that's what takes you into about $76,000. So there's that chance that looming 76,000, but you have to clear 71 to 72 first. And I do think you will reject that on the first step. Anything else here? No. 12-hour currently has active bullish divergence and validating the hidden bearish divergence with the volatility setup now firing off, but we'll get to that on the momentum chart. And the bullish divergence has hit the easy target, which is the bullish control zone. Next level is the critical zone. If we can get to it, if you can clear 72,000, and that level is at about $76,000, 75.7 to be exact. 8-hour closes in 8 minutes or 9 minutes. We're very close to finally reclaiming that 200 SMA. Pretty significant area considering that was our major lower high here, major lower high here, major lower high here. Before this was resistance busted through it, went to new all-time, or not new all-time highs, but new rally highs, right around that $98,000 zone. And as of now, this 200 SMA is at 69,005, 69,300, somewhere around that zone. You do close over it, that's what gives you that move into somewhere around 72. If you get even a 4-hour closing basis over 72, I would say that you're probably going to go to 76 next. I just want to see the confirmation of that weekly divergence, and then we can see the update, and then I can get a more accurate target. 4 hours now, finally getting volatility expansion. I remember this thing was so boring to watch all weekend. Price was literally just grinding sideways, doing nothing. This was the most boring shit ever. It would have been better if I didn't even look at Bitcoin and just focused on my trip in Merida.
Yes, it would have. Yes, it would have.
Well, we're finally getting that volatility expansion, and now momentum is into the bullish control zone. We're actually even in the critical zone, and still just going up, getting a close back over that 200 SMA, back testing it and expanding with the fresh silver cross. 2 hours putting in a local bottom. This is going to confirm with any close over $69,620. Nice number. And that'll take us towards the critical zone, which is currently at about 69. It's not that. It's actually low. We're already in the critical zone, actually. Never mind. That would be, let's change it, actually. Let's zoom in. Critical zone, we're at 83. Let's change it to 85. And that brings us to about $70,300. Now let's change it back to default. All right, now we'll go into 2-day. 2-day also has a bullish divergence. 2-day is about to reclaim this 21, closes in 8 hours. This bullish divergence will be active as long as you're closing over $65,969. Nice number. Let me zoom in on this RSI. We're about to hit the easy target, which is a simple moving average, and that level sits at about $70,000, $70,200. Let's see. We take out this low. Yeah. What was the price on this low? No, we also put in a lower low on price, so there's no divergence here. 3-day local bottom that would target the bullish control zone. That sits at about 77, but this will update in 8 hours. 5 days putting in the local bottom now, invalidating the hidden bullish divergence or hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as this is going to confirm as a local bottom with any close over $69,150. And if you do confirm a local bottom here, this is going to target at minimum the edge of the bearish control zone. That sits at about 73.8, with volatility now almost at extreme lows. 6-day also has bullish divergence, whereas Tether still has bearish divergence. This is going to remain active as long as you're closing below $64,652. And your next target is going to be the edge of the bearish control zone, and that level sits at about $76,000. And this will update in 8 hours. Weekly also putting in a local bottom. This is going to confirm with any close over. Actually, yeah, it's already confirmed. Confirmed on this one, and this is going to give you a target of the edge of the bearish control zone, and that will update also. But it's currently sitting at 77,000. Local bottom on the 2-week. We're going to target the simple moving average, but this will update, and it's currently sitting at 81. And it's probably going to update a lot of times. Let me check when the bear moon should be somewhere around the 16th, I believe, the 15th or the 16th. Ask ChatGPT when the next new moon is.
Should be right, about 26 days. I'll look it up.
April 17th. April 17th. So I was very close.
No way.
For the new moon, not the full one.
Oh, okay. I was like, there's no fucking way. You're missing a month. Okay. Yes.
Yes. So the bare moon is like 11 days away. It wouldn't be the most un-Bitcoin like thing to put in a bearish, a nice little bearish retest at the low to mid 70,000s off of the bull moon, because we just got a bull moon. Let's make our moon phase. Oh fuck, we don't have the moon phases on this one. Let's find the moon phases. And everyone can feel free to laugh while I put in the moon phases.
They work. No one laughs anymore. We laughed at first. But no one's laughing now.
When I was younger, I used to tell everyone I wanted to grow up to be a comedian, and they all laughed at me. Well, no one's laughing now. Let's measure how much we are up now from the wick low to the high off of the bull moon. We are currently up around 7%. So if we were to take it somewhere around $72,000, that would be about 9%, 9 to 10%. And for funsies, 76,000 would be about 16%. Let's measure the previous bull moons and see how much. This was the bull moon here. Let's see where exactly it fired off from. My vision is not the best. I think it was this candle here. From the low to the high, we went about 12%, and then 15%. Interesting. 15% would bring us close to that 76 area. This is more so one of the ones that I'm looking for. A little bit of a move up in the midst of a pullback or a massive dump ski. This is about 6%. About 6% also. 10%. Okay. Now we will make these moon phases disappear. I don't remember which planet it was, but something was going into retrograde. Someone said it on crypto Twitter, and it's bearish if it's true.
If like Venus is going into retrograde or some shit like that.
Yeah, one of these planets is going into retrograde.
I'll say the stars do mark everything, but no one knows how to read them. Like forget about reading charts, dude. Like people are trying to read the stars. Get the fuck out of here. But that does work. Like I had let's call it a billionaire's wife that's also a billionaire on her own, read mine with the stars. She barely knew me. I've never seen anything like that. That couple is what changed the way that I look at everything.
My wife is taking an astrocartography course where it's basically about this and learning how to put lines and maps and all of that. Some of the stuff actually is quite impressive.
I mean, that's what the Egyptians, the people that were here before the Aztecs and everyone basically used, right, to build the old world. So it must work. We just have no fucking clue of how.
And that's why everyone laughs at the people who talk about it, because most people are just half-assing it. And
yeah, of course. 100%.
And I can say this because she is not here at the moment.
Good. I'm glad we're safe.
Quarterly has active bearish divergence. This is going to remain active as long as we're closing below $114,000. You've hit the easy target, which is on the previous one, which was somewhere on the previous candle, which is somewhere between 66,000 and 71,000. And now you have an updated target after the RSI updated, and now that is sitting at about $63,000, 63,200. And all right, and let's go to the 6 month. 6 month is putting in 3 possible drives of bearish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close below 74,441, and that gives you a move down to this 21 EMA, which is currently sitting at about $43,000, and then on this next open, which will confirm your bearish divergence as long as you're below 74,441. This 21 is going to move up, and it's going to likely line up with this previous 12-hour, 6-month closing high and this meme line right around $46,000. Okie dokie. Now let's go get momentum. All right, daily momentum is currently flipped up freshly, rejecting the critical zone with the derp of life, and you are currently going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $67,900, and you are now breaking out of the bearish control zone. Last time we escaped the bearish control zone was right over in this zone here, and then we made our move up to that 76,000 area. But I was told this was FTX. So definitely we're going to go to new all-time highs from because this is FTX. 12 hours currently flipped up with volatility expanding from extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about $68,000. Last volatility setup that we had to the upside was right around this zone here, and this took us to about $74,000 and then $76,000. Let's see if there's any divergence forming here. There is indeed some hidden bearish divergence forming because you are taking out this previous high on momentum while price is still making a lower high. But this is going to be a little bit difficult to confirm this as of the moment. To make a local top here, you have to close below $66,606, and that will confirm it. And then that'll take you down towards these current range lows at around $65,000. Probably will break down at that point though. Let's see what else. 8 hours also currently flipped up. We just got a fresh close. So 8 hour did close back over the 200 SMA, and you're going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $67,600. All right. 4 hour with that volatility finally starting to expand with a fresh silver cross. 4 hours are currently firing off a volatility setup to the upside, and it's going to remain active as long as you're flipped up, and you're going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $69,750, which you are very close to as of this moment, and you are now entering into the critical zone. Let's find the last volatility setup on the 4 hour to the upside. This was one over here, and how much did we go up? Let's find a good one though, because this one kind of reset. We haven't had a 4 hour to the upside in a minute. Here's one.
Is your CME chart right? No. Why does it say 67, but when you click on the chart, it's 70,000? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that's weird.
Is that maybe a little what's going to happen?
Maybe
because I'm looking at Solana. Solana's weak as fuck. Like weak. Like, dude, you pumped on Bitcoin, and on Sol, you can't get past that 83 resistance.
Yeah, it's not looking the best. And you just swept that high, looking like a swing failure pattern here.
Sorry, sir. That I just thought my computer was fucked.
No te preocupes, senor. I don't know how to say it.
Thank you.
2 hour currently is flipped up, and it's in the critical zone with volatility not going into contraction, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $69,800. Index. All right. 2 days currently very close to flipping back up, and this will be a rejection of the critical zone if you do flip up here, and it will flip up with any close over $69,200. Nice number. Let's see these lows here. You currently, what is this low? This is 65,772, and this one is 65,900. So this is a higher low, not a lower low, so there's no bullish divergence here. 3 day, let's do the 5 day actually. 5 days currently also flipped up with volatility back at extreme lows, and you're going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $66,400. And if you note, momentum is making a higher low, while if price is still making a lower low, that gives you a bullish divergence, which was confirmed when momentum flipped up. And you have hit the easy target from that bullish divergence, which is the 200 SMA. Your next target is going to be this 21, which is right around $76,000 if you can get a 5 day close over this 9 EMA. Or if you can get past 72,000, either one of those two things. 4 hour close over 72,000, or 5 day close over this 9 at right around 70,000. Weekly is also going to remain flipped up. Actually, yeah. Weekly. Weekly is also going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about $66,000. And then if you go to CME, CME currently is also going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about 67,500. But on CME, you do have a higher low on momentum, whereas price has a lower low, giving you bullish divergence on CME, which is going to be currently active as long as you're closing over $67,500. Why is it showing 67,000?
I'm telling you, it's the weirdest shit I've ever seen.
That's weird. This would flip momentum down if we stay here.
There you go. Maybe that's why. I honestly, what my gauge for price going up is the peso, and the peso bottoming, to me, is bottoming at 17.6 something against the dollar. Like, you know, so it could be that you're topping right now. That's the way I read that.
And then muy rápido, we can send the peso back over 20.
Yeah. But if the peso's weak, like if dollar is weak against the peso, then that means market should be pumping, and it already did. And to me, I've been looking for this trade all weekend. Like, when is the peso going to get to 17.6 per dollar? That's where I want to short. And that's where it's at.
On Bitcoin? Short Bitcoin?
Basically. And it's already 17.7. No, it hasn't hit the 17.6. Wait, did it do it? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm on the 30-minute chart. Get the fuck out of here. I don't understand what's going on. There it is. Yeah, I mean, right here, the 17.7, just right below, it's the 34 in the daily. That's where I think that's that.
And
the 4 hour.
And I'm sure all of the people will apologize once the peso breaks back over 20.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure.
It always happens. You know what? They won't apologize, but we'll just sell more. That's how it works. The reason why they're here is because no one believed that the market was going to crash, right? No one. Everyone's, it's bullish. It's Donald Trump. How's that going?
That's why that dude No Limit is blowing up, even though he didn't flip bearish until we were way bearish.
That dude No Limit is not blowing up out of nothing other than to confuse people. He's pretending to be a millionaire that posts the news like any other retard that's posting the news day and night. You would think if you can beat the markets and kill it, you would be off Twitter. I don't even kill it that much, and I'm not even on Twitter all day like that dude. So
I rarely tweet.
Sigh up, unfortunately.
We were bearish when Bitcoin was at like $115,000.
Yep. That's why we have more people here. Legit.
First time I've actually nailed a bear market that close to the top.
Same.
I guess two cycles is the sweet spot. Once you go through 2 cycles, then you can see the moves coming.
That's enough. Yeah.
You only need to get raped in the ass twice.
That's it. And then you know everything.
It's like that with every single aspect of
life.
Like
really.
Life.
Yeah.
So on the 2 week, we're very close to flipping back up on Bitcoin. This is going to flip back up if we can close over $66,800. And if this does flip back up here, this is going to be the first time 2 week momentum has flipped back up since about April when we went to new all-time highs. I'm not saying that we're going to go to new all-time highs here. Probably not going to go to new all-time highs, but you're probably going to get a nice little bounce into your next major lower high. And I do think at that point you are going to probably sweep this high here, which is at about 76,000. And if this does flip back up, that's what takes you up to $80,000, which is going to be a retest of this 55 EMA and this major bounce zone from November of 2025, which we gave us a bounce of how much? About 21%. So I do think once this, or if this does flip up, that's what gives you that move. So we have to watch in this next 6 days if we can maintain over this number. And if this does flip up, then I'm going to go back to thinking that we're going to go to somewhere around $76,000 to $80,000 if this does flip up. Pretty big if. Monthly is also currently flipped down with volatility basically firing off. We're just waiting to see the monthly close to confirm the volatility expansion. But this is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below about $97,800. This pivot was previously around was 114 or 115,000, so it did drop, but it didn't drop nearly enough to be bullish. If this was going to be bullish, you need to see this drop to around 70,000 or somewhere in the 60s. And the fact that it did not shows you that this is still leaning very bearish. And you are also breaking into the bearish control zone. And the monthly volatility setup does have a 100% hit rate in terms of playing out in the direction of momentum, which currently momentum is going to be down as long as you're closing below $97,800. And you are now entering into the bearish control zone. And on this next open, you're projected to enter into the critical zone. And if you were to fire off, or if you were to assume that this is going to fire off, let's be super generous and say it fires off at around 76,000. Let's be very generous. Let's say 76,000 and do the average move of 50% down. We don't really need to do that. It's $38,000. But and if you were to do it at 80,000, this would be the most generous ever. 50% brings us to 40,000. I love the 50% moves. You don't have to do any math. 3 months is currently flipped down, losing the critical zone for the first time in history, with volatility approaching the lowest point ever. And you're going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 100,900. This also went down a little bit. This was at 108, but the fact that you're still $30,000 below this area is very bearish. So on the high time frames, you are shifting extremely bearish on Bitcoin, with 6 month putting in possible 3 drives of bearish divergence, which will confirm with any close below 74,441. Monthly is basically firing off a volatility setup. Quarterly also already has active bearish divergence. We just need the monthly to close over that 15%, and that will fire off the volatility setup to the downside. And that will give us an average of 50% down from wherever it did fire off. So if we're assuming that we're being super generous and it fires off from 76,000, this average will be 38,000. If it fires off from 80,000, that brings us to about 40,000. And our current range that we're looking at for the bottom is somewhere around a range between 38,000 and about $43,000 to $45,000, which I do think you're going to find your major long-term local bottom in that zone, and probably going to go sideways for several months after you find your bottom. Probably going to retest that bottom, and then from there, sometime around 2029, according to Scottie Pippen's chart, we will go to $160,000 in 2029.
Oh God, thank you for that.
And the invalidation is closing a weekly over $98,000. It's funny because even Scotty's chart shows us going sideways for all of 2027 and not hitting new all-time highs until 2029.
Well, I think this is the one time that there's going to be a trap. Like I said, I believe in cycles and all that stuff, but I also believe in bullshit, right? That they play. And the reason why, just simplified, everybody right now is waiting for Bitcoin to go down. Now, I don't think it's going to go as low as those people think. I think we get one more impulse down that looks terrible, like really terrible. Like they're going to be like, imagine this. They nuked Iran. Bitcoin comes down to that level quickly. The stock market too. We pick up instantly because every retard that's sold, like the most retarded analysts right now are now getting bearish. So that means they just sold, right, at these levels. So that means they're going to bring them down. And these guys are like, I'm going to buy Bitcoin, like Andrew Tate, another great analyst. So Andrew Tate's going to be waiting for $20,000. Bitcoin will come down, let's say $55,000, $50,000, $45,000 maybe tops on this move. And it'll be a quick one. And then from there, big bounce. We go close to all-time highs, maybe new all-time highs. At least that's what I expect on the on stocks. I don't know how long that's going to last. The reason why that would happen is they would want to get more people in, because right now, economically speaking, on the cycle, you are at the end of a gigantic cycle, but at the very least, at the end of a 16-year cycle, and that's a 2008 moment. And I feel like people are too prepared for that to happen. So in order for that, like I said, the most retarded people are now that bearish. I was bearish before anyone else was bearish on this shit, simply because of the dollar and cycle shit. And now they are. And I'll be fucking damned if these people are so smart and they just sold so they could buy lower and they're going to be able to. I will be fucking damned. I don't think so. I think you get fuckery on this, because this is not I don't believe they're just going to finish the cycle right now and we're going to go down? Because 2008 took a while. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I just think that's a real possibility. There's nothing on the charts that says that, but I'll be watching. That's what I'm saying. I'll be watching for that possibility, because the fact that Donald Trump, Michael Berry, Warren Buffett, you haven't seen anything. Like, why are they why is the mainstream trying to make everyone know that there's a big drop coming if the big drop is really coming? Ask yourself that. Why? Why are they saying the price of the stock market is going to go way lower? Why? Do you think it's going to go way lower?
This is quite common sense, and nobody can ask this question. Why are they telling us this?
That's what I'm saying, because it's not going to happen. They're going to drop it one more time because you need final capitulation. The biggest retards are going to sell more than they already sold. They're going to think, dude, at least I'm going to be able to buy at the bottom of this. And it's going to do the opposite and quickly going to recover. They're probably going to bullshit you with, oh, we made a peace deal and Iran's going to give us gold and he's going to shove it up all of our assholes. And everyone's, yeah, everything's changed. This is not the same. And then everyone's going to buy again at 80, 90, 1. Grant Cardone's going to start DCAing back up at 110, 120. And then fuck you, buddy. And there comes the good one. That's what I think.
The monthly volatility setup fires off and a 50% crash.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I think we'll see. I think you see the drop that everyone expects because that's what they're expecting. That's the final capitulation for this move before we go up and then down.
Yeah,
and again, that could be quick.
I agree with that completely.
Say that again?
I agree with that completely.
Well, I appreciate it. Just fucking exposing my stupid thoughts in here. All right, let's get this done quickly because I've been bullshitting a lot. Thank you, sir. Estamos viendo los Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. No sé qué esté pasando con el chart de CME, pero CME está mal. Pone que está en $67,000 después de haber llegado a 70,600 y ahora está bajando. No entiendo por qué. Si alguno de ustedes entiende qué es lo que está pasando en CME cuando la tabla normal está en $69,000. The weird thing about CME too is now the candle's actually doing what the price is saying.
Wow, CME was foreshadowing.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I think if no one's watching CME, this is just going to reject right here and go down.
Yeah, most of the time, most people are not.
So there you have
Like
it. That's so fucking
same thing
interesting.
happened in late 2020, I think late 2024, whenever CME hit 100K and spot it didn't yet, and it kind of locally topped there and did the $10,000 drop.
All right, well, let's do this. Give me 1 second to open a nice little short. Okay. Damas y caballeros, voy a abrir un pequeño corto acá porque CME está completamente ya rechazando acá y cayendo, mientras que el precio normal de Bitcoin no. Ahora, para todos ustedes, antes de que estén de degenerados y vayan a brincar en esto, no tengo ni puta idea si esto va a funcionar, ¿ok? Pero lo voy a ir a hacer. Denme un segundito. Les voy a dejar mi pantalla para que vean. Ahorita regreso y también les quería enseñar antes de mi short. Trajeron una RoboFox con texturas. Este güey se la mama. Está chingón, ¿no? Imprime una estampa y la recorta y le pone espumita para hacerla en capas. No sé. No, esto es un plug ni nada. Solamente es mi orgullo, brother. Perdón, no es pinche pelo, güey. Es que ya no sé qué pedo con el pelo. Les digo, voy por mi computadora, voy a hacer un short. En la otra es donde estoy adentro de mi cuenta. Denme un segundito. Les dejo esto así. Ahora vuelvo. Imagínense que hay música de elevador, ¿ok? Porque no tenemos presupuesto para eso en este canal. Pero que han de pensar todos, pendejo, ¿por qué no simplemente abres esto en tu buscador? Créanme, me encantaría. Ok. Conectando. Seguimos en donde estamos. ¿Y sigue CME donde está? Sí. Ok, Bitcoin. Voy a poner acá. Ok. A eliminación. Ok. Me vale verga. Nunca había visto esto. Para que vean lo que pasa, brother. No mames, ya tengo que ponerme gel o algo. Esto ya está, pinche melena. Está buena. Ok, vamos a empezar con esto, damas y caballeros, rápidamente. Los análisis del Bitcoin. Como pueden ver, no voy a usar CME. Esto, una vez más, ¿qué es CME? Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Esto es futuros de Bitcoin. Estoy en la tabla diaria. Está dando una vela topera y está cayendo. No tengo ni puta idea por qué, pero ni idea. En la de 4 horas no está haciendo, en la de 4 horas no está haciendo eso. En la de 4 horas está acá, pero en la diaria está cayendo a 67,135. Otra cosa que estoy usando para medir riesgo es el peso dólar. Para mí el peso dólar, ven que vino aquí abajo. Yo estaba buscando que el peso llegara aquí al 61.8%, 17.7 para después rebotar para arriba. El dólar contra el peso, básicamente. Cuando el dólar peso llegara aquí abajo, es cuando yo querría abrir un corto, porque el dólar peso es el que te enseña la realidad del dólar. En mi opinión, la versión menos corrupta del dólar, porque el DXY está jugando un juego pendejo, donde está abajo, pero nada mal, y sigues por encima de la media. Para no hacerles el cuento largo, básicamente esta sería una buena zona 70,500 para hacer un buen cortillo, pero ahorita lo vamos a analizar todo. Vamos a empezar desde el principio para no hacer los bolas, no quiero confundirlos. ¿Ok? Rango sigue funcionando, ¿eh? Vean esto. Simplemente extendiendo el rango. Simplemente extendiendo el rango. Si están usando mi rango de Bitcoin, lo único que tienen que hacer es ajustarlo. Y por ajustarlo, digo, simplemente extenderlo, ¿ok? Porque pues, ha pasado bastante tiempo desde que tocamos esta tabla y el rechazo estaría en los 70,625, que es la parte alta del rango. Acá, justamente, en esta zona de acá. Ahora, te trepas por encima de estos 70,500, tienes la probabilidad de venir a estos 72 y posiblemente estos 75. Pero vamos a ver si tenemos una probabilidad real. Vamos a empezar en la trimestral rápido, pero en el índice de Bitcoin. Damas y caballeros, BTC, Index All Time History, ahí lo tienen. Y ahora pueden ver que Bitcoin, esta para mí es la zona importante de rechazo, estos 75,000. La razón por qué es porque esa es la zona oficial de breakdown, que no ha retesteado en varias temporalidades altas. En chicas sí, y aquí lo tienen. Y es lo que estamos viendo. Otra cosa que me llama muchísimo la atención es lo débil que está Solana. Solana estando en $83, abajo de $83, se los he dicho una y otra vez, es muy débil. Y no puedo creer que Bitcoin esté pompeando así. La dominancia de Bitcoin tiene que estar, pero tremendamente arriba el día de hoy. Denme un segundo para verla. Tiene un setup de volatilidad. La dominancia de Bitcoin. Esto puede explicar lo que estamos viendo. Y ahora, ¿hasta dónde la va a dar? ¿No? Tu primera resistencia está aquí arriba en el 59.34%. Vamos a ver si no. Ahora, el corto que estoy entrando en es un corto muy riesgoso porque en la de 4 horas en Bitcoin tienes un setup de volatilidad que estuvimos viendo como pinches águilas todo este fin de semana. Acá, ¿ok? Y este setup de volatilidad ya jugó. Tuviste varios periodos de volatilidad nula en la de 4 horas y reventó a la alza hasta esta zona. ¿Puede pararse aquí? Puede, pero puede también continuar y acabar acá. Y esto es lo que siempre te digo, no quieres meterte en el camino de volatilidad en un trade, a menos de que sea un trade súper, súper especulativo. En la de 1 hora habías tenido volatilidad contrayendo y ahora la tienes expandiendo. Esta expansión de volatilidad te está llevando ¿a dónde? Vamos a ver exactamente. Por acá si algo sabes de Bitcoin es, no va a caer con un bajo más bajo. Yo me imaginaría que haces un alto más alto, todo el mundo se excita, se le paran los pezones y bolas, güey, a comer pito. Puede que no. La cosa es, esta tabla es la que yo he usado para medir y fue la que les dije en el último en vivo que tuvimos. Algo sencillo. ¿Qué necesitamos hacer? Si saben sus técnicas, ¿no? Si saben análisis técnico básico, ¿qué necesitamos hacer? Simplemente retestear la parte baja del canal, que fue donde se rompió, e ir para abajo. Es todo lo que necesitamos hacer, ¿ok? Retestear esta parte del canal. Esa parte del canal, si la fuéramos a hacer hoy, está en $71,000, 71,200. Y ahí también tienes el promedio en 71, el promedio del 55. El promedio del 55 acá lo SFPteaste y es por eso vienes a tocarlo una segunda vez. Aquí es donde tenemos que ver este tipo de respuesta. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando tienes un toque, ay, güey, suena bien coqueto. Cuando haces un toque de una zona así, normalmente el siguiente SFP es mucho más poderoso. SFP del 34, la línea blanca que viene aquí abajo, ve el siguiente, ¿no? Pero también tienes que darte cuenta, después de uno tan poderoso, viene uno mucho más chiquito. ¿Qué es lo que vamos a ver en el 55? Ya tuviste este SFP. ¿Qué es lo que esperamos ver acá? Si esperamos ver uno más grande, deberíamos de venir a la zona de los 75 y ahí rechazar. O si esperamos ver una jalada, es simplemente tuk, tuk y a la verga, ¿no? Ese es el criterio. Por ahorita es alcista y el momentum y todo está acompañando a ello en bajas temporalidades y no hay nada que lo cambie, ¿ok? Solamente quiero que estemos todos del mismo lado. Para mí la trampa está tendida, pero también la dominancia de Bitcoin está reventando con volatilidad a la alza y me llama mucho la atención la debilidad de las altcoins en este momento. Pero bastante. Quien haya comprado MicroStrategy o Strategy cuando mandamos la señal andan contentillos acá. Si fuera a hacer yo un swing trade, me esperaría que regresara a esta zona, ¿no? A la zona de los 138, a menos de que estés simplemente acumulando para después. Voy a regresar a mi tabla del índice de Bitcoin y ahora sí, vamos a rápido. ¿Cómo queremos empezar a analizar esto? Una vez más, olvídense de esto, ustedes no lean esto, esto es para mí, para seguir aprendiendo. Estamos por debajo, tenemos una vela topera aquí arriba, tienes una estructura alcista a muy largo plazo, esto nos dice que Bitcoin debería continuar subiendo a menos de que nos llevemos ya los $15,000 para abajo. Ahí ya tendría suficiente daño para decir algo más allá de lo que creemos está pasando. Pero por ahora no hay nada, Nada que nos diga que eso es confirmado. Una vez más, tienes que esperarte a ver que eso ocurra. La primera cosa y la primera zona a romper para poder hacer eso sería básicamente los $40,000 a la baja. Y ya de ahí también va a estar difícil, pero para toda esa gente que lo espera, ahí lo tienen. Ahora, déjenme, me acerco, ponemos nuestra volatilidad en putiza. Nuestra volatilidad continúa su camino a la baja. Normalmente volatilidad en Bitcoin contrayendo es cuando va a la baja. Lo que vemos es caída, ¿no? Todas estas volatilidades, una vez que contraen, nos han enseñado tope y después esto ha sido el mercado bajista, tope, mercado bajista, ¿no? Acá no lo pudimos ver, pero acá sí, el octubre y luego mercado bajista y es lo que hemos estado viendo todo este tiempo. Lo que sí es, definitivamente quieres mantener un ojo en esto. ¿Por qué? Porque si esto empieza a dar la vuelta, si ves que de aquí, que es la última lectura, recuerda, ¿cómo sabes cuál es la última lectura? Pones tu mouse y vas a ver que no te deja ir en medio. Es porque estas velas son de 3 meses, ¿no? Y cada una de estas es un movimiento, es una vela. Entonces, lo que puedes ver acá es que la última venía en picada para abajo y esto un poquito está frenando la caída, no está cayendo así tan plano y es importante notarlo. Esto fue lo que me hizo a mí darme cuenta del tope. Si esta chingadera ahorita se volteara a intentar hacer esto, yo aquí diría, ¿saben qué, güeyes? Vale la pena comprar Bitcoin. Bueno, para los que quieran comprar esa chingadera, ¿no? Más allá de un trade. Entonces, ahí es donde estaría el secreto de eso. Por ahora, la volatilidad continúa cayendo, está al punto más bajo de la tabla y esto nos dice que podría haber el movimiento más fuerte en toda la historia de Bitcoin, pero algo interesante que puedes notar, análisis técnico, ¿no? Los movimientos grandes de esto era cuando el precio hacía muchas más X y puedes ver lo chiquito que se están haciendo de los bajos a los altos. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que tienes menos volatilidad en el precio de Bitcoin. Eso quiere decir que estás viendo menos retornos atractivos. Y esto es algo que les platiqué en este ciclo, como en abril, quien haya invertido en Bitcoin en el fondo, solamente agarrando el fondo del fondo de Bitcoin, hubieran podido hacer, se los voy a poner acá para que lo tengan y no crean que estoy mamando. Esta es la vela de abril, sí. Y voy a usar el imán para hacerlo apropiadamente. A tope, 69%. 69%. Hicimos en Tesla 114, ¿no? En nuestra posición. Hicimos en Rivian, que fue casi un 90%, 80 y tantos por ciento. Muchísimas cosas pagaron mejor que Bitcoin. Y una vez más, ¿por qué? Esto es el claro ejemplo del por qué. Esta tabla tiene muchísima verdad detrás de ella y mucha gente la ignora. Y me refiero a la volatilidad trimestral. Esto fue lo que nos dijo que era el tope y esto normalmente también no predice fondos, pero te dice, güey, deberías de comprar ahorita, es una buena oportunidad. Ahorita no te lo está dando, simplemente está contrayendo. No hay nada que haya cambiado, ¿ok? Tienes una tendencia alcista, pero ya la comprometiste a corto plazo y a corto plazo en una tabla trimestral estás hablando de años. O sea, de aquí a acá, estos son 2 años y ya te llevaste eso. Una vez que te lleves este mínimo, vas a estar ya en literalmente 2 años de pullback, de precio alcista comprometiéndose en estructura, en cuanto a estructura se refiere. No sé qué estoy borrando, pero lo estoy borrando, cabrón. Esas son las entradas que les había dado del corto antes. Ahí están. Y este es un puntito pendejo. Este es el breakdown que me sirvió. Perfecto. Ahora este es mi retesteo bajista acá. Básicamente eso. Hasta acá nos está aguantando el promedio del 21, pero anotar. Para nosotros en una tabla trimestral, en Bitcoin sobre todo, llegas a perder la zona del promedio del 5, que es literalmente... Un segundito, déjenme acomodo este pedo acá. Llegas a perder el promedio del 5, que es la línea verde que ves aquí arriba, bajista. Y no nada más perdiste el 5, también el 9. La última vez que eso pasó fue acá. Y esto fue abril del 2022, literalmente hace 4 años, ¿no? Y todos ustedes tienen una gran memoria y sé eso porque todos me recuerdan todo el tiempo cómo fue que yo compré Bitcoin en $80,000 en el primer ciclo y luego, ¿no? Vendí en $2. Aquí está esto. Ahora, una cosa que me hace sospechoso de que esto sea alcista, y se los digo, esto va a continuar siendo bajista, no se ha llevado este mínimo. Está haciendo un poco de un bajo más alto. ¿Y eso es para qué? Esto funciona para baitear a la gente que no entiende, que simplemente se basa en análisis técnico y no quiere aprender que cada tabla te cuenta una historia y cada tabla te engaña a entrar en cierta forma. Ok, bien. Vamos a la mensual en putiza. Nuestra tabla mensual perdimos el promedio del 34, que es la línea blanca. La última vez que perdimos la línea blanca en una tabla mensual fue acá, en junio del 2022. Damas y caballeros, esto lo logramos para febrero del 2026. 4 años después, aquí estamos. Tenemos toda esta... vean esta gatada de esta vela. Pueden ver el rango en el que está la gatada que te está haciendo, te está dando esto. De acá de los 97 hasta esta gatada de los 60, con esta piquito y luego este piquito. O sea, todo esto te está dando un rango para que no puedas entrar ni salir sin tener que aventarte un poco más de un trade con fe. Muy interesante. Otra cosa que puedes ver en la mensual que es bastante bajista en mi opinión es debilidad. ¿Dónde estás viendo debilidad? ¿Ves el tope en la tabla? ¿Correcto? Todo hasta acá. Bien. Este tope que estás viendo acá no es como el mercado del 2026, del 2022, que acabó en euforia. Cuando ves algo topar de esta forma, todo esto de acá es la gente con más dinero, con más Bitcoin, vendiéndole a los incautos, si le queremos decir así. Ahora, esto, ¿qué ejemplo iba a usar para esto? Espérenme. Esto está... ¿Qué ejemplo iba a usar para esto? Me lleva a la verga. Tesla. ¿Cómo va ya la automatización de todo? Tesla les vendió el tope a todos ustedes. Elon Musk salió a decirles, no vendas tu Tesla, va a valer la pena. ¿Qué más quieres, no? Y continúas cayendo. Ahora, Tesla está en 350, una vez que pierde 370, 369, se derrite. y es justamente donde está. 370 se derrite y es justamente donde está. Recuerda, estás en un entorno deflacionario. No importa lo que te diga tu Paco favorito, no seas David. Sales a la calle y ves los precios bajos, ¿ok? Eso es todo lo que importa en estos coches. Y tienes que entender que todos sus costos son más altos. Es a propósito para poder desinflar todo y para poder quitarte la mayor cantidad de dinero a ti y a todos tus amigos que están viendo el en vivo de otras personas que los están confundiendo. Por ahora esto continúa en picada. Me gusta que Lucid esté cayendo. Quiero ya agregar mi última parte, pero no me deja. Bueno, mi contingencia en Lucid. Es lo que estamos viendo en la tabla del Bitcoin. Denme un segundo. No, esos son indicadores, perfecto. Ya ven, y yo aquí enseñándoles qué hacer y no sé nada. Bien, esta es la zona del retesteo bajista. ¿Saben qué? A la verga, no es cierto. Ya lo retesteamos bajistamente acá. Ya no creo que vayas a llegar una vez más a los 74. Voy a eliminar esto. ¿Entienden el por qué, no? Tienes tu retesteo bajista justo acá, de esa zona, la que yo había dicho que iba a retestear. No me había dado cuenta que ya lo había hecho. Ahí está el retesteo. Me doy por bien dado. Caíste el 34, retesteo. Esto no debería llegar al 34. Todo se puede en este mundo, ¿no? No hay, aquí hay 1, 2, 3, 4 antes de subir. Puedes dar 1, 2, 3, 4 antes de bajar. Pero personalmente me cuesta trabajo pensar que daría esto. Debilidad en la tabla, ¿por qué? Más allá del tope, tienes el promedio del 9 cayendo por debajo del 21 ahora y el 5 por debajo del 21 del 9 y está ya está bajo el 34. Debilidad, 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 debilidad. No importa lo que diga tu Paco favorito, que ya se acabó la guerra en Irán, o no sé qué pedo que les estén diciendo. Nuestro setup de volatilidad mensual se está echando para atrás. Acá estaba ya por encima del 15% agresivamente, por ahí del 17%, y una vez que Bitcoin pompeó, puedes ver que cayó. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Cuando ves volatilidad caer, no apoyar el movimiento, estás ante una corrección, tío. Esta corrección se está dando literalmente aquí, con esta vela verde. A fin de cuentas, ¿cuántas velas mensuales llevabas en rojo? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Este es el streak más grande de velas rojas mensuales en toda la historia de Bitcoin. Te tenía que dar una vela verde. Y ahora la idea de que este fue el fondo, esto para alguien que no sepa Bitcoin y sabe análisis técnico básico, se ve alcista. ¿Por qué? No te llevaste el mínimo, estás haciendo un mínimo más alto que este. Tienes esta vela topera, pero instantáneamente tienes algo que parece un hammerhead. Esto podría ser un fondo y te sugiere un SFP de esta zona a la alza, ¿no? Entonces, si estás en el parque, muy probablemente digas, pero estoy viendo esto y se ve muy alcista, es perfecto. Y te ahogues con tu jamón serrano. Pero si pones tantita atención a cómo se comporta Bitcoin, una vez más, y lo hemos dicho sin parar, cuando va a ir para arriba, primero baja, después sube, luego baja y luego sube. ¿Por qué? Porque tiene que hacerte pensar que se acabó el mercado alcista. Y cuando va para abajo, ¿qué es lo que hace? Va para arriba y luego para abajo, para arriba y luego para abajo. ¿Por qué? Porque te tiene que hacer pensar que ya viste el fondo. Bitcoin juega psicológicamente. Yo sé que ustedes son los que mueven el mercado, de acuerdo a tu Paco favorito, ¿no? Nosotros estamos aquí leyendo el tweet y todos al mismo tiempo compramos y vendemos y lo hacemos todos juntos, según la manera de ver el mercado estos días. Pero la realidad es muy diferente. La realidad es que estos son juegos psicológicos y las mismas tablas te dicen y te dan la idea de, como las noticias. Una tabla se comporta como las noticias financieras si la estás viendo y no pones atención, porque te da sugerencias. Te dice, güey, una vez que ahorita despegue, arriba en los $72,000, vas a ver esta chingadera venir a los 100,000. Veme, tengo divergencias alcistas posibles, tengo todo esto, pero no. La tabla Bitcoin es una mierda, ¿no? Quien maneja el precio de Bitcoin es una mierda, y si fueran de verdad a subirlo, lo bajarías primero, eliminar a todo el mundo y sacarlo. ¿Por qué? Y les voy a enseñar algo delicioso. Todo el mundo hasta aquí, que ha entrado aquí atrás, viaje gratis en tu long. Toda esta vela entera, viaje gratis en tu long, menos los que compraron aquí arriba. Y esta vela completa, mensual, recuerda, es una vela mensual, viaje gratis en long. Normalmente, ¿qué pasa? Normalmente lo que quieren es sacarte. Entonces, ¿tú crees que esto va a ir así? Dejando a toda esta gente chilear ahí, que se divierte un chingo haciendo longs. No mames, por el amor de Dios. Y una vez más, si te suena loco esto, ve a ver a tu Paco favorito que te explica análisis técnico normal y diviértete con tus pérdidas. Aquí no nos gusta hacer eso. 2 semanas. Y bueno, ya dije lo de la volatilidad. La de 2 semanas es un poco la que nos dice más la verdad. Para mí, cerraste arriba, un cierre abajo, arriba, un cierre abajo. Esto que estás haciendo acá es simplemente hacer que tu Paco favorito que cambia de opinión cada que le dicen que tiene que cambiar de opinión, porque ayer fue bajista y hoy es alcista y mañana será bajista y pasado también, pero después alcista porque no tiene una opinión propia. Aquí, esto es bajista de a madre. Ya tienes varios cierres bajistas. Yo voy a poner el HPDR acá para ver, porque no me sorprendería ver una que otra sorpresita en esta zona. Podrías tener un rebote a los 72. Eso es lo que te da exactamente ese pensamiento de que te va a llevar hasta los 80. Y aquí es donde probablemente tengas ese buen rechazo final antes de continuar para abajo. Venir posiblemente, y aquí es donde lo voy a poner, a esta zona sería el extremo máximo. Esta zona sería el extremo final. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Extremo máximo, extremo final. Que esto simplemente haciendo esto podría irse, ¿no? Pero la que me gusta del extremo final es caes acá, te llevas todo esto, todo el mundo se friquea, todos, e instantáneamente sube. ¿Por qué estoy pensando eso? A tu Paco favorito le están diciendo que se viene la peor economía de toda la historia. A tu Paco favorito ya lo hicieron vender. Esto no te dice tu Paco, pero yo sé cómo tradean los Pacos porque yo fui uno de ellos. Y te voy a decir esto, los hicieron vender. Todo tu Paco favorito fue, ¿no? Leyó las noticias en Bloomberg o en Yahoo o en CNBC o en donde sea, en CNN o en Fox. Está leyendo las noticias y le dicen, güey, no lo vas a creer. Aquí arriba, ¿no? Estamos aquí. No lo vas a creer. Este mercado nunca va a bajar. No mames, qué chingón. Compro, como Gran Cardón, ¿no? Que está en pérdidas por 50, 60 millones de dólares, como les dije. Pero le hiciste caso porque es rico. No sabes que se robó todo su puto dinero estafando a sus inversores y nadie lo entiende todavía porque nadie tiene la sofisticación para entender cómo funciona eso. Pero es lo que hace ese güey. Entonces, cuando el güey que se estafa a sus propios inversores abiertamente enfrente de todo el mundo me dice que él está comprando aquí arriba, adivina qué va a pasar. Lo contrario, y ¡pum! 50 millones, 60 millones de dólares en pérdida hasta ahorita, pero no le molestan. Claro que no, no es su dinero. Y cuando va cayendo, ahora que está en pérdidas, te voy a decir qué es lo que va a hacer. Ahorita él está pensando, este es el fondo. Ya chingué. Lo único que voy a hacer es, si llega a caer más, voy a vender porque yo ya sé que Bitcoin va a venir a 30,000, 20,000, lo que sea. ¿Ok? Entonces, cuando baje un poco más, digamos a los 58, ¿no? O 55, tu Paco favorito va a acabar de vender toda su posición en esta zona y se va a esperar a comprar acá. ¿Y qué es lo que va a hacer el mercado? Esto. Y cuando eso pase, ustedes ya lo vivieron. Lo están viviendo en este momento. En Circle. Les voy a llevar en putiza esta tabla. Me quito el HPDR. Todos los que cachamos acá, compramos y estamos contentos. Estamos esperando a que baje más. Y les dije, cuando esto caiga, ve, está ahí el dibujito. ¿No? ¿Por qué funciona así? Porque te hace pensar, tío, un bajo más alto. Definitivamente esto ya se me fue, se va a ir al cielo. Y vas a comprar y promediar acá. Tenías tu compra acá, pero no te dejó el FOMO operar. Compraste, agregaste. El precio, tu precio que estaba aquí abajo en 50, ahora está en 100, 90, 80 y ahora viene para abajo a darte un nuevo mínimo. Así es como funciona esto para meterte y sacarte. Lo mismo hace Bitcoin. No crean que tiene una diferencia de algo grande o no sé qué vergas. Hace exactamente lo mismo. Y en este momento está jugando ese juego. Ahora, el breakdown ya lo tienes. No tienes que ser un pinche genio para entender esto. ¿No? De esta zona. Lo puedes usar así, ¿no? Y dirías, wow, güey, está regresando, ¿no? Este es el retesteo bajista. Pero a mí me gusta ponerla apretadita. Y el retesteo bajista es un poco más arriba, acá. Eso funciona mejor. Voy a ir a la de 2 semanas en putiza, voy a quitar eso. 2 semanas. Regresa y restaura, tío. Ahí estamos. Vamos para acá. Voy a quitar estas. Qué desmadre de tabla. ¿Este es mi índice? Sí. Ok. Es como funciona esto. La idea del confundirlos y el hecho que le estén diciendo a todos ustedes ahorita a Warren Buffett, no, es que, por cierto, estas cuotas de Warren Buffett o de todo esto, nunca sabes si siquiera le están diciendo. ¿Ok? Probablemente todos ellos están diciendo, bueno, no probablemente, te están diciendo que esto va a bajar más, que aún no has visto nada. Eso es para que tu Paco se equivoque como en Circle. ¿Ok? Y créanme que lo están haciendo todos. Todos sus Pacos favoritos acaban de vender todo porque saben que va a bajar más. ¿Ok? Adivina qué no va a pasar. Y ahora, una vez más, yo sí esperaría que tengas un bajón. El bajón no va a ser tan agresivo como todo el mundo piensa ahorita. E iríamos a buscar, no sé si nuevos altos, pero es a buscar un buen movimiento para arriba. Y eso nos dejaría y nos permitiría entrar en la recesión tan potente que estamos ya pero ya reflejada en la bolsa. Porque primero, si ahorita todo el mundo se sale y tienes el ajuste ese que te están prometiendo de 50%, que es lo que va a pasar eventualmente, o más grande de la bolsa y de todo, pues güey, imagínate lo genio de tu Paco, ¿no? Se tragó toda la bajada y la chingada, pero bueno, ya te dijo acá va a ser más bajista y él va a bajar el precio 50% más, tu Paco le va a atinar. Nel. A tu Paco lo van a meter, lo van a confundir como el idiota que es porque está dormido, le van a subir el precio, le va a dar FOMO, va a comprar más alto, va a promediar peor de lo que estaba ya promediado y pito, se lo van a llevar para abajo y repite. Y todos ustedes dirán, güey, no hay forma que la gente que se dedica a finanzas, que han escrito libros, que hablan de esto diario y que me reportan todas las noticias pueda ser tan pendeja. Ya veremos. Semanal. Semanal tienes justamente el promedio del 9 acá. Habías tenido ya un S&P elegante. Tienes un cruce plateado justamente acá. Perdón, está chueco mi cruce plateado. Está acá. Este cruce plateado que sugiere para todos los que están aprendiendo análisis técnico, cada vez que vienes al promedio del 9, corto, hubiera funcionado. Hubiera funcionado. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que estás esperando en este momento? Que venga el promedio del 9 en los 70, 700, rechace y para abajo. Es lo que esperarías con esto. Puede hacer un S&P, puede darme un tipo de precio acá, puede tener 1 o 2 cierres acá, sí, y después caer. Correcto, sí se puede. También puede venir hasta acá y después caer, por supuesto. Ese sería lo más Bitcoin que hacer. ¿Por qué? Te llevas el último máximo acá, pum, y a la verga, ¿no? Pero todo el mundo, y esto quiero que vean, ya los entrenó Bitcoin para ello. ¿Ok? La gente ahorita ya se ha dado cuenta que antes de bajar, y no todos, pero varios analistas se han dado cuenta que antes de bajar sube y elimina los mínimos, los máximos. Este puede ser la trampa para ellos, ¿ok? Pues es importante tener un plan en todos tus trades y todo lo que estás haciendo, tener ideas. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída y ahora contrayendo ante esto. Esto sugiere una corrección, ¿ok? La corrección son las velas verdes, no la tendencia. En la diaria, para cerrar esto ya mamonzón, tienes acá justamente estos niveles. Está haciendo bajos más altos. Una vez más, Bitcoin no se encarga de hacer estructuras completamente con sentido. Todo el mundo estaría esperando estos 72,000 a ser llevados tantito, tal vez 72, 69. Eso yo también lo podría ver pasar y de ahí rechazar y continuar a comer pito para abajo. Ahora, existe la posibilidad de que venga a los 75 también y hasta los 78. Por ahora no hay nada que nos diga que esto se va a frenar. Estás viendo la tabla de 4 horas, que es la importante, en mi opinión. Y acá en la de 4 horas, y es lo que les digo, esto continúa empujando, ¿ok? ¿Dónde puede parar? La última resistencia de esta mamada está aquí. Eso quiere decir que le quedan 2% de movimiento. La siguiente estará por acá en 87 y la siguiente en 93. Y si no, pues al 100%. ¿Esto funciona? No. Es simplemente una buena referencia. A veces sí funciona, a veces no. Para verlo. Pero para mí, la debilidad de Solana es un indicador grande y les he dicho, no puede cerrar por encima de 83. Esta línea está cocinado el pedo. Y ahora, en Solana, el promedio del 100 en la de 4 horas está justo a punto de llegar ahí. Déjeme lo pongo en la diaria. Diaria tienes volatilidad contrayendo, tienes cruce plateado y acabas de testar el promedio del 9 con un rechazo de los 83. Además, este es importante para ver en Solana. Estás en este canal bajista, cabrón. Le pegaste ya la parte alta y lo que sigue es para abajo. Déjame ver si lo puedo hacer más claro. Estás pegándole a esta parte del canal. Déjame lo extiendo, ¿no? Y estás justamente en la parte alta de esto. Y esto te puede llevar a la media. La media estaría por ahí de los 47.50, más o menos, en Solamis, para que lo tengan presente. ¿Qué trades existen en Bitcoin? Fácil, tío. Puedes ver esto perfectamente. Si Bitcoin no puede pasar de este nivel de los 70,481, cocinado. Si el día de hoy Bitcoin no puede cerrar por encima de $67,000, cocinado. Lo que nos gustaría ver es cierres por encima de 68,500 mínimo. Vamos a ver exactamente en la semanal. También tienes el rechazo del promedio. Justamente acá tienes la media que podría darte el rechazo, el promedio del 9 que están aquí arriba, en los 70,700, 70,800. Este rechazo podría ser bastante bueno. No has tenido un rechazo de esta media desde acá arriba en el 12 de enero. Y ese podría ser tu siguiente rechazo de la media para continuar cayendo a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 63, que eventualmente te dan movimientos mínimos al 61.8%, que es donde están los $57,000, con un extremo grande en este 88 en los $45,000. Abajo de eso, puta madre, qué oportunidad de compra. Pero ya esto es donde yo diría, yo creo que hasta ahí la dejan. Eso es suficiente para panicar a todo el mundo y hacer el efecto yo-yo, el que va a sacar a tu Paco de la jugada. Porque los Pacos aprenden tarde. Y no es que aprendan, es que ya se equivocaron tanto que es tan obvio que todo el mundo lo habla y ahí es cuando ellos se suben y hacen estas pendejadas. Entonces, no se ve bien la cosa. Por ahora, parece que estamos ante retesteos bajistas, sea de la zona de breakdown o del promedio del 9 o la media semanal. Si puedes retomar $71,000, podrías llegar hasta los 82. Y de los 82, si los retomas, 92, y ahí te pondría ya muy cerca de ver si vas a batir estos máximos. Pero por ahora estamos muy adelantándonos un chingo. Seguimos en $70,000. Habíamos cerrado todo por debajo de los altos históricos del mercado pasado. Sigue siendo bajista. Nada ha cambiado, consolidas bajista. Y una vez más, antes de subir esta chingadera, hace esto y no lo está haciendo. Hasta que no te lleves este mínimo de acá, no lo consideres dado. Niveles a romper, yo creo que la diaria es la mejor para ello. Y ahí te va. El 50% está acá en 71. Si estás pensando en corto, 71, ¿no? 71.100, que es la parte baja del canal también. 61.8% está en 72.500. Extremo en 78.6 con esta media y el promedio del 100 rojo en los 75. Más arriba de eso, tienes el 88.3% en la parte alta de este canal, en los 80. Se puede todo esto si lo rompes y de aquí ya puedes jalártela y hacer todas las mamadas. Ahora, vienes de la parte de abajo de esto, donde está la flecha, y la parte baja en donde llegaste fue el 50% en la última caída de acá. Pero si la consideramos hasta acá, llegaste hasta el 61.8%. Normalmente esta cosa te da movimientos un poco parecidos, por lo que yo pensaría que estos 72.500 funcionarían como la última resistencia y ahí podrías caer. Aunque toda esta zona podría. ¿Cuál es la idea? Haz 1, 2, 3 entradas en tu corto. Sería la idea. ¿Cuál es la forma de salirte? Simplemente si empiezas a ver que cierras por encima de esta zona de 72.500, en temporalidades grandes como la diaria. Yo no usaría la de 4 horas en ello porque puedes tener un cierre de 4 horas sin problema ahí. Te sales del corto. Y ahora esto es un rango bastante grande, pero es lo que usaría yo. Fuera de eso, estás en una tendencia alcista, tienes que ver el gráfico de 4 horas. Esto es lo que yo voy a estar pendiente a. Aparte de mi trade este pendejo por lo de CME, voy a ver cómo me va, pero así es un trade pendejo, para que lo sepan. Y este gráfico de 4 horas sigue expandiendo su volatilidad. Una vez que esto se dé la vuelta, ahí es donde yo diría, ok, vamos a aventarnos. Así que con cuidado en esta operación, brother, porque se va a poner caliente la cosa. Ok. Vamos a la que sigue. Voy a ir rápido. BA. ¿Qué es BA? Mr. Alex, we're going to do BA. I'm going to add you right now. Here we go. Here he goes. The fuck is BA? It's not body odor.
Boeing, I think.
Boeing. Some wow. I don't know. That's like what Boeing, the Boeing sound is to me. I don't know.
Boing.
Bow Wow
Yeah,
was
exactly.
before your time.
That's right. Way before all of yours this time. Get the fuck out of here. Bow Wow now is like 80 years old.
Is he?
I don't even know what that is, honestly.
No, he's like my age. He's fat. Not looking good.
He said, I don't know what that is.
Yeah. He's a little rapper. Bow Wow. Here we go.
Nice.
BA. All right.
Nice. All right. Let's see here. Boeing. What a nice company, apparently. Let's see if it is a nice company, if the chart agrees. I mean, look at this monthly perspective. Oh, look at this range. Just been kind of caught in this range since 2020. Very interesting to see that. Literally since 2020, you've just been caught here. Now, off this range here, you are noticing weakness. You cannot get back above essentially $220. It's specifically $219.69 for the culture. You do notice here the monthly 9 freshly got lost. It actually even deviated all the moving averages, monthly 9, 5, and even the 100-year. So into this month, you're watching for potentially follow through down towards the SMA 200. Only way you can become bullish on this chart again is getting back above that $219 level. If you get back above 219, it's very easy. You're just specifically watching this wick high break 278, means you're most likely going to make a move all the way back up to this range right around 359. Where yeah, you break that, you can easily make a new all-time high. But notice the objectives are very hard, and before we even talk about 270s being hit, you've got to get past the monthly 9. Now, granted, you've had some chop the last all year essentially, but in this region, you've been having chop right from the monthly 9, losing it, gets reclaimed, losing it. So you're going to get reclaimed. And that's why I think using that 219 level as a bull is wise to kind of just avoid the chop. Monthly closures above 219 and holding will just give you a bigger move to the upside. Until then, you're caught between the 21 and the 9. And you are getting volatility contraction here, saying a move is coming on the higher time frames. Despite maybe it's looking like nothing is happening, you are in volatility contraction. Now you need to be a little cautious here and mindful of this volatility contraction could start dumping you potentially. You saw the last volatility contraction lead to this move up, which took you around that 239 zone. But now with the monthly 9 getting lost, you need to be a little cautious here of a move back down to 175. And notice here on the monthly 175, well, firstly, just if you draw a mean line at 175, 177 region, seems like lower time frame support. But most importantly, the monthly SMA 200 is a big spot for this chart. You have minimal times where you've actually gotten below the monthly SMA 200. And once you actually get back above and hold it, you often start moving up. So here you got back above it and you're holding above it. But this is why the 219 zone will be very key for bulls to get back above, really solidifying this zone as potentially a bottom. Till then, under it, you are now in bearish deviation, potentially bearish retest around that 219 zone. And if you do end up dumping from here, you're looking for a move back down to 175, monthly SMA 200, where if that doesn't hold, then yeah, this is a dead chart. Even if you close monthlies below this 175 region, this is where you're going to massively be concerned about even investing in Boeing. Because why would you? If you're closing under a monthly SMA 200, SMA 200 is often a good place for uptrend, bull markets. Staying below it is just criteria for death. I mean, look at the last occurrence when you actually stayed below it, rejected it, went down 38%. Investing $1,000 here, you're down $380 just off this move. So investing real money, actual big money in here, just doesn't make sense if you're under a monthly SMA 200. You can have chop, obviously, but even here, look at the rejection down. This gave you 14%. And that's it, really. I mean, because this ended up getting bought up, really. It can measure just this shallow rejection, 6%. So you can see that's a big spot. And if you're potentially going to get a move back down to there, could be an opportunity, unless you lose it. If you lose it, you'll know once you lose 158, even on a daily candle closure, this is a cooked chart, and I'll be gearing up for a move back down to 110. Until then, be really watching the monthly 9. 219.69 is a big spot, along with that monthly SMA 200. Now, again, if you just delete this, clean it up a bit, you do have the weekly EMA 9 crossing the 21, showing kind of strength with bears. Yes, you got to bounce off the weekly SMA 200, got a reclaim of the EMA 100. Those are the criteria here that started to move you up. But really what you need now is to get back above 219.69. You will go into a weekly buy trigger if that occurs. So is this in a long zone yet? No. Is it close? Possibly. But even here in the weekly, you did massively lose the 34. Rallying back up to the 34 right in that 219 zone still means you need to be a little cautious here. Because you haven't retested the weekly SMA 200. So even if Boeing comes all the way up, rejects, comes all the way down, and then bounces, that could be the start of some bullish price structure. But still means most likely lower in my opinion. And that is what I just end up seeing with Boeing. I don't really see it breaking out of here. I do think it's just caught between a range. You have potentially a major high on that last bi-monthly candle going into January. And now what you have is potentially a range, and you're at the top side of the range, possibly brewing a move back down to that lower end, i.e. like 175. Even
turn on your HPR in the 4 hour.
Oh, let's look at that.
Just an interesting point of view.
Oh, yeah. And so even, 4 hour extremes. Curious to see what's the 12 hour breakout, but at the 78.6%, and even more so, look at the last major rejection spot was off that 12 hour EMA 34, where you're at exactly. So, it could go up a little higher, but even that 12 hour SMA 200 right in that spot. I hope everyone who likes Boeing is seeing 219.69 is a big spot of resistance, no matter how you look at it. But yeah, I mean, what you showed, we're at the extremes on the lower time frame even. It seems to me like we are just more likely to head back down, at minimum test around 170s. So, let me see if I see anything else on this. Daily 34, 2-day. Oh, so you have that median as well, right at the 214 zone. And this just looks like a 2-day downtrend, which is consistent lower highs. Lower low, and you're just putting in that lower high. Confluence of, maybe you're not going to actually reach 219. Maybe you're actually just going to reject around here. And there's your 4 hour extreme zone, along with even your 2-day EMA 100 year and your daily 34. Again, last major spot that rejected you. Look at the rejection here off the 34. This ended up taking you down 18%. So is Boeing looking bullish to me? No. It looks very weak, actually, and you should be concerned. The hopium is that you're in a tight range on the monthly 9 and 21 holding. But once this breaks, you're going to get an easy move back down to the 170s, specifically 174.75. And if that doesn't hold, then this is a dead chart. You're just not looking to be investing. And you could even argue after this leg down, yes, you've been in a multi-year consolidation, but this just looks like a bear channel, honestly. It looks like, let's go on the buy monthly. Looks like you made your leg down and you're just doing bearish consolidation before the next leg down. Multi-year.
Very Bitcoin.
Yeah, actually. Now, if this was, yeah, like if you just can simply take out this high here, this would change things and this would look like a breakout visually, right? Retest, move up. But now this just looks like you've made the next leg down. You're in a tight range. Tight range meaning a big range, but you've just been in this range for a long time. And you're very close, and it still should be breaking down, consistent lower highs. So be very mindful if you're like a Boeing investor and you're going to be using your monthly SMA 200 to quickly know if you should stop investing in this. Under it means destruction. You're going to go down to that 158s, 110s. And if you get back above 219.69, awesome. You just want that to hold going into, well, May. If you hold that into May, you could potentially make a move all the way up to 250s and maybe hit that 270 zone. But for me now, it just looks weak to me. And I'm curious to see what the monthly HVDR says. Oh, and look at that. You're even pressing a monthly breakdown. Had the ranges step down, bearish. So in here, you're just literally retesting the zone. Monthlies maybe giving you confluence of that daily and 4 hours, saying maybe you're not going to retest 219.69, and rather you're going to just reject this region here. Monthly 9 even allows that to be the spot, holding above it, deviated it, retesting it here, and on the verge of a breakdown. You know, if you don't have the HBDR, if Boeing loses the monthly EMA 100, you get your target to the monthly SMA 200, and that ultimately means this isn't a breakdown, giving you a move down to the 61.8%, very near the monthly SMA 200. So in summary, Boeing is weak. You're literally looking to the left of the chart, looking at price action in this region, and just seeing anytime you lose this 219 on a monthly candle closure, you can make moves back to around it, but as long as you're not closing above it, you will end up breaking down from this region. 219.69 is resistance. Any move to this looks like a short opportunity. And in all honesty, with this move back to the monthly 9, 4 hour, 90% region, daily EMA 34, last major rejection spot, it looks like perhaps this rally is over and we might actually start rejecting this region. Now, if you start seeing 219.69 get reclaimed, that's your first big sign on like a daily. Yeah, maybe this is about to move up. Daily SMA 200 reclaim, daily EMA 34 gives you the buy trigger. And you do notice the last EMA 34 retest led to a major rejection. So we're rallied up to resistance, but things are in the chart are telling me we may actually reject right here. So you want to be a little cautious. And if you do end up rejecting, simply watch 170s to 175. This could be an opportunity. Because if Boeing is truly going to break out of this consolidation channel, truly actually move up to around that 359, then you absolutely should just continue to see the monthly SMA 200 be the spot. Just like here, it's just the spot. Every time you kind of at least play or invest, you'll make some kind of money off of it. But really, if you lose it, it's, in my opinion, a dead chart. And consecutively stay under it. So for me now, little difficult here. You're in a tight range on the monthly, but still more likely to retest 175 and be fully aware that's where the monthly SMA 200 is. Lose that just really leads to a breakdown. And I wouldn't be surprised if you lose this zone, moving all the way down to 110 on Boeing. Imagine that, a stock trading at something like Boeing, $440, all the way down to 110, a 75% drop. I'm curious, last bear market, really, how much did this drop? And look at that, 73% here.
By the way, just a little note. For me, for anything, let's start with the conspiracy. I think all American weapons company and arm manufacturers and these type of companies, they're never going to move according to any sort of news or anything. I think the movements on these are the most fake. The reason why is if these really moved properly according to when there's going to be war, we would all be able, like the pizza index, right, that everyone uses.
Yeah, everybody.
We would all
rich.
be able to tell, right, that something's going on. So they never move accordingly to that. Also, your lower highs, March 21st, that was before the war in Russia. The one on the left, that one, before Russia. So you wouldn't price the war that was going to happen a year later. You're Boeing, you don't know. Okay, let's pretend that it was a surprise. All right, then what about the next high? The one in December of 2023, that was the war with Israel and all that stuff, where we literally gave them $200 billion and all these guys didn't make a higher high. It made a lower high. So it kind of seems like it's bait whenever it goes into a conflict like right now. Hey, look, the Jews are going to need some Air Force. Huh?
Every genius thinks we're going to war. Time to buy defense contractors.
You see what I mean? And no, it does not pay like that. If you look at the chart. Sorry, Alex. I just had that thought.
No, that's a good point. Because if you were running with that idea, I mean, didn't lead you well. And you even make the point, you actually put macro bearish price structure here with a lower high. If that was the case, you would have higher high broken. This consolidated, moved up. Boom. We're so happy and great. But this is consistently putting bearish structure in. So if you're someone just buying that now, well, maybe it's done. Maybe we rallied up to the monthly 9. And this is actually about to start moving back down to towards that 170s, which I think is important because a move to 170s from here means 175 means you're going down 17%. So, it's just not the best if you're trying to invest in this. So really, I'd be watching 219.69. That's your easy spot as a bull. Until you actually get daily closures above that, you're looking for this to be a rejection zone. Based on your daily 34, play what you know, and really no need to complicate things. This downtrend has been very easy, and you've just been rejecting the daily 34. Remember, this last daily EMA 34 rejection gave you 30%. Or no, 20%. My apologies. 20% down. That's not a bad setup, honestly. So you have to be really looking at this in confluence with your monthly 9. Because you're not even here where you're playing a monthly 9. This isn't a breakdown now. So that's all I have on Boeing. 219.69 is your big spot. If you can't get back above there, 175 to 158 seems more likely. You even close dailies under 158, and you will start breaking down towards that 109 region, where ideally that'll hold, but staying under the monthly SMA 200 just really means that this is not a place to invest, honestly. So just keep that in the back of your mind. If maybe someone who requested this is a Boeing investor, once you lose that monthly SMA 200, it's basically a dead chart to me. Which seems crazy.
Just made $2,000 on my short.
Oh. Hey, that's
I'll take it. I'll take it. Thank you, sir. That was great.
Look at that. Bitcoin's coming down. Our Academy short did fill. I even posted a cheeky one after stream. We even posted an ETH short as well, which did fill and massively green.
Nice. Very nice. All right. I'll be super quick on this one so we can get on to another one and hopefully just 2 more real fast. Ok, esto es Boeing. Algo muy importante solamente para ustedes. Estoy viendo la tabla de 2 semanas. Primero, antes que nada, mi short de Bitcoin funcionó. Me llevo mis $2,000 a casa. Gracias. Nada mal, ¿no? Por unas horas de trabajo. Ni siquiera pasó 1 hora, la verga. Ok. Algo interesante de ver de Boeing es esto. El tope de acá, 2019. ¿Tú crees, y todos creen, que estas empresas y que las noticias funcionan y todo esto se mueve de acuerdo? Boeing es una empresa militar. Todos te hacen pensar que no, es que son los aviones, los márgenes de los aviones. Todas estas empresas militares no se mueven de acuerdo a lo que deberían de estar haciendo. Y es porque es una trampa. Si todos ustedes supieran que si volteo a ver Boeing y Boeing va para arriba, eso quiere decir que va a haber una guerra, pues todo el mundo se prepararía, ¿no? Como el índice que están diciéndole a todos ustedes de las pizzas en Washington. Es que, güey, ve cuántas pizzas se están vendiendo y por ende todo el mundo está en el Pentágono. Ok, perfecto. Qué bueno que tú puedes encontrar reportes de ventas en las pistas del Pentágono. Felicidades, pinche crack de mierda. Busca ahora reporte de pizzas en la colonia Roma y dime cómo te va. Ah, ¿no hay? Ok, qué chingón. Este tope de acá, el alto, más alto que este, fue en marzo del 2022. Un año después tuviste la guerra con Rusia, justamente, listo, entre Rusia y Ucrania, aquí. ¿Y qué pasó? Pito, te imaginarías que pasaría lo contrario. Pero, güey, es que te acuerdas que los aviones se estaban desarmando. Sí, a huevo. Qué bueno que viste las noticias, eso. Este tope de acá fue en el 2023, en diciembre del 2023. ¿Saben qué pasó acá? El conflicto de Israel. Entonces, ¿cómo vergas el conflicto de Israel es menos alcista que este? No, no tiene sentido alguno. Estás bajando en la media. Ahora, esta madre se comporta como Bitcoin, sí. Antes de subir, cae, ¿no? Y adivina qué, te lo prueba justamente acá. Caes, haces un bajo más bajo y ya vienes a buscar esto. Bien, para ponerlo sencillamente puesto, y esto es por lo que me mantengo fuera de estas, esto es completamente manipulado, este precio es literalmente artificial. A la verga. El peor de todos los precios son artificiales, este es el más. Lo que estás viendo es en la de 2 semanas, pero voy a poner la mensual para que se simplifique un poco. Ve la topera, instantáneo follow through, y te da este wick aquí abajo. Tienes tu promedio del 5 aquí arriba, en los 2.17. Tu promedio del 9 está justamente un poco arriba del precio, en los 2.10.72, ¿ok? Es la trimestral. En la mensual. Tienes literalmente que romper esta zona y puedes ver por qué. Rechazo, roto, pum, para arriba. Pum, caes, rechazo, rompes SFP para abajo. Rompes es mega SFP, te da el mega movimiento para abajo. Y ahora estás acá justamente peleándote con la media y probablemente te estén diciendo que porque hay guerra, Boeing va a subir. Boeing va a cagarse en sí mismo. ¿Qué tanto? No tengo ni puta idea. Pero definitivamente si no puede cruzar los 2.19, más bien a los 2.19 yo le haría un corto. Acá. Si es que se llega a dar. ¿Te va a dar ese retesteo? ¿Quién sabe? Porque si volteas a ver la diaria, tienes tu 34 acá, el 100 está en los 2.17. Y si pongo la de 4 horas, si te pongo el HPDR en la de 4 horas, te vas a cagar. ¿Por qué? 2.15 es donde está el promedio del 100 y adivina qué. Ya estás en el 97.5%. Más bajista que alcista, lo único que tienes que hacer para cambiarnos de opinión, romperle los 219, empujar, llevarte a este máximo, y ya de ahí podemos hablar. Pero por ahora simplemente está tendiendo la trampa deliciosa, me imagino, es lo que tiene cara de. Vamos con la siguiente que mandaron por acá, que es, un segundo, no, es que se me borró, no. A-R-E, A-R-E, Mr. Farjano, por favor. We've done it before.
A-R-E.
It's this one. There you
go. We're all in this together. That song from High School Musical. Alexandria Real Estate Equities. It's going down. What a surprise. How much data do we have on this from 1997? So stick with quarterly. And we got momentum, let's zoom in. We got momentum currently pointing very extremely to the downside. We're hitting 100% on momentum and 100% on volatility, telling you you're very likely around at the very least, a local bottoming area. Let me plug in my computer. This shit is dying. 1 sec. Oh, fuck. I'm retarded. The wall adapter just came out.
Oh.
Wonderful.
I mean, I can see you, and I was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on.
Plugged it. There we go. So, what goes along with momentum being at 100%, volatility at 100%, is that you are reaching the 100% range on the HPDR. You're actually slightly below that 100% range. That is at about $44.15, and we're currently just below $43. So probabilities would make it you have a 100% chance of closing above that 100% range, but it's not really that much of a move. That's only $2. But if you want something that's a 100% chance, you got a 100% chance of that $2. And you currently do have a silver cross to the downside. Let's see if there's anything else forming here. There's some hidden bearish divergence, but arguably that is played out because we got a pretty nasty move from there. Let's see what else. Monthly is currently freshly flipping back down with volatility at about 97%. And the monthly jewel is rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. It's actually not even getting close to the edge of the bearish control zone. It's just rejecting at the pink. And with the bearish cross, with the pink crossing below the yellow. The monthly is slightly higher than 100%. Ranges have stepped down. We are now right around the 97.5% range on the HPDR on the monthly. You want to see a monthly close below this 97.5%. That's what brings us down to the 100%, which right now is quite the drop from where we are at the moment. It's around like 27 bucks. If we close over this area, this is going to go towards the quarterly, getting that bounce from that 100%, and then like you're going to find yourself somewhere around like 50 bucks, maybe. And some probably going to range in between like $40, $42 to the downside and like $50 to the upside. All these ranges can step down. Real estate investment trusts. 2-week is starting to flip down as well, getting back into the bearish control zone. 2-week is also putting in hidden bearish divergence, taking out this high on momentum, while price put in a lower high, and you are now getting the divergence playing out with the jewel getting flipping neutral, losing the buy signal, and rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. Plus, you got a fresh bearish cross here, although this is happening very low. And same idea as the quarterly, where the ranges stepped down, and then that gave you opportunity for the prices to go down more. Right around this zone, we came to the 97.5%. We got a pretty powerful bounce, rejection, ranges stepped down, and then we got another dump ski. Same idea we're looking for on the quarterly. And now that we've lost 38.2%, we are hitting the target from there, which is the 78.6. We want to see if we can close over the area for a little bit of a bounce from here, or if we close below it, then you're probably just going to continue dumping. I'm leaning more towards the slight bounce from this zone, but just based off of the quarterly getting below the 100% range. Weekly, it's also flipped down, but very close to flipping back up, with volatility also close to going into contraction. And if we look at the HPDR, we're also getting a bounce in the 95%. So as long as we are above this 95% at $41.89, you are more likely to come up to tag at least 45. 5-day, basically the same exact look as the weekly. 5 days bullish, think about the to the retest that pin, which also ends up with the idea of quarterly like that. All right. 2-day is also freshly flipped back down with volatility at extremes, but close to going into contraction. Let's see, zoom in on this. We're at a lower low. It is indeed a lower low, so there's no divergence here. And we are getting a bounce in the 95%. Also goes along with the idea of the bounce from this zone here, probably towards somewhere around 45 bucks. Daily also flipped back down, just like on the 2-day, also making a lower low, so there's no possibility of divergence here with volatility still expanding, and the daily is now flipping back around, and once again giving you a sell signal on this jewel. This thing looks very weak. Maybe you get a bounce to like 45 or 50 bucks, but that's just going to be another lower high in a series of lower highs. 4 hours also very, very close to flipping back up with volatility very close to going into contraction. Let's zoom in on this, and you currently do have a bullish cross here with the pink above the yellow, but this is very close to flipping back down and giving you a bearish cross. As of now, it still is a bullish cross, so it's still leaning towards that bounce, towards around like 45 bucks. Secure side. Bring up data. We do. 6 months got a local top, although you're in the bearish control zone now, so the easy target has been hit. Let's move this a little bit. Fuck, this lagging hard. What is this low? This is $30.33. $30.33. What's our low so far? So we have not yet swept this low. I am kind of leaning towards sweeping this low before I'm open to a reversal. Same idea as what we saw in Circle, where I wanted to see the IPO lows get swept before even entertaining the idea of a reversal. Same thing from here. I want to see these lows from 2008, 2009 get swept, and then maybe we can see a reversal after that. But I don't think we're going to see a reversal without getting these lows swept. And the critical zone currently says it's impossible. Quarterly is also in the critical zone, or and maybe if you see a bounce that would take you, you probably won't even test the simple moving average because it's way too high. It's at $72. Probably gonna update before you get that. The 9 EMA is currently around. Interesting, it's at that $72 area. Monthly is invalidating the bullish divergence, making a local top. That's going to target the simple moving average. We've already hit that. It's at $47. And now the critical zone is at, we're also in the critical zone, it's at $45. Oh, so that bearish retest of $45 would give us a test of the critical zone. This shit is lagging really hard. 2 week also has confirmed bearish divergence, multiple drives. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $57.89, with volatility now starting to contract from many periods of 100% off of a double extreme. And your next target is going to be the bearish critical zone, which is at $31.50. Very interesting. That lines up with my idea of sweeping those 2008, 2009 lows. You're already in the critical zone. And daily has a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $48. You've hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average. Next target is the critical zone, and that level is at $35.80. So also lines up with that previous idea. And 4 hours putting in the local bottom. This is going to give you a target of the simple moving average that sits at, come on, $43.84, so around $43, $44, $43 to $44 lines up with that $45 zone, and the neutral zone is at about $46. So somewhere in between 43 and $46. And the bullish control zone is at 50. Now let's look at momentum. Come on. Close this and close this. Maybe that'll help. Alrighty. 6-month momentum is currently flipped down with volatility still at 100%. We are waiting for the moving average to catch up before we can see volatility contraction. And we are, so that does tell you you're likely going to go lower, which also goes along with the idea of sweeping this low. But I do think you're going to see a little bit of a bounce first, just based off that quarterly 100% range on the HPDR. But you are going to remain down as long as you're closing below 80, let's say $81, and you are now in the critical zone. As of now, there is possibility for putting in hidden bullish divergence because you're still making a higher low from this low here, with price making momentum making a lower low. Although but this is going to be very difficult to confirm. As of now, we will have to flip momentum back up to confirm it, which requires a close over $80.69. A nice number, a little bit unlikely. But as you go lower, this is going to be easier and easier to confirm as long as you don't close below this number. You can wick below this number as long as you don't close below it. So the idea, if we were to sweep this low and then fail to close below there, that would put in a nice SFP, put in some hidden bullish divergence, and then we can send it back up. And that will also go along with my idea of sweeping these lows, and then we can sweep the highs. Quarterly is also flipped down, although it's very close to flipping back up with volatility extremes, and it will flip back up if you can close over $44.11. Monthly is currently still very close to flipping back up with volatility contracting, and it will flip back up if you can close over $44.75. 2-week is also 2-week is currently freshly flipped down, rejecting getting out of the critical zone, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $51.74. But if you notice, price is making lower lows, while momentum is making a higher low, giving the possibility of bullish divergence here. But this is going to require a close that looks back up to confirm it. And if you do confirm that, that gives you your move up to that $70 zone that you saw previously, 70 to $75. Weekly is currently also flipped down with volatility now expanding once again, and you are going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $50.50. Plus, you got a rejection of the bullish control zone. Okie dokie. Five-day, same exact because of the weekly rejection of the bullish control zone, momentum flipped down, volatility expanding. 2-day currently is flipped up with volatility still expanding at extremes though, and it is going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $41.75. Let's zoom in here. And there's also bullish divergence on the 2-day because momentum made a higher low, price made a lower low. That did confirm when momentum flipped back up. So that gives you that target towards around like $45. Daily is currently freshly flipped down, but it will flip back up if you can close over 42.76. So if this does flip up also, this puts in a local bottom on the daily. Does it have daily bullish divergence? It's some slight daily bullish divergence also with momentum flips back up, and that gives you a move to somewhere around 45 to $50. 4 hours also very, very close to flipping back up. 4 hours also putting in bullish divergence with volatility expanding, and it will flip back up and confirm bullish divergence if you close over $42.58. So on the higher time frames, it is looking like the area where we're getting very close to the area where I do think we're going to bottom at, like macro bottom. I think I have the same idea as I had for Circle, where I don't think we will bottom before taking out the previous lows, because once we take out the lows, SFP those lows, then that will make it very much more likely that you're going to SFP the highs, or at the very least take out those highs. And right now on the momentum, it is kind of that pretty possible hidden bullish divergence, getting very close to taking out those lows. Once you take out those lows, it'll be easier to confirm that bullish divergence. And once you confirm it, that gives you a target of your current all-time highs based on the fact that it's a 6-month hidden bullish divergence. And on the quarterly, you're starting to see the momentum pivot get closer and closer to price action, making it more along with the idea that we're close to our macro/local bottom, because the pivot is now starting to catch up with price, and we're getting very close to flipping that back up. And as you go down, it's becoming easier and easier to flip it back up. Then as you get to the lower time frames, some of them have already flipped back up, which does support, and putting in bullish divergence, which supports the idea of that bounce that we saw on the quarterly HPDR, getting below the 100%. So that does support a little bit of a bounce for somewhere around $45 to $50. And although as long as you are below $50, it is very likely this is just going to project, and then you're going to get your move down to sweep that $30 area. But you do have bearish divergence targets around $31 to $33 that would sweep that low. And then we want to see on at the very least a daily closing basis a close back over those lows, which would confirm an SFP, and then that can take us that will give us our divergence, and then we can upwards and onwards and have fun from there. And the invalidation for going lower will be monthly close over $88.24. That's more than twice what price is at the moment, so it doesn't seem very likely.
Thank you, senor. Can we do Xpeng now, Alex, so you can go without any more bullshit? Then I'll do this. Ahorita te lo paso, mi Ramón, este análisis, pero básicamente va a los 30.
Yeah, this is a easy chart, nothing crazy. It's interesting because you potentially got a trend shift here on the bi-monthly. You were in a consistent downtrend. Since making this low here, you see you got a higher high break, higher low, higher high. But this is where it becomes concerning again, because it seems like it's shifting back into a downtrend on the higher time frames. You do notice you've lost all major moving averages. You've lost support at 17.20, and you do see a rejecting down. Next spot would be right in the $13. Pretty dramatic drop here. If it ends up going to $13 and lower, you will notice in this region you've made some pretty dramatic drops. Look at this one here on a month. In one monthly bi-monthly candle, you got a 64% drop. Here as well, you got another 62% drop. So you can make pretty big moves down if you end up losing that $7 region. Why you need to be watching very carefully if you're bullish on this, because this isn't a monthly sell trigger. You do have rejection of the monthly 21, the last spot that was holding as support. See here, we came all the way down, 21 bounced. Tried to hold it, but now you see it's rejecting. And you do see, again, last spot on the monthly where before you bigly rejected. In 1 month, you were able to go down from this region all the way down to $13. So this is why $17.20 is going to be an important spot for you, even on like a daily or lower time frame. Monthly median is a loss. It shifted up. You see the bottom 38.2% at $16.22. So very interesting stuff. Let's see how the daily looks. Daily's in a breakdown, confirmed on today's close in 2 hours, 23 minutes. And you really will get confirmation of that once you lose $17.20, something like this. That'll potentially be the start of your big leg down, potentially brewing a move down to $13. An interesting, good point to end off is, well, look at that 2-day. 2-day SMA 200 rejection. You see big moves occur off of the SMA 200. You see big moves occur down when you reject the SMA 200. Are you above or below it? Well, you're below it. You haven't even actually fully tested this zone yet. You're going to mentally note the 2-day SMA 200 at $17.88. You still are yet to actually test that. So even if you reach all the way back up, you are still in a bearish setup here just based on the 2-day SMA 200. Until you actually get back above that, you're not going to see any move up. And this chart really does seem like it's just brewing the next leg down to $13 once you actually lose $17 on a daily candle closure. So just be fully aware if you're investing in this. This is not looking good at all. It's looking very concerning. And to me, it looks like it wants to go lower. So that's all I can really say about this chart. Not a lot of data you're working with. You can see, I mean, from 2020. But from what we do have, seems like 1720 is a big spot. You are getting weekly volatility contracting here, and it's staying under the weekly weekly EMA 100 here. Gives you a target to the SMA 200. Confluence of perhaps a breakdown from 1720 and actually reaching that $13-14 area. Only way to become bullish on this chart again is going back to the monthly and actually getting back above the monthly EMA 9. If you can get back above the monthly EMA 9, the only objective here will be to make a new all-time high in this range. So you'll need to actually take this wick high out. Because remember, if you were in an uptrend, shifted back down, and you want to go back into uptrend, the only way is for you to break this high that was formed in November. Until then, monthly sell trigger, brewing a move back down to $13. The lowest monthly volatility you've had, and the weekly is literally under the EMA 100 currently. Really just giving you everything you need for a move down. So watch that very carefully. 1720 is your big spot for bulls. And if you end up losing this even on like a daily candle closure, I'll be looking at that as the first big signs of making that move down to $13-14 region. Not a bullish chart at all. And again, just go to the monthly if you're thinking this is bullish and look at where we're at. You're in a monthly sell trigger and you've been under it for the last few months. Doesn't really matter about the wicks, the volatility, it's where it closes. You do see it's still in bearish posturing. So be fully aware of a chart like XPEV. And yeah, this just looks like it's bringing a breakdown. Look at the HBDR. You lose this 38.2%. You move back down to $13. So if you were like, no, we can't move down to 20%. Well, the HBDR is literally saying once you get this breakdown, next target is most likely 17% down. So big ranges here, not looking the best. Line in the sand for bulls is 1720. We'll continue to watch the dailies and see if we lose that.
Excellent fucking job. Great Monday stream. Thank you for the free cash, boys. I appreciate it very much. Now, the question, because a lot of people are right now on those shorts that you sent out doing well. Question right now, levels, what do we do before you go? What are you looking at?
Yeah, so you're essentially just watching the 12-hour EMA 100. Remember what I said on stream? Most likely the 12-hour actually ends up taking out that high we had today. That was at like 70,500 or like 70,300. And so we've done that. We took out the high. We went up to 70,377. We still have the 12-hour EMA 100 at 70,900. So if you reach 70,900, that's kind of your price stopper. That's what I'm saying on the Discord. The 12-hour EMA 100 should just be the place price stops, rejects, and you're just looking for a move back down under 69K. If you get any kind of even hourly close under 69K, that's an ad zone, and you're looking for a breakdown towards 65,000. And again, nothing crazy to say that because we've just been in a range. So that would mean that we're just still range bound. And the next objective would be 65K. But that ultimately means you're getting about a 5% trade on this. So
pretty good.
In the short now, you're just looking for follow through down and fully aware that maybe we'll test the 12-hour EMA 100 tonight. But if not, this should be good to go down, in my opinion.
You see how close it is, right?
Yeah. Very, very close.
What a cocksucker. Maybe it already rejected. It's a front running it.
It could, because you took out the wick high already, took shorts out that I mentioned.
That's right.
And if you move down, this could just get a reconnect. So it absolutely could. That's why we're just going to use 69K as our line in the sand to confirm that. You lose 69K, that's where you start feeling amazing on your shorts. $70,000 shorts, 69.5. All those will start looking really juicy, honestly.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Farjano?
Yeah, for me, it's the same thing about that holding 69,000 level, then move into somewhere around 70,000 again, at least to 71, possibly 72. I do think that area rejects, and then we get a move down into the bare moon around 17th September, around then.
Perfect.
And as long as we are below 98,000, nothing really changed.
Excellent. Excellent, boys. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for your time today. That was fun. And I guess let's keep it up. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, boys.
Muchas gracias. Hasta luego and buenas tardes.
We'll see where oil is and where the markets are on Wednesday. Going to be very exciting. I'll see you boys on the Discord until then.
Yes, sir.
Huevo, cabrones.
There you go. There you go, Mr. Farjano, who is Mexicano. Thank you, Alex. Bye. Ok, rápido. Estamos en este trade de Bitcoin. Ustedes lo vieron en tiempo real, damas y caballeros. Estoy viendo la tabla de 12 horas que se van estos güeyes. En putiza voy a aventarme un par de cosas para ustedes, ¿ok? Y ahora repaso las dos que ellos hicieron. Para empezar, Bitcoin no tocó el promedio del 100. Puede que nos esté adelantando la bajada, que simplemente no lo toque, porque este es el bait, ¿no? Todo el mundo tiene su orden puesta en el SMA 100, en el EMA 100, y pito, güey, no lo tocó. O puede venir y regresar. La cosa que me llama la atención es, ya sacó a todos los cortos que estaban, ¿no? Que entraste todo en corto acá y haces un altito más alto. Lo pueden ver, ¿no? Con esta vela de acá. Una vez que tienes el altito más alto es suficiente. Y por eso les digo, qué cabrón que todos ustedes se pusieron de acuerdo tradeando las noticias de Donald Trump, porque todo, recuerden, el mercado cambia por los tweets de Trump. Y que todos ustedes hayan sacado a todas estas, pero qué casualidad. ¡Qué casualidad! Damas y caballeros. La gente que sigue eso, ¿no? Qué cabrón. Y si eres uno de ellos, perdóname. Perdóname. Les había dicho lo mismo. Solana continúa débil. Nos está rechazando la parte alta del canal. Lo pueden ver acá. Y para los que no lo hayan visto, el canal es este, ¿no? El grandote de acá. Voy a quitar esto en putiza para que lo puedas ver sin obstrucción. Te lo voy a poner en la de 2 semanas. Acá. Nos rechazó el canal, acá, pum, para abajo, es lo que debería de seguir. Una vez más, Solana abajo de los 83, para mí, ¿qué es lo que hace Solana? Solana es el front run de todo, ¿ok? Solana para mí lleva todo para adelante y es lo que me está contando la historia de absolutamente todo. Entonces, solamente para que lo tengan en mente. ¿Qué más? Tesla, derritiéndose, damas y caballeros, una vez que estás debajo del 370, se los he dicho 1000 veces. A todos ustedes que vayan a comprar o que quieran comprar Tesla, Tesla tiene rebotes muy interesantes que yo no voy a jugar. Si ustedes quieren jugarle al verga y ganarle al mundo y sentirse Thor, qué chingón, los 334 debería tener una reacción, no sé qué tan fuerte. También los 300 planos y de ahí abajo los 270. Una vez más, estas serían reacciones. No estás hablando de con eso ahí es donde va a fondear. Esta mamada debería más o menos de fondear acá, pero ¿lo va a hacer ahorita o lo va a hacer después cuando ya venga el momento de la verdad? Y ahí es donde vamos a tener paciencia. Estamos sacándole dinero al mercado, ¿no? Con nuestros trades, lo que estamos haciendo en este momento. Y cuando sea el momento correcto de esto, tenemos que ver psicológicamente qué es lo que Elon Musk está señalando para ver si compramos esto. Es básicamente así de sencillo, honestamente. Entonces, eso es eso. ¿Qué más interesante? Nada ha cambiado. Oclo continúa en la primera ventana de oportunidad que tengo acá marcada. Yo no voy a entrar a Oclo a menos de que llegue, se los dije, a los 25. Y ahí voy a tener una posición muy chiquita de Oclo, muy chiquita, o sea, relativamente hablando, lo que tenía antes del subidón, es lo que voy a meter en Oclo. Si es que llega. MicroStrategy, a toda la gente que entró en el trade del Discord, están arriba, bien. ¿Dónde puedes salirte en Strategy? En Strategy yo lo pondré en la diaria y haría esto. Tienes una línea, una directriz bajista donde tuviste esta toma de liquidez, rechazo. Si quisieras vender el trade de comprar aquí este fondito, va a estar aquí arriba en los casi 140. No estaría mal. Ahora, te estoy diciendo que lo vendas, así que no, tío, simplemente si lo quieres usar como un trade, si yo hubiera comprado la posición a largo plazo, que es lo que estoy diciéndoles, que estoy volteando a ver acá y que les dije, para mí, un poco del fondo va a estar acá en los 106. Yo sé que suena raro porque todavía Bitcoin tiene para bajar, pero yo creo que no va a estar muy lejos de esto, de lo que ya vimos ahorita para Strategy. Y ahorita simplemente no lo estoy diciendo que compre porque esto no, estás en medio de la nave y todavía puede caer primero y te van a sacar porque no estás haciéndolo bien. Atentos. ¿Qué más? Roblox continúa su caída. Tiene el rechazo del promedio del 34 para continuar para abajo. Siguiente objetivo, 47. No sé si quieran ver Jack in the Box, que es un chiste, pero ahí está. Si hubiera venido acá, yo hubiera agregado mi segundo chiste de posición. Por ahora estamos rebotando y deberíamos de venir a la zona de los 12. Ahí podrías encontrar un rechazo o un breakout para la parte alta. No esperaría absolutamente nada de esto. Una vez más, recuerden, no se metan a comprar juguetes, cosas que son estúpidas, si no saben que son un juego y que vas a hacerlo solamente porque es un juego. Y también ya voy a dejar yo mismo de decir qué es lo que es. Coinbase, básicamente haciendo lo que habíamos dicho un poco, te está engañando de que va a ser un bajo más alto y 20 y tengas tal vez un buen putazo acá a los 195 y ahí probablemente es donde yo intentaría cortos, en esos 195 si es que se llegan a dar. La primera zona para cortos en realidad sería los 180, pero si extiendo esta directriz bajista, que viene desde acá, en diciembre del 2025 hasta acá, debería de rechazar en los 181 Coinbase. Eso haría un alto más alto que esto, engañaría a todo el mundo, tengo un bajo más alto. También tienes el promedio del 34. ¿Quieres hacer el trade de ricos? El trade de ricos está en el promedio del 100, que viene bajando por acá, en los 217, probablemente esta zona de los 211. El trade de, ¿sabes qué? Soy paciente, soy elegante, pero no soy mega millonario. Sería el promedio del 55 en esos 180, 195. Y aparte esta zona, justamente acá en los 196, es una buena zona para rechazar. Lo que antes pudo haber sido soporte para continuar la subida fue un rechazo para continuar la bajada y toda esta zona es una SFP, por lo que la parte baja de eso, que una vez más 198 a 196, 196 es donde yo lo pondría para cortos, ¿no? No, está mal puesto. Aquí. en estos 195, si es que se llega a dar. Una vez más, yo no estoy interesado en hacerle corto a Coinbase aquí. No estoy interesado en hacerle corto, tal vez aquí, 2, 3, pero esta, uf. Ok. Petróleo en putiza. Un poco lo que habíamos dicho, y tengo coraje. Pueden ver perfectamente cómo jaló el corto de... Acá todavía no llegamos a esta y no me metí. Así que, una vez más, ¿por qué no me metí por esto? 30% estar bien, 70% estar bien. Sigo esperando. El petróleo va a continuar subiendo. La idea de esto y lo que tienen que entender para salirse del mundo de las noticias, cabrones, es esto. Necesitan y están ahorcando a todos ustedes, a los que ya no tienen dinero. Es la idea, destruir tus negocios, destruir todo. ¿Ok? Esto ocurrió en el 2008. Esto está ocurriendo ahorita otra vez. Y esto aumenta el precio del dólar y todas esas pendejadas. ¿Ok? Que a este punto irrelevante, cuando ya sea muy obvio, va a ser demasiado tarde. ¿Qué más? Circle simplemente haciendo lo que tenía que hacer, ¿no? Este rebote a esta zona para después continuar cayendo. El SP500, damas y caballeros, güey, dame un trade. El SP500 tiene un trade bien pinche fácil. Acá, en la de 2 semanas. Y acuérdense, ¿qué nos gusta usar? Nuestros promedios chidos en temporalidades altas para cosas grandes. Los 6,700, y voy a usar el HPDR en putiza a ver esto. Entre 6,700, 6,711 y el 50% en 6,743, zona de corto. Tu invalidación debe ser esta vela de acá. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué? Porque si te llegas a llevar esta vela, simplemente, técnicamente hablando, este fue el mínimo. ¿Ok? Una vez más, esta sería tu zona de eliminación en los 6,811, arriba de los 6,811, arriba de esta vela. En la de 2 semanas, esto te debe dar un trade bueno. Bueno. ¿Ok? ¿Qué más tenemos por acá? Nasdaq, Dow Jones simplemente están haciendo lo mismo, ¿no? Aquí tienes el promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas, igualito. Dow Jones, idéntico, porque todo esto se mueve paralelo. No tienes que ser un puto crack para entenderlo. Solana, 83. Cualquier llegada a 83, corto en los Solamis en ese punto. Meta ya te dio el rechazo. Aunque, bueno, quién sabe. No me rifaría hacer nada en estas. Amazon sí. Amazon está donde debería ser un corto. Al promedio, si llegara al promedio del 9, ya vino a retestear esto en los 213. Yo me metería aquí si me da el 214, que es el promedio del 9, y usaría el tope de esta vela en los 215.70 como para salcarme. ¿Te puede tomar la liquidez y sacarte? Por supuesto, pero ¿es Amazon tan culero? No. Vea esto, o sea, tío, oye, pues tienes todo el tiempo para entrar en un corto. Amazon es más tranquilo. Entonces, ahí tienes Amazon, Microsoft. Continúa su camino para abajo, oportunidad de corto en los 382, 83. Google, simplemente en los 306. Si llegas a los 306, tienes tu sacada por acá en los 312 con el alto de esta vela. Es lo que deberías de usar en Google. Apple, por si alguien es un boomer en este lugar, ¿no? Apple tiene cara alcista por ahora, pero te está dando un setup bajista, un setup de volatilidad. Vela topera. ¿Saben qué? Yo corregiría esto, ¿eh? Ahí estás. Yo no me metería a Apple hasta que llegara a los 270. Simplemente no le tengo tanta confianza a lo que está haciendo ahorita. ¿Qué tal, tener confianza en tablas? Estás bien pinche loco, Alejandro. Ok, oro. Oro puede venir, romper esto y seguir rechazando aquí en los 4,800, 4,900 para continuar a la baja. Esto es algo que yo no recomiendo, a menos de que seas un máster del oro, a tradearlo. Porque literalmente está haciendo las cosas más locas del mundo. Puedes ver los rangos que está pintando en 2 velas. 1, 2. Es un rango gigantesco. Y ahora dirás, pero güey, eso no es... O sea, podemos aguantar. Sí, pero ¿qué tal este? El oro es un hijo de puta. Yo me esperaría, a menos de que lo entiendas muy bien, felicidades. La plata, lo mismo. Estás en soporte, pero también esto podría ser resistencia justamente en el promedio del 9. Yo no le tengo confianza a ninguno de esos dos. Ahorita no me siento suficientemente confiado para decirte esto es lo que es, no lo voy a hacer. ¿Qué más? Ok, la que habías pedido, mi estimado XPE, este está bastante fácil. Xpeng, ¿no? La empresa china. Estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado, el promedio del 9 que está justo acá en los 17.93 en los semanales, la zona para hacerle un corto. Esta mamada, por más que haya hecho este alto, fue una tomada de liquidez para hacer un nuevo mínimo. No me sorprendería si llegas a estar rangueando en esta zona. Y aquí arriba tienes una zona bastante fácil de spotear en la mensual. Déjame lo hago en la mensual. ¿Qué pasó? El VIX tiene un setup de volatilidad mensual, por cierto, a la alza. Ahí es donde ustedes deberían de estar interesados. Cuando el VIX llegue a esta zona de los 50, es donde queremos comprar, ¿ok? No lo voy a volver a sacar esto. No voy a hablar de esto todo el tiempo porque este es un hack bastante bueno. Y solamente quiero que ustedes se lo tengan en la boca, en la cabeza, no en la boca, no mames. 50-24, arriba de 50-24, tocando 50-24, quieres comprar cualquier cosa. Si cayó Bitcoin, si cayó el SP500, lo que sea. Es la jugada. Tienes un setup de volatilidad mensual en esta chingadera. Voy a regresar a Xpeng, perdón. Espérame, chingada madre. Tengo aquí No. Estás en una clara tendencia bajista. Lo único que esta gatada te dio este fondo en el 2022 es un alto. Luego hizo un bajo más alto y ahora hizo un alto más alto. En este sentido, estás en una tendencia alcista desde, espérame, noviembre del 2022, un poco como lo que viste con la bolsa. Pero puedes notar que un S&P gigantesco al promedio del 34, que es la línea blanca. ¿Y eso qué quiere decir? Si no puedes cerrar por encima de los 18.59, que es donde está el promedio del 34 mensual, 18.43, perdón. Si no puedes cerrar por encima de esto, tío, vas a venir a hacer un nuevo bajo más bajo que este. ¿Por qué? ¿Qué es lo que me haría decir no es cierto? Tienes que llevarte este alto para poder decir este fue el fondo local y esto va a continuar para arriba. Porque si no, hasta que no te lleves este alto, y por eso Isabel es una hija de puta, ¿no? Esta es para que esto pueda ser literalmente esto y tú dirías, ya que esté aquí el precio en los 19.90, no mames, este fue el fondo local, rechaza y continúa la tendencia bajista. Y esta es una tabla mensual, por lo que tiene bastante tiempo para continuar cayendo. Yo pondría atención empezando con el promedio del 21 mensual. Si no lo puedes retomar, es para abajo, para abajo, para abajo. La zona donde quieres apostarle a la baja a esto es... Espérame. Más o menos en los 18.20. Aquí. ¿Por qué? Porque esta zona antes era un gran soporte y se volvió una gran resistencia. Justamente acá. ¿Ok? Mi Ramón, estabas viendo que era R, ¿no? Esta chingadera. Esta mamada, real estate, justamente ayer les digo que me preguntaron en lo que estaba cenando que cuándo iba a ser el fondo de bienes raíces, cuándo era buena oportunidad de comprar. Una vez más, si todas las noticias te están diciendo y si vas y le preguntas a cualquier pendejo que vende bienes raíces, te va a decir, compra en cuanto ahorita, porque los precios están baratos y cuando bajen los tipos, todo va a subir otra vez. No funciona así. Eso, la ilusión del 2021, 2020, no es como funciona este pedo. Eso es para cargarse a todos a la verga. Si hay algo que cambie, que anuncien en política monetaria, te lo voy a decir, te va a dar tiempo, te lo juro por mi vida. Esto va a tomar 2 años todavía para abajo. Ahora, ¿cuándo el mercado lo va a poner en precio en esto? No tengo ni puta idea, pero esto tiene cara que viene a estos, primero a los 38 y luego a los 30. Entonces, si voy a pensar en entrar en esto, tal vez los 30, porque es un fondo generacional, puedes ver que está rompiendo la línea que une a estos 3 puntos, que es cuando salió en el 97, en la crisis del 2008, la estás rompiendo y estás abajo. Si esto es algo en lo que quieres invertir. Ahora, si esto es bienes raíces comerciales, atento, no residenciales. Si esto tiene edificios de oficinas, no lo toques ya a la verga. No lo toques. No tengo ni puta idea cuáles sean las propiedades que están holdeando en este rate, pero no lo toques si tiene edificios comerciales. Los edificios comerciales los van a tener que derrumbar y volver a hacer, los van a tener que readaptar. No funcionan, no sirven para nada. ¿Ok? Toda la gente imbécil que creyó, ay, que voy a comprar el fondo, ¿no? Que están presumiéndole a todo el mundo que lo encontraron barato. Nadie trabaja en una oficina ya. Felicidades a toda esa gente que se gastó un chingo de dinero en perderlo todo otra vez. Por eso me salí de bienes raíces. No tienes que ser un puto genio para ver lo que está pasando. Si esto tiene, una vez más, bienes raíces comerciales, no lo toco. Si estoy aquí donde está, tal cual, Ramón, y te interesa invertir, y estos güeyes tienen casas, son dueños de casas, bien. ¿Dónde estás? Excelente primera entrada, 38, excelente segunda entrada, 30, excelente tercera entrada. Vas a poder entrar abajo de esto. Ya sería una ganga, pero tío, ya de aquí tienes que tener una reacción a cierto punto. Y una vez más, solamente si es bienes raíces residenciales. Si son cualquier cosa que ver con un edificio que tenga oficinas, bares, Nel pastel. ¿Qué más? Vamos a ver en Vimeo, en putiza. Tengo que bajar ya. Delta se va a ir a la verga, tíos. Se los digo, me estás preguntando, mi Ronnie. Delta se va a ir a la verga. Todas las aerolíneas van a quebrar. Todo esto se repite una y otra vez. Les dije aquí arriba, Tesla, Delta, corto las veces que puedas. Ahora, ¿dónde? Te va a rechazar la parte de acá del canal. Yo haría el corto, me esperaría los 69.41. Si los llega a tocar, usaría los 71.57 como invalidación, esta vela. ¿Por qué tienen que quebrar las aerolíneas? Porque, recuerda, el petróleo no subió por lo que te están diciendo, honestamente, ni tampoco por la crisis que te estoy vendiendo yo, que te digo, güey, todo ha cambiado, etcétera, ni siquiera por eso. Esto lo hacen para poder ahorcar y destruir a todas las familias en casa. Punto. Si no lo quieres creer, perfecto. Puedes ir a ver las noticias en este momento y me dices por qué. Pero esto es simplemente para ahorcar ya a todo el mundo. Ya les quitamos ya te hice pagar tu préstamo estudiantil, ya te hice pagar tus tarjetas de crédito, ya te estoy haciendo pagar tu coche, ya te estoy haciendo pagar tu casa y si no te quito todo. Todo. ¿Qué sigue después de eso? Te voy a ahorcar ahora. Ya te estaba ahorcando con eso. Y ahora te voy a tapar la boca y la nariz con el combustible y con los esenciales, con seguro. ¿Ok? Lo puedes ver como quieras. Puede que sea, es que así pasa en cada ciclo o es lo que hacen cada ciclo para hacer a todo el mundo caer. Y para mí, si me están mintiendo y pasa lo contrario, literalmente lo están provocando ellos. Obviamente esto es artificial. Entonces, voy a apostar en Delta ahora que van a subir los precios y hay inflación. No, Delta, como cualquier otro negocio, tiene que pagar más, y esto es bastante lógico, más por combustible. La gente tiene menos dinero personalmente, por ende sus márgenes son destruidos. Estás en un shock deflacionario, no hay de otra. Entonces, ¿dónde le haría corto yo a Delta? 69.41. Ok, perfecto. Y ya con eso acabé. Gracias por toda tu atención. Fue demasiado hablar, brother. Básicamente todo cripto continúa bajo el mismo supuesto, ¿no? Si ves que caemos por debajo de 69,000 y tienes un cierre diario o de 12 horas por debajo de 69,000, la sugerencia de Alex es, ahí es donde quieres agregar a tu corto. Y si llegamos a los 72,000, ese podría ser el extremo para poder hacer otro corto. Y todo esto ya lo tienen en Discord, ya lo pusimos aquí antes. Lo mismo va a aplicar para Ethereum cerca de esos niveles, Solana en los 83, etcétera, ¿no? Paciencia. Y lo que tienen que estar al pendiente, simplemente no estoy diciendo que yo vaya a estar en lo correcto, pero quiero que tengan este escenario puesto en su casa. Imagínate que la caída grande no sea esta, sino la que sigue. y que esta caída abnormalmente tenga un pompazo grande, sea a altos nuevos históricos, a un doble techo en el pecho cuando le echo, o muy cerca de ahí. Esa es la trampa más grande que puede existir en este momento con la inestabilidad mental que tienen todos los pacos que no saben si para arriba, para abajo, y ahora los están convenciendo que para abajo y que mucho más para abajo no se los van a dar. Y eso es lo que haría que promedien peor para tener una buena crisis, tener un excelente recorte de 50% en la bolsa, ya que ellos promediaron más para arriba en la subida porque no la vieron venir, y ahí es donde estaría todo el juego. Entonces, antes de subir, y que nos quede claro, tiene que bajar. ¿Por qué? Porque te tienen que sacar. Yo sé, ¿no? ¿Ves las noticias? No, pero ¿qué tal si Trump manda un tweet? Tiene que bajar antes de subir. Tienes que sacar a todos los longs que están sentaditos ahí de, fui un genio, fui al parque y compré el último fondo. ¡Qué chingón! Para abajo. Y ahí es lo que vamos a comprar. ¿Qué tanto va a bajar? Es lo que vamos a ver. Y de acuerdo a las noticias y el sentimiento de toda la gente, es lo que vamos a usar, como siempre, para poder tener las mejores entradas que existen y las mejores salidas que existen. Así que continúen por acá. No va a ser un camino fácil como lo esperábamos, no va a ser algo tan tranquilo. Pero lo bueno es que estamos mínimo, tenemos el escenario enfrente de nosotros, se llega a dar, lo vamos a jugar mejor que nadie. No se llega a dar, vamos a continuar viendo qué es lo que se está prestando y vamos a continuar en ello. Pero mínimo estamos preparados. Es todo. Les mando un abrazo. Gracias por estas 4 horas y 35 minutos. Nos vemos cuando el miércoles. Nos vemos mañana para un Nadie Me Preguntó, aunque no lo crean. Les mando un abrazo a todos. Cuídense. Gracias.